some interior work to take out a wall.
So, which didn't... Specific design, that is,
I read out all the stuff. There's in the KCB or KNBC thing on it. He also looked at people put
And they just move. They move out. I mean, they don't have to move out, but they move out because it's a fucking
the
disaster.
grass. They're like, I lived in an apartment
heavy
once.
duty. I'd like the afternoon.
I was in one and the landlord did the same thing.
Perfect. And I mean, we can always put something else for those.
If those went under a carport, we put this diesel engine in the carport and ran it all day. And it was full of fumes.
Good afternoon and welcome to the San Francisco Planning Commission regular hearing for Thursday, August 11, 2016. I'd like to remind members of the public that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind. Please silence your mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings, and when speaking before the Commission, if you care to, do state your name for the record. I'd like to take roll at this time. Commission President Fong.
Here.
Commission Vice President Richards.
Here.
Commissioner Antonini.
Present.
Commissioner Hillis.
Here.
And Commissioner Moore.
Here.
We expect Commissioner Johnson to arrive shortly and Commissioner Wu to be absent today. Commissioners, first on your agenda is consideration of items proposed for continuance at the time of issuance. There were no items proposed for continuance. However, there is a request from the project sponsor for item 14, case number 2015-010069 CUA at 2441 Mission Street, conditional use authorization. They are requesting a continuance to November 10th, 2016, Commissioners.
Okay. Is there any public comment on item number 14? Not seeing any public comments. Closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Move to continue item 14 to November 10.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion, then, to continue item 14 to November 10th, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0 and places us under your consent calendar. All matters listed here under constituted consent calendar are considered to be routine by the Planning Commission and may be acted upon by a single roll call vote of the Commission. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a member of the Commission, the public, or staff so requests, in which event the matter shall be removed from the consent calendar and considered as a separate item at this or a future hearing. Item 1, case number 2016-006168 CUA and GPR at 752 Vallejo Street, conditional use authorization. Item 2, case number 2016-002188 CND at 172 through 174 Langton Street, condominium conversion subdivision. Item 3, case number 2016-004186 CND at 360 Locust Street, condominium conversion subdivision. Item 4 for case number 2016-002372 CU8 559 Divisadero Street, conditional use authorization. And item 5 for case number 2015-004423 DRP at 460 Noe Street, discretionary review.
Is there any public comment on items on the consent calendar? Okay, not seeing any. Public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Move to approve items 1 through 5.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion, then, to approve items under consent and to take DR and approve with modifications. Item 5, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye. And I want to thank and acknowledge Captain Lazar for being here and supporting this one particular item. But thank you for your work and your team's work.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item, please.
Great. Thank you, Commissioners. Commission matters. Item 6, consideration of adoption draft minutes for July 28th, 2016.
Comment.
Is there public comment? Sorry, on draft minutes? Okay, not seeing any public comments closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion, then, to adopt the minutes for July 28th, 2016, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5 to 0, and places us on item 7, commission comments and questions.
Commissioner Antonini.
Jonas, if you could put those things up in a moment. I'm going to make a statement, and this statement is available if you wish to receive it from Secretary Ionin. After 14 years of service to San Francisco as a planning commissioner, I have chosen not to seek reappointment. I will greatly miss participation in this very important functions of the Planning Commission, but wish to spend more time with my family, particularly 3 grandchildren, to travel and to attend to family business matters. I am open to contributing to the advancement of land use needs of San Francisco in some role in the future. I wish to thank Mayors Brown, Newsom, and Lee for their confidence in having collectively appointed me to 4 terms as a planning commissioner, and also thank the many members of the Board of Supervisors who voted to confirm my appointments. I wish to thank my fellow commissioners with whom I have had the pleasure to serve, thank Directors Green, Macris, and Ram, zoning administrators, commission secretaries, Avery and Ionin, the city attorneys, and the entire planning staff, all of whom have always been courteous, responsive, and professional. And most of all, I wish to thank the citizens of San Francisco for their important input and ideas that have helped me to improve my decision-making process. I believe the Commission has accomplished much that is beneficial to improving the built environment of San Francisco during my terms. One of my stated goals in 2002, upon first assuming a seat on the Commission, was to make San Francisco the most desirable city in the United States in which to live, visit, and do business. While much of that wish has been realized, many challenges still remain, a number of which have resulted from San Francisco's increased desirability. As a result of strong demand for commercial property, San Francisco faces an inadequate annual allowances for new office space relative to demand, owing to restrictions codified in part of Proposition M. Also, we are not building enough new housing to meet the huge demands for living space generated by San Francisco's popularity. Solutions to housing and office shortages are within sight. Approvals of Park Merced, Trans Bay, Hunters Point Shipyard, Candlestick Point, and Treasure Island projects, along with Market Octavia 5M and Balboa Park plans, promise huge amounts of new housing, much of it affordable. Additionally, Eastern neighborhood plans, if fully and rapidly implemented, will create thousands of new housing units. Regrettably, San Francisco has built only a few new single-family homes in the last 15 years, a shortfall that adds to the flight of families with children from the city. Despite the production of thousands of new supportive housing units, homelessness remains a major problem in San Francisco, requiring a multifaceted solution. A solution which must include treatment, enforcement of quality of life laws, and the provision of housing or voluntary relocation to meet the needs of all those homeless presently in San Francisco. Central SoMa promises to provide a site for much of the projected demand for office space. Building more office space in San Francisco will have the added benefit of lessening the reverse commuting by San Francisco residents. Hopefully, comprehensive long-term solutions to transportation needs will be envisioned. Solutions must meet increased demands created by production of new housing and commercial space must include more subways and transit in dedicated rights-of-way if we are able to attract ridership away from private vehicles. As a city, we need to make a stronger case to federal and state funding sources regarding our transit needs, as well as pass significant local funding measures to meet the costs of this vital transit. It is a very exciting time to live in the nation's urban areas. We are seeing the reversal of the suburbanization that characterized my generation with the current movement of large segments of younger generations to urban settings, creating more dense and sustainable environments. Since San Francisco is among the leaders in this reversal, It is exciting in this regard to see previously uninhabited or lightly inhabited areas like Mission Bay, Rincon Hill, Trans Bays, and others becoming vibrant new communities. And we are finally on the verge of seeing an arena in San Francisco thanks to the Golden State Warrior Organization. The absence of an arena has been a defect in the city for over 50 years, as we have lost the revenue from indoor sporting events, concerts, and conventions to other cities in the region. Lastly, I want to thank all the commissioners with whom I've had the pleasure to serve. Without fail, you have been welcoming, supportive, and eager to compromise to craft projects that benefit our beloved city. I wish to dedicate my 14 years on the commission to my late son, Peter, who died tragically in 2002 before he could begin his dream of serving at San Francisco as a firefighter. Before he died, he knew of my first appointment and said, "That's great, planning is the best." With great respect, Planning Commissioner Michael Antonini. Thank you.
Mike, let me be the first present sitting commissioner to congratulate you and thank you. 14 years is a long haul of Thursday nights, and your dedication to the city and to this department, to the various directors is phenomenal. As someone just mentioned, I don't think the Planning Commission without Michael Antonini, or they sort of go synonymously. So thank you, and good luck to you, and enjoy things inside and outside of beyond planning. And I'm sure your family is going to be very appreciative of getting their Thursday nights back with you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Richards.
I think we're kind of at the end of an era, the Antonini era on the commission. I first met you around 2008 on Market Octavia, and then several projects in the neighborhood when I was the president of the DuBose Triangle Neighborhood Association for 7 years. I really appreciated on that side of the bar you listening to us on several of the issues. You actually voted for our position, and I really took it to heart that you're a good listener and you are able to collaborate and you do listen to the neighborhood. I had the fortunate event of serving with you on the commission since 2014. I believe you're the first person I went out to lunch with, and it was a great learn. I've learned a lot from you. I hope that your replacement is as diligent as you, open to collaboration. I know you have some bright lines. I have some bright lines that I don't want to cross, but it's been good working with you, and we've actually formed coalitions where we got things done. So thank you very much for your service.
Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
I just wanted to thank you, Commissioner Antonini, for the length of time we have been sitting next to each other for 10 years, and it has been indeed a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hillis.
Yeah, Commissioner Antonini, my thanks also. I got to know you first as a city employee working with this commission, and your commitment and knowledge of the city, I think, is unprecedented. Your ability to meet with every project sponsor and visit every site, and seeming knowledge of every block of this city and how it's different from the prior block is something I think is unprecedented here. You're steadfast and consistent in your views and your positions, which is highly respected, but I think you advocate your views in a very respectful way, and in the end willing to compromise to get things done. So I've appreciated my time on this commission, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Commissioner Richards.
I wanted to say one more thing and not mess up the congratulations to Commissioner Antonini. In the communications by the department on items relating to land use, there was an article, I guess it was a segment on Channel 7. You can see it on abc7news.com, and it was about the fast disappearing gas stations in the Bay Area and what the impact's going to be in the futures. And a couple of quotes here. Brian Spears, who actually bought a gas station on Upper Market Street and finally ended up developing it. I think it's called Illumina. Everybody's concerned about the fast disappearing gas stations, and Spears, as I quote in the article, he's acknowledged that there's a part of a growing problem and says now is the time to have a conversation about how people will get gas in the future. I think gas stations are, and I'd love to see more housing on where gas stations stand, but there comes a point where we reach an inflection where we still have cars that run on gas, but we have nowhere to go buy gas. Tom, he says that the time to have a conversation about people, how to get gas is now. Tom Radulovich, Executive Director of Livable Cities, in the article being quoted as saying we need to actually look at the building codes and planning codes and really allow for some new way to be able to allow gas stations in places where people can get them so that it updates the changing needs of drivers. I think since I've been on the commission, we've only had one gas station, that being on California, that actually wanted to stay in business. And of the 79, I think that we had, or 83, this article says it will be about 40% less. So just by 2017, if you start doing the math, one actually wants to stay in business and the other ones might want to go out of business. I think it's time we look at a census on this in the future, because I think it's going to be a problem. The share of electric vehicles being purchased is in no way, shape, or form going up high enough to actually offset the downward trend in gas station availability.
Commissioner Moore.
I'd like to ask the Commission to actually schedule an informal meeting on the subject matter. This is also to be brought into context with our new attitudes about TDM, where cars mostly travel, because it is also the occasional driver who might find themselves on Lombard Street or somewhere without gas. We need to look at transportation modes, corridors, where gas stations support the use of a gas, which corridors support the use of gas stations, etc. It's a big discussion, but I would very much have a meeting with staff and the Commission to discuss that.
Could you add to the list?
If there's nothing further, Commissioners, we can move on. But before we do that, thank you very much, Commissioner Antonini.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Department Matters, Item 8, Director's Announcements.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Let me just add on behalf of the Department and the staff our thanks to Commissioner Antonini for all your years of service. Commissioner, I've always been particularly impressed by how the hardworking nature of how seriously you've taken this position, reading the documents, talking to staff, visiting with us, and the Santa Claus you played every year in the department was very much appreciated. So we thank you for your service, and I hope that you'll stay in touch as the years go forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Item 9, Review of Past Events at the Board of Supervisors. There was a Board of Appeals hearing last night, but there were no items of interest to the Planning Commission, and there was no Historic Preservation Commission meeting. Oh, no. And apparently no Board of Supervisors either.
Okay.
Which will place us under general public comment, not to exceed a period of 15 minutes. At this time, members of the public may address the Commission on items of interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission, except agenda items. With respect to agenda items, your opportunity to address the Commission will be afforded when the item is reached in the meeting. Each member of the public may address the Commission for up to 3 minutes. I do have one speaker card.
Georgia Shudish, come on down.
I guessed that one. I guessed it.
Good luck to you, Commissioner Antonini, and
Thank you.
you. Mazel tov. I was here on the 21st, and I forgot to submit my comments right when I spoke, and I went away, and then I came back, and they didn't make it in the minutes, so I'm resubmitting them. I'm putting them up there now so I can do it. And I realized that probably bringing them in late probably wasn't right, so I made a mistake, and I apologize. But I guess what I want to reiterate what they were about, and that was about the unit mergers that are happening. That happened when I saw the ads, open houses on the 17th of July. There were 3. They'd all had multi-units. You could see it on the property information map. These houses were all resold. The units weren't there. They were sold as single-family homes. So if you think about the loss of those units, plus the change in the units that are for sale at that huge price, it's sort of multiple number of affordable housing that's lost. And I guess what I put in my paper that Mr. Ionin just took was I counted between that and the units that are absorbed by whether they make under Section 317B7, where they make a smaller unit out of a regular size unit. I figured at least 20, and maybe even more. I mean, there's a down on 24th Street, there's a so-called legacy business where there was a unit, that kind of merger thing there. So it was a loss of unit there. And then they're resold, and they're not affordable. So there's all this affordable housing that you're losing I mean, everybody knows that existing housing is affordable. I mean, I think even with 19th Street, and that was good that they made that unit larger, it's still going to be a loss of affordable housing. Those units that were there, I looked at the plan. Those were nice units. Those are things that you're approving now in the big apartment buildings. It was 2-bedroom with a formal dining room and a kitchen and a little pantry and a living room, and it's all gone. You know, it's going to be some big, fancy, expensive thing. So it's good that they didn't make it the small unit, but it's also questionable, should that have been changed? And I think some of those demo calcs with that were a little dodgy. And just get up for that 19th Street one. And just speaking back on my favorite subject of demolitions that are remodels that are demolitions, I had to stay up till 1 o'clock last week because I had to go to the airport, and I empathized with you last week at that hearing. That was horrendous. But I'll tell you something, that Russell Street project, if that had been classified as a demo at the very beginning, and I think it is a demo, you wouldn't have had any of those problems. So there was no picture of how that thing exists now in the packet that I saw. I mean, to me, that's a very common sense thing. That's a practical thing. Maybe it's not right, but you look at that house now, and you look at it's proposed, I don't know how in God's green earth that is not a demolition. Thank you. Have a wonderful vacation, by the way. Take care.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Brett Gladstone, attorney at Hanson Bridget. I'm here to thank Commissioner Antonini and congratulate him on his retirement from the Commission. I'm here for myself and many of my clients. I've heard that Commissioner Antonini, people have said that he'll vote for the property owner, and that's something people can count on. But I want to remind people that 4 years ago at the Board of Supervisors, when his reappointment came up, a number of people from the Coalition of San Francisco Neighborhoods and many other neighbors came up to speak on his behalf, and it was quite interesting. And I think it's quite true what people said, that he does listen to all sides. He takes calls from neighbors. He visits neighbors' residents to see the effect of the buildings that are going up next door. I don't know if people mentioned earlier that he has an active dental practice, and he's been conducting all these activities for 14 years while doing that. I just want to thank him and congratulate him and congratulate his wife on having him around more. And I hope that to the extent it's allowed by local laws, we'll be seeing him on this side of the podium advocating for many of the great things that he's been advocating over the years. Thank you again.
Is there any additional public comment? General public comment?
When Mr. Antonini was in high school, he was writing papers on demographics in San Francisco. Always a pro-development vote. So thank you for the thousands of projects that came through here and always had you on their side. A small business owner, so thank you for that as well. And I'm actually heading out as well. I was accepted to a very wonderful master's program in public health where I hope to continue to study growing greener and healthier cities, and I'd really like to thank all of you for the influence on my life. Miss Wu, who isn't here right now, Miss Moore taught me that style is good, but Miss Wu, with her youth and intelligence, really inspired me from a young age, as well as Mr. Ram. And this commission has been a total 180 for me in my life, so I really appreciate that. Best of luck, and wish you all.
Dino, good luck to you.
Good luck.
Is there any additional general public comment? Okay, not seeing any public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini?
Well, I just wanted to say thank you to those who spoke. Really appreciate your confidence, and particularly to Dino. I just came across that paper that I wrote when I was in high school when I was going through my parents' basement last year. So obviously he's been down there too, because I'd almost forgotten about it. But he's right. That was my subject, demographics in San Francisco and how it had changed over a period of 10 years, I guess, in the 50s and 60s, something like that. And I also neglected to mention I did briefly mention the city attorneys, but particularly Kate Stacy, Susan Cleveland Knowles, and Marlena Byrne, who've always been here to keep us under control, and we really appreciate it. And to that regard, the sheriffs and the police officers who are always here for the same purposes, and we greatly appreciate their participation.
Commissioner Richards.
Just one thing from what Ms. Shudish said. I hope that those ones where you believe the units actually disappeared, that you have lodged enforcement complaints. Please do so. Thank you.
If there's nothing further, Commissioners, we can move on to your regular calendar, item 10. For case number 2016-006221, MAP, the Midtown Terrace Neighborhood Rezoning. This is a zoning map amendment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Aaron Starr, Manager of Legislative Affairs for the Planning Department. Jen Lowe from Supervisor Yee's office is here to speak on this item. I'll continue my presentation after her remarks.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you so much for hearing this item today. We have before you a rezoning request from Midtown Terrace, which is a lovely neighborhood in District 7 that currently has residential homes that are detached, however, is currently zoned as RH1 and not RH1D. And so the neighbors of the Midtown Terrace Homeowners Association actually started this task in fall 2014 when they reached out to the planning department and requested more information about the process to get rezoned. And throughout the last 2 years have been working very hard in doing community outreach, door-to-door outreach, as well as a petition to ensure that all homeowners in this designated area are in agreement to this rezoning process. So that's when Supervisor Yee's ordinance came about. It was through the neighborhood and their hard work in doing the outreach and the groundwork so that we could have this conversation at the Planning Commission today. The supervisor agrees with this change, seeing that the existing buildings in the neighborhood are already detached, that this is really just conforming the zoning to what is already there. So that is what we have before you today, and I'll be available for any questions. I believe the Midtown Terrace Homeowners Association is also here, and they can also provide some background on that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. The item before you is a rezoning of the Midtown Terrace neighborhood from RH1 to RH1D. The ordinance would also correct a zoning error at 70 Skyview Way, which is developed with a single-family detached home, but which is zoned P, or public. Residential uses are not permitted on publicly zoned property. Midtown Terrace is a neighborhood in central San Francisco, just west of Twin Peaks, that is currently developed with two-story single-family detached homes on lots that average around 3,800 square feet. The primary difference between RH1 and RH1D is that the latter requires a side setback for lots that are 28 feet and wider. Also, RH1 lots can have up to 1 unit per every 300 square feet of lot area with conditional use authorization, and RH1D lots can only have 1 unit no matter how large the lot is. RH1D lots are excluded from the city's ADU program, however, are permitted to have ADUs under the state ADU program. That's accessory dwelling unit, if you don't remember. The department supports the proposed rezoning for 4 reasons. The first is that the rezoning to RH1D fits within the existing character of the neighborhood. Midtown Terrace is made up of single-family detached homes, and the lot sizes and widths in this neighborhood are consistent with those found in other RH1D neighborhoods. Secondly, the proposed rezoning will not significantly downzone the area, while the new zoning designation will remove the possibility of having 2 units per lot on lots that are over 6,000 square feet. The number of properties that could take advantage of this provision is relatively small, and the state's ADU program could help make up for that any potential loss. Thirdly, this ordinance came about per the request of the Midtown Terrace neighborhood, so it has community support. And fourth, the proposed ordinance will correct a zoning map error at 70 Skyview Way. The department recommendation is to recommend approval to the Board of Supervisors, and that concludes my remarks. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this item?
There are 2 speakers.
Great. Rick Johnson and Norman Furtura.
President Fong, Vice President Richard, members of the Commission. My name is Rick Johnson. I'm President of the Midtown Terrace Homeowners Association. The association represents the 817 houses in Midtown Terrace neighborhood. As you're aware, almost all of these houses were built as part of a planned community in the mid-1950s, and the neighborhood is characterized by its single-family, fully detached houses with a beautiful green belt behind these houses. During the past 2 years, the association has held hearings regarding the rezoning issue and has conducted a door-to-door campaign to advise our members of this rezoning. I cannot ever remember a topic in which we, the association, has never received any opposition from any member of our association on a matter. There's usually always one. I would like to personally thank the other members of the Board of Directors and the Rezoning Committee, which worked so diligently on this matter, particularly David McAdams, Joyce Mordenti, Norm Ferruta, and Joe Humphreys. I would also like to enthusiastically thank Supervisor Yee and his staff for all of their assistance on the zoning legislation. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Commissioners. My name is Norman Ferruta. I'm a 25-year resident of Midtown Terrace, and just wanted to join in the comments of our Homeowners Association President in support and wish that you would approve this proposal to rezone to what we consider correcting what it apparently was originally an error in the zoning. I might add that I was one of the members who helped canvass the neighborhood and gather signatures for the petition in support of this rezoning process. And I can report that of all the people that we contacted, it was overwhelming support by my neighbors and all the people that we contacted in the petition process. So we would all urge you to approve this rezoning proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is George Wooding, President of the Coalition for San Francisco Neighborhoods, 30-year homeowner in Midtown Terrace, 21-year member of the Midtown Terrace Board. I think this is a great idea for Midtown Terrace. Somehow the original builder omitted. We have been RH1 for years and years, contemplating then initiating this change. The surrounding neighborhoods, if you were to look, are all RH1D. And for some reason, this neighborhood is RH1. So we would greatly appreciate that you would follow the recommendation of staff and change our 817 homes to RH1D. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Okay, not seeing any public comment is closed. And Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I think this is very good legislation. It just basically codifies something that is, in fact, the condition, but because of an error at the beginning, it was not included, so it brings things up to where they should be. I have a question for Mr. Starr. In regards to the state density bonus, I would expect that local restrictions, if they're more restricted, would take precedent over a state law. Is that correct or not?
That's correct, but RH1D was specifically left out of the city program, and per state law, they are still required. We're still required to allow them to have an ADU through some process.
The city program that was passed so far.
Yes, correct.
But there, I think some of the proposals did talk about that, but those have not been enacted as yet. But it would seem to me we should, I thought our city program, what we just recently approved the accessory dwelling units, but not allow them in RH1D neighborhoods.
That's correct. I was told, though, that because state law requires us to allow accessory dwelling units in zoning districts zoned for either single-family or multifamily homes, that we have to allow an ADU per state law. And they set out guidelines for that. If we then change our city ADU program under that to be subject to our controls for ADUs, under the city program, then they would be subject to a city program. But by leaving them out, you leave them to the state program.
All right, well, that's important. So I think that's work for the future because I remember speaking in favor of excluding RH1D, and, you know, now it seems as though they could actually be put into those. So I think the legislation is absent that restriction, so I would encourage commissioners in the future and supervisors to add that restriction to our legislation to, because the very reason that Midtown Terrace is trying to pass this legislation is that they don't want multiple units on one lot. Their fear is lots that exceed 6,000 square feet could have 2 units built on them, but under RH1D that's not allowed. So having accessory dwelling units is sort of the same thing in a smaller dimension. So that's work for the future. Thank you for your comments. Yeah, I think the other thing about Midtown Terrace, it's a great little neighborhood and it's examples of affordable by design. It was built in the 50s and early 60s when we were still building single-family homes, and it satisfied the needs of many families, which it does today. And I would think, even though I haven't looked at home prices, I would think relative to almost any of the neighborhoods around it, it still is one of the most affordable neighborhoods that allows a family to buy a home, a detached home with a garage, adequate space, a backyard, a lot of things that families with children like to have. So I'm in favor of this and would move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Moore.
I just wanted to briefly comment on staff's work. The ability to really follow how you look at this thing is very informative to me. I think it's really well done. There are 7 criteria of comparison, all of them clearly stated, and it seems to be that it has the right support from the supervisors, the thorough work of the homeowners, and I wanted to express my full support, including acknowledging your own work on this. Thank you.
There's nothing further, Commissioners. There is a motion that has been seconded to adopt a resolution to recommending approval. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0. And places us in item 11, Commissioners, for case number 2011.1356 MTZ, the Central Soma Plan informational presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, President Fong, Commissioners, Steve Wertheim, Planning Department staff. I believe Commissioner Antonini gave most of my pitch for the Central Soma Plan, but I will go through the presentation anyway. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Very happy to be here today to talk about the revised Central Soma Plan and implementation strategy. This is the culmination of the work we've been doing since 2013 when we released the Central Soma, when it was called the Central Corridor Plan. We released a draft plan, and we've been doing a lot of work in the last few years, and this is the culmination of that. The purpose of this presentation is to provide an overview of the content of the plan and the implementation strategy, as well as highlight some of the takeaways. The hearing is meant to be the start of the community conversation about what we put out today. The information is brand new. In fact, it went on the website less than an hour ago. And so we don't expect necessarily detailed comments and critiques at this point. They're welcome, but we don't expect them. We're going to have several months for that conversation. Let's remind ourselves of the reasons we're doing the Central Soma Plan. As we know, there's tremendous growth pressure in the Bay Area and in San Francisco in particular. We get it. This is a great town. People want to be here for all kinds of different reasons. Social, economic, quality of life, etc. The problem is where to put everybody, right? There's very limited opportunities to build a substantial amount of space in San Francisco One of those opportunities is in Central Soma. It's a central location, has outstanding transit, especially from a regional perspective, and there's a lot of undeveloped and underdeveloped land. Central Soma is located between downtown and Mission Bay in the South of Market neighborhood. It runs 2 blocks on either side of 4th Street, from 2nd Street to 6th Street, 4th Street being where the Central Subway is currently being built. And when it opens in 2019, it'll really increase the development, the transit capacity in this neighborhood and connect Soma to neighborhoods from the Bayview through Chinatown. I'd just like to point out that this boundary that we're showing today is different than the previous boundaries we had shown for the plan area, which extended to Market Street. The portion of the plan area that has been removed is in the downtown plan. It has been in the downtown plan for 30 years. We had never proposed an increase in development capacity or fees in this area. We had studied it so that we could investigate infrastructure improvements for transit, for widening streets, for parks. And all of those things are being studied in the Central Soma Environmental Impact Report such that the city can still do those investments without needing a new study. But for clarity, we've taken it out. It remains in the downtown plan. The remaining area is all part of the eastern neighborhoods and subject to the existing requirements and fees of that neighborhood. The vision for the Central Soma plan is pretty succinct: a sustainable neighborhood, such that the needs of the present are met without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. The Central Soma plan tries to achieve this sustainability in all 3 of its facets: social, environmental, and economic. And we aim to be part of the larger sustainability solution, so it complements and supports efforts that are going on citywide and the regional level, state, nationally, and the planet. The philosophy of the plan is also relatively straightforward. To implement the vision, you keep what's great about the neighborhood and you fix what's not, right? The neighborhood has a lot of things going for it already. It's a diversity of residents and jobs. It's a transit-served central location. It's a diversity of buildings and architecture and has excellent culture and nightlife. But has quite a few challenges, right? The rent is too high, as everywhere. The conditions for people walking and biking are abominable. There's a distinct lack of open space. And relative to the city's needs, it has a very inefficiently used land. So, applying that philosophy to Central Soma, we developed a strategy for sustainability that involves 3 approaches. The first, accommodate demand. The second, provide public benefits. And the third is to respect and enhance the neighborhood character. Accommodate demand is intended to relieve the pressure on rents, to give the people who are coming a place to go. Accommodate demand also, people who live and work in a transit-rich, walkable neighborhood have a much lower greenhouse gas emissions per capita than people who live in far-flung parts of the region that are car-dependent. The buildings are more efficient than in other parts of the region. And then we can reduce development pressures on the far-flung parts of the region where there's farmland and important natural areas that are otherwise at risk. Of course, new people require infrastructure to support them. As I'll discuss in more detail later, the Central Soma plan can provide up to $2 billion in public benefits. Thank you. For the neighborhood. Now, we know there's enough demand in the city, and we know there's enough, thank you, you can't see on the screen, but fresh copies of the actual plan have showed up that we can hand out to the commissioners. I think you can still smell the print on them. There's enough demand pressure in San Francisco and much desire for public benefits that we could zone this neighborhood such that the heights are similar to Rincon Hill or downtown. Right? But then it wouldn't be Soma anymore. And as we said before, there's a lot of strengths and great things about the neighborhood, and what we're trying to do here is respect and enhance the neighborhood character while still providing positive improvements. The plan has 8 goals meant to implement this vision. I'll read them. Increase the capacity for jobs and housing, maintain the diversity of residents, facilitate an economically diversified and lively job center, provide safe and convenient transportation that prioritizes walking, bicycling, and transit. Offer an abundance of parks and recreational opportunities. Create an environmentally sustainable and resilient neighborhood. Preserve and celebrate the neighborhood's cultural heritage. And ensure that new buildings enhance the character of the neighborhood and the city. In the plan, each of these goals is a chapter. In the previous version of the plan, we had chapters such as land use and urban form, which, in our estimation, there's jargony terms. You have to really delve into the chapter to know what we're talking about. Our goal is that a person could just open the plan, read the table of contents, and in a nutshell, understand what we were trying to achieve. So the plan itself contains those 8 chapters, as I've referenced. It contains an overview that contains much of the information I've already presented around the plan boundary and the vision, et cetera. And then each chapter has objectives and policies. So there's a contextual statement why this goal is important, the objectives and policies that would implement the goal. And this is just a sample page of what the plan looks like. There's useful maps. There's images that exemplify the points we're trying to make. And there is the text of the plan. In addition to the plan, we've developed a comprehensive implementation strategy that has 5 parts. The implementation matrix, a public benefits package, requirements for new development, a guide to urban design, and a draft key sites development guidelines. I'll talk about each of those. The implementation matrix, if the goals and the objectives and the policies are why we're doing it, the implementation matrix is the what, how, when, and who. It's a very clear, meant to be a very clear roadmap for all the city agencies who are going to be implementing this plan. And it's meant to increase transparency and accountability to the community as we implement this plan over the years. Of course, part of the implementation of the plan is understanding parcel by parcel what the zoning and what the heights are going to be. The plan, of course, includes that. But again, the plan, it's very hard to read the zoning map. You have to understand all the zoning districts. It's hard to read the height maps. The colors are not intuitive, for example. So we've also developed the following maps that are meant to pithily convey what the change in development capacity is in Central Soma. On the left-hand side is the existing development capacity, and the right-hand side is the proposed development capacity under Central Soma. The areas in white are the areas where there's no development capacity today, right? It includes the I-80 freeway, right-of-way, and South Park, and also all the land that is industrially zoned such that no housing and no jobs can be built there. As you see on the right-hand map, most of the area in white goes away. But as I'll discuss in the future, even though we're removing the industrial protection zoning, we're still maintaining the same number of space and jobs for industrial land through the policies in the plan. The area in yellow is zoned to allow 30 to 85 feet in height development. Red is 130 to 160 feet. There's a purple that's 180 to 250, and a maroon color that's 260 to 400 feet, 400 being the highest height in the plan area. So you'll notice also about the map, of course, the plan is trying to address development in 2 ways. It removes the industrially protective zoning and increases heights, particularly in the northeast and southwest parts of the plan area. So, of course, all this increase in development capacity is meant to create space for new jobs and housing. What might we see because of the plan? So the plan expects, if at full development, up to space for 45,000 new jobs and space for 7,800 housing units. Of course, that's a large number of housing units, and that's very important to the city, but you'll see that the main focus of this area is as a job center. Through many of the plans that Commissioner Antonini mentioned earlier, there's place in Treasure Island and Park Merced and eastern neighborhoods. We've done a ton of planning for where the housing can go, and now it just needs to be built. The zoning is in place. We have not provided the zoning sufficient to meet the demand for jobs in San Francisco, and so the plan has special procedures for basically saying the large sites have to be providing commercial development so that we can really make sure that there's space in the future for the jobs that want to be here and help keep rents from escalating too far by providing that space. So to visualize how the plan might be built out, here's a 3D rendering of the existing buildings as they are today. And here's how they might look under the Central Soma plan. The areas in yellow are parcels within the Central Soma plan that we believe are developable. This doesn't include anything with housing on it, any historic buildings, any parks, any rights-of-way. But as you can see, there's a lot of developable land in Central Soma. And the areas in blue are all the other buildings we expect to see developed in the city for which the city already has an application, or, for example, the transit center is already being built today. So some of the big takeaways, as I said, there's a lot of developable land in Central Soma. The development differs based on where you're in Central Soma. If you're on the northwest or the eastern or western sides, as this map reads, of the plan area, the development is very contextual with what is there today. In fact, if you're in the northern portion, closer to downtown, it's also contextual to what's there today. And then the real change is in the southern portion of the plan area where there's large developable sites, for example, the Flower Mart and the empty Chronicle printing press at 5th and Brannan, where there's real potential to transform the neighborhood. And the third thing you'll notice is that even though there's a lot of development proposed in Central Soma, is nothing compared to what is proposed in downtown. It's really more of a foothill than comparable. So, of course, with all this development comes, as I said, the need for new infrastructure. If the Central Soma plan doesn't get built, there's still a lot of development potential in the plan area. It would generate about $300 million in public benefits. With the Central Soma plan, we can achieve $2 billion in public benefits. That's a 667% increase due to the plan. And that doesn't even count the $1 billion that is expected to go to the general fund from property taxes, transfer taxes, sales taxes, et cetera, over about a 25-year period. Where would that $2 billion go to? The highest amount would go to affordable housing, $900 million. To get 33% of all new units in the plan area would be affordable. That's already a remarkable turnaround, but yet there's a lot more. There's $500 million for transit, for investment in local, like Muni, and regional service, like BART. There's $180 million that goes to production, distribution, and repair, such that we maintain the amount of jobs in the plan area, even because of the rezoning. There's $160 million to parks and recreation for transformative improvements, such as parks, plazas, and recreation centers. There's $130 million for complete streets. We propose to make those abominable street and biking conditions so that they're safe, they're walkable, widen all the sidewalks, put safe, protected bike lanes in everywhere. Really a huge investment in all the major streets. $70 million for environmental sustainability towards a healthy, resilient, green, and resource-efficient neighborhood, such as new requirements for solar and green roofs, new requirements for water recycling, investment in the public infrastructure to prevent flooding, et cetera. $50 million for schools and childcare to fund support for growing populations. $40 million for cultural preservation for funding towards the Old Mint and other historic buildings. And $20 million for community services to fund services for the growing population. It's important to note that all this $2 billion would come from new development, right? No development, none of the $2 billion. So how would the funding come from new development? We've shown this graphic to you previously. We have the strategy of requiring, our goal is to require the right amount, quote unquote, of fees, right? If you charge too many fees, the development becomes infeasible. You don't get the development or the public benefits. If you don't charge enough, you get the development, but you don't get to mitigate the impacts. And so our goal is based on setting the fee requirements in that sweet spot in between, such that the city maximizes public benefits while the development occurs. The numbers that we're putting into the plan are based on financial feasibility analysis that we've conducted on prototypical development in Central Soma. Numbers probably won't work for every development, but they're meant to work for the prototypical development. And the city's being very aggressive. We're proposing to capture 66 to 75 cents of every dollar created by the plan back to public benefits. And yet at the same time, all the fees that we're proposing are within the city's nexus limits. So what are the tools that we're asking developers to contribute? They can build as part of the development themselves. For example, when new market rate housing is built, they can build on-site affordable units. We're asking new office development to build on-site PDR. They pay one-time fees. There's already a bunch of fees, the Eastern Neighborhoods fee, the Transit Sustainability fee, the Jobs Housing Linkage fee, and there'll be some new fees for Central Soma to go towards community facilities and affordable housing. And finally, there's an infrastructure tax, the Mello-Roos Community Facilities District, that would be an ongoing tax paid towards infrastructure that we're proposing for the largest projects in the plan area. So before I move on, I just want to say that the plan includes the requirements for new development document that has the specific numbers. I think it would be too much information to put up here on the screen right now, but I know all the people on the development side of the room are probably looking at our webpage right now and seeing what the fees are. So I'm sure I'll be talking to them soon. We also have a guide to urban design in the document. That's meant to be a bit of catnip for the architects and the designers whose work will really shape the plan area long after our work here is done. It includes visualizations of the work in the documents, because we know that if we just list a bunch of requirements, it's very hard to conceptualize. So we've drawn up some graphics. It includes a lot of text unpacking the ideas that are in the plan and implementation measures to really get a sense of what we're trying to see in the neighborhood. And it also includes some visual renderings of what the neighborhood may look like. Excuse me. The last piece of the implementation document is the key development sites guidelines. Now, unfortunately, kind of ran out of time, and this is the one piece that is not in your packet today. We hope to have it in the next couple of weeks for you and published on the website as well. What this document will do is look at the key sites, quote unquote, that you see on the plan, on the map here, where there's opportunity for public benefits above and beyond what's required by the plan, and commensurately there may be need for exceptions to the rules of the plan to generate those public benefits. Additionally, the city wants to provide some design guidance on those sites. Now, each of these sites will require approval by this body after the plan is done. So there's much time for have conversation about these sites, but the more we can codify about the agreements and the more certainty there can be for all parties, that's what we're trying to achieve. So finally, let's talk about next steps. So as I said in the beginning, this release of the plan is meant to kick off the community process for the next few months. We're anticipating multiple community meetings over the next few months. We've always had for this plan area an anytime, anywhere outreach policy. You want us to come to your community group, you want to talk to us, we're happy to do it. We've met with over 20 community groups, often multiple times in the plan area, and we're happy to do it again and again. We're also waiting for the release of the draft EIR. It's scheduled for release now in late October. There's a commission hearing scheduled for December 8th to talk about the draft EIR. In the meantime, we'll also write up the legislation so that you have an ordinance. We have an ordinance ready for you so that when we're ready, we can come back to the commission for initiation of this plan. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Opening up to public comment. I have no speaker cards. I see there's some there.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mr. Director. My name is David Brentlinger, and I'm a co-founder of San Franciscans for Sports and Recreation. I've also got a long land use background and have been active in other community efforts in San Francisco. My point for today has to do with recreation. And while I've not had a chance to look at the latest version of the, no one has, take a look at the latest version of the Central SOMA plan. I look forward to reading that. I know it's a huge effort to put all this together. What I hope to find is more information about recreation requirements within the neighborhood. I'm familiar with the earlier versions that are forecasting 20 to 25,000 more residents and 50,000 more jobs in the area. It sounds like this version is fairly consistent with that. So I would hope that there are provisions in there to protect current recreation in the neighborhood because the need for it is only going to increase. I'd hate to see any recreation disappearing. And in that vein, I would put in a boost for some existing legislation on the planning books today, which is Section 823C of the Planning Code, and in particular paragraph 8 on recreational facilities. That's an existing requirement to replace demolished recreation in what is now considered the Western SOMA neighborhood. But as I understand it, the creation of the new Central SOMA neighborhood would eliminate Western SOMA as a neighborhood, and I would like to request that that legislation be preserved for the Central SOMA neighborhood. I guess in that regard, it's similar to what Commissioner Richards was talking about in regard to gas stations as a disappearing amenity in the city. I fear the same thing is happening with recreation. This city does have a precedence for this, obviously, in this legislation, but there's other legislation that requires replacement of PDR, for instance, in certain parts of the city. So I would consider this consistent with that approach to preserving amenities. As San Franciscans for Sports and Recreation, we were able to negotiate a private agreement with one of the developers in SOMA that resulted in retention of recreation at what is called the 88 Bluxom project. So we're supportive of that, but that did take us about 8 months and over $100,000 to do so. So we would hope that the city retains current legislation and applies it to Central Soma.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Brettlinger. I have speaker cards here. Merrick Ruiz, Gerald Z, Daryl Wu, Angelica Carbande, Cynthia Gomez, and Erica Martinyov, yeah, I think.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Angelica Cabande. I'd like to submit a letter from our organization for your records. I'm with SOMCAN, and SOMCAN is a multiracial organization that brings together families and youth and educate them on what's going on in their area and getting their feedback on how they would like to see the quality of life in their neighborhood to be better or enhanced. After reviewing the plan, we are raising some serious concern about several sections of the Central Soma Plan. One of it is that the Central Soma Plan does not adequately address and take into account the Soma Youth and Family Special Use District. The Central Soma Plan incorporates areas that are covered under the Youth and Family Special Use District. And the purpose of the Youth and Family is to expand the stock of affordable housing as well as protect and enhance the health and environment of youth and families in the South of Market. However, the plan does not adequately take into account the SUD, and we would like to see that be part of this plan that projects within the Youth and Family Special Use Districts as required to undergo review and approval by residents and groups and community organizations before they are considered by the planning department. This process, we demand, would function similar to the other SUD in the cities, such as the Bernal Heights Special Use District. We felt this is really important. So, since redevelopment is no longer around, majority of the time, a lot of developers would have to go to different organizations to actually inform us about their plan. But what better way to actually have a community advisory that would oversee those things where developers would actually go to and they would review the plans with the communities. We felt this would be a good structure to have. Therefore, the community would have better understanding of what the projects is and how it's going to impact the neighborhood. In addition, a lot of the meetings has to be in multilingual. We have a lot of Filipino residents in the area, a rising Latino population, which SOMCANs provide service to and outreach to. Therefore, having a review body would really help make sure that they understand what's going on in their neighborhood, but also what are the projects that are going up and how it's going to provide affordable housing, if it's going to have it on-site or off-site, if it's going to shadow their existing parks. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Maverick Ruiz, a resident of Soma. I actually lived there my whole life. I'm here with SOMCAN to talk about concerns with the Soma Central Plan. One of them is that the Soma Central Plan treats Soma as a place to pass through, not as a neighborhood. New plans for transit, new bike paths, new dedicated transit lanes work to create Soma as an area to rapidly pass through. This does not take into account pedestrian safety, and the pedestrian experience. More focus needs to be given to current residents of Soma and the pedestrian experience, especially in terms of safety. Soma is a neighborhood of residents and contains youth, families, and seniors who live and work in the area. This needs to be taken into account as Soma is a neighborhood and not simply a thoroughfare. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on the Central Soma Plan. We will have additional feedback when we go through and analyze the revised Central Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is David Wu, and I'm an intern with SOMCAN. And after reviewing the Central Soma Plan, we are raising serious concerns about several sections of the plan as presented in the 2013 Central Corridor Plan for draft for public review. So the Central Soma Plan does not provide a fair balance of housing types. The plan states the goal of providing a variety of housing types, yet the overwhelming majority of new housing will be market rate housing. This type of housing is unaffordable and out of reach to many of the people who live and work in the South of Market. While the plan states the goal of increasing the number of below market rate units required in new developments, this is still inadequate, and below market rate units are not necessarily affordable to working class people. Further, the 2009 Palmer ruling led to changes in San Francisco's inclusionary affordable housing program, Section 415 of the Planning Code, that prevent the city from requiring on-site below market rate rental units in new developments. This allows developers to pay a fee instead that goes towards below market rate units that get built outside of Soma. The new housing development proposals under the plan do not reach the target of accommodating different levels of housing types as described in the regional housing need allocation, which calls for a higher percentage of affordable housing than is currently being discussed under the plan. The regional housing need allocation calls for only 42% of new housing to be market rate or above moderate, 120% AMI. Additionally, as shown in the most recent Housing Balance Report, San Francisco is losing affordable housing at the same time it is being created. Without controls in the Central Soma Plan to prevent the loss of affordable housing, measures to create affordable housing will be ineffectual. Further, the plan calls for removing density controls to allow taller buildings. However, these density controls are needed and necessary in order to maintain current heights in Soma that respect youth, families, and seniors. Moderate environmental impacts, including traffic, pedestrian safety, wind, and shadow, and ensure that Soma grows as a livable community for all. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on the Central Soma Plan. We will have additional feedback when we go through and analyze the revised Central Soma Plan and implementation strategy that department staff shared to the commissioners today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Gerald Yu, and I'm a longtime Soma resident, and I'm a member of SOMCAN. So I'm here to show you guys a video about SOMCAN's experience with privately owned public open spaces, or POPOs, everywhere from like the process of getting in to actually observing the POPOs themselves. And right now we're just trying to get the video to work. So, yeah.
Is there another speaker who maybe wants to talk now while the video is being queued up?
Good afternoon, Mo Jamil, Middle Polk Neighborhood Association. Just wanted to thank the planning department for all the time and effort spent in this endeavor. It is quite an undertaking. My wife used to live in this area before we were married. And one of the things about this area is nobody thought that there would be a ton of new families moving in. And in fact, there have been. So I think thinking about things like, should we require on-site childcare in buildings that are 400 feet? That would be an amenity for many of those young families who are coming in there to say, here's a resource for us in the building. Also, I'm sure the department's paying careful attention to this, but parking. A lot these days in this particular neighborhood, you probably could live there without a car and be just fine. So being very thoughtful on keeping the parking down to a reasonable amount. But I think having a strategy on that ground floor retail element and what kind of services should be in the ground floor of some of the new developments in this area, and putting some teeth onto it to have developers be accountable. I could know in the experience of my own building, a developer wants to sell the units, wants to sell them as quickly as possible, and doesn't really care what goes in the ground floor commercial. And I think you've seen that in Rincon Hill at how do you really activate those ground floor spaces. It is important to deliver the housing units, but to have some thought and some teeth on that, so that community becomes a community that's not dead on the weekends. If you go down to this area Monday through Friday, it's bustling. There's a lot of people. If the Giants are in town, there's a ton of people. You go on the weekend when there's nothing going on, and it's a ghost town. And I think a lot of that is because the ground floor retail and the services for families and others haven't come alive. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Cynthia Gomez, Research Analyst at the Hotel Workers Union, here local too. And I was glad to get an opportunity to give a... It's okay. I was glad to get an opportunity to get a brief look at the Central Soma Plan. I'll be looking at it more, obviously. And our union will be paying a special close attention to the plan, given the amount of hotel projects that are already have been proposed for the area and given the focus that the plan is putting on hotel development. We did want to raise one concern, which is more of a question. Some hotel projects in the past have qualified for community plan exemptions because they were attached to an existing approved plan. And our concern is that given the intensity of hotel usage and the diversity of different types of use, we would be concerned about any process by which hotel projects escaped a full environmental review. And so I'm sure the plan is still developing, but that will definitely be a thing that we will be paying attention to. And I also want to raise a concern that should be noted as these plans go through, which is we've had an experience where a decision made by this commission to give conditional use authorization for a 94-room youth hostel became administratively an approval for a 202-room hotel. And so we're especially concerned about a precedent not being set where and a certain number of, or a certain kind of review has been done for a certain intensity, and where then that becomes a much more intense usage. And so that's a thing that we'll be watching for, and that we really ask the Commission to be watching for as well, so as not to lose your right and opportunity to approve particular intensities of use project by project. Thank you very much.
We're going to be visiting privately owned public open spaces around the neighborhood to see what the process is like to get into these spaces, because we do have a right to get into them. So yeah, we're just going to record.
It says will be required to show a valid form of identification and signing with security prior to being allowed access to the roof terrace or the
It's got to be in California. It's got to be in California.
Okay, so reflecting on my personal experience with Popos, I wasn't actually allowed inside the Popos at Kearney because I didn't have an ID on me at that time, so I was left behind. And the Popos I was granted access to. I felt that it was really lacking in a lot of amenities too? Because I only saw chairs and tables there, and I didn't think it was the sort of welcoming nature that would be suggested in like a public open space. So I do feel like there is some remodeling that should be done with privately owned public open spaces right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Teresa Imperial of Builds Our Housing Program, and I'm here to talk about the SOMA Pilipinas. Since this was established or approved by the Board of Supervisors last year, we would like development fees to go towards cultural history and preservation. And working with SF Heritage and Preservation Commission, we would like to see preservation to go to further than buildings and to look to recognizing, commemorating, and making visible the Filipino community's history, presence in South Market and the region. So we would like to see design guidelines encouraging developers to incorporate culture into their buildings. Art Commission encourage developers to utilize Filipino arts when investing in their 1% for their arts, and dedicate some development fees toward historical markers along with interpretive signage for community landmarks, as well as towards nomination of sites for landmark recognition, such as Gran Oriente in South Market. Transportation projects are on opportunity for interpretative signage, and an example would be SOMA Pilipinas signage are on our bus stops and main lines in both English and Tagalog. So since we are in that process of SOMA Pilipinas, we would like this to be also envisioned in the Central SOMA plan. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Erica Martinovich. I'm an intern, and I am working also on the SOMA Pilipinas project in South of Market. The first thing I wanted to speak about was the public lands. Unlike other communities that were displaced by redevelopment, the Filipino community never received certificates of preference. Having experienced an unprecedented displacement due to city-initiated actions, we would like to see underutilized public land brought back to use as a gathering space and art space for the Filipino community. We would like to see public land brought to some use for the Filipino community, securing community presence. Public land should be used for spaces for exchange for the full range of people's experiences with the ability to connect and create as a Filipino community. The other things that I wanted to point out were quality of life issues. We would like to see the funding for affordable housing used inside of the SOMA Pilipinas boundary, public open space that is accessible for an intergenerational community, and that does not require identification, keeping in mind that we are an immigrant sanctuary city. We would also like wider sidewalks to accommodate our intergenerational community. We would like to see ground floor business spaces that are pedestrian scale with door openings every 25 feet. We would also like access to quality education at all levels, including more support for the Filipino Education Center, and for the City College to offer more professional development opportunities in the South of Market area. And the last item is access to a central location for job resources in order to participate in the wealth creation in the South of Market. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Drazzo from Veterans Equity Center. I want to bring up issues that I'd like you to consider including in your goals and analysis of the plan, the new plan. One is to analyze the different numbers of AMI, the numbers of units, and the AMI levels of the affordable housing that's planned to be produced. A deeper analysis of how those numbers and AMI levels would change under the governor's by right legislation. That is a factor that we need to look at, and how this plan is going to be rezoned. I'd like to see if we can look at the differences between the two. Also, there's a pending 110%, an increase of the AMIs from 55% to 110%. That's going to be on the ballot this November. That is something I think you really should consider in your analysis as well, because our strategies might change based on those two legislations passing. The third thing is I'd like to see senior and low-income housing concentrations highlighted in the map as vulnerable community populations, and as a result have a finer-grained public realm treatment as well as land use recommendations to improve the conditions for those vulnerable populations. I think the way it's written, it almost looks like it's a brand new neighborhood. In reality, these are some of the oldest populations in the city, and they do need some specific treatments, such as the wider open space, the issues around the cars, or the issues around a mix of uses that's not going to be detrimental to those communities. And then finally, we also are concerned about the lack of new protections for people being displaced because of this housing. As you can see, there's quite a lot of development opportunity, but in reality, that's also a potential displacement issue. So we'd like to see that there are new protections being implemented in the plan to protect tenants and community-serving institutions and businesses. Other than the push to preserve certain historic areas and buildings, there are no protections in place to prevent displacement that the city knows will occur due to the new development that will be incentivized by the Central Soma Plan. Further, as shown in the University of California, Berkeley report on transit-oriented development and gentrification, areas in the Bay Area that have convenient access to transit are areas most likely to suffer gentrification and displacement, including Soma. The plan cites increased land values as a core driver for the plan, yet does not adequately take into account the factor that increased land values cause speculation and displacement. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Kathy DeLuca, the Policy and Program Manager with Walk San Francisco. And we're concerned that the plan doesn't go far enough as it's been written before. We're looking forward to reviewing the revisions, but we feel like this plan could really save lives in Soma. We know that Soma is full of high injury corridors, so more people get hit by cars in Soma than a lot of other neighborhoods in the city. And we think that this plan can help change that. This plan can be the guiding visionary document to save lives in Soma. And so far, it hasn't gone far enough to do that. As other folks mentioned, a lot of the streets in Soma are really throughways, and we have high traffic volume, speeding traffic. And in order to protect the people who live in Soma right now, who work there right now, and also the many additional people we know will be in Soma, we really need to change our streets with a focus on safety. So we'd love to see the plan do that by having provisions for making more room for people walking in the city, safer crossings. We feel like there's a lot of room in the plan to actually address how do you engineer a street to be safe for people crossing the street, because that's when most people get hit. And that's something that's really lacking in the plan. And based on the city's Vision Zero research and policy, we actually know what those things are that keep people safe. So we'd like to see those incorporated more into the plan. We're hoping as we review the revised plan that that's in there. But this is a real opportunity to take the city's Vision Zero policy and implement it on a neighborhood level. And so we hope that you will do that and that this plan does that going forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm John Elbing, the Taco Group, and I obviously can't comment on this latest version of the plan, but I can comment on the real-world situation that exists today in Central Soma. There's an extinction event going on of the arts communities in Soma and the Mission right now. I know you heard about it. It's also affecting dramatically the PDR businesses, both of which the artists and the PDRs depend on the cheap, small, funky old buildings that this department has clearly telegraphed it intends to see torn down for future development in Central Soma and the Mission. And the Mission is the double cross where the Umu district that was promised to the community to be a real mixed-use district with PDR is in fact a housing-only district now. And in Central Soma, it's the abandonment of the restriction in the current SALI district that it would be SLI only in the future. And now the department is proposing, in fact, to open it up to development for housing and office. Yes, the department is saying the PDR will be replaced, but it doesn't matter because what actually happened has happened since the department telegraphed that intention over 3 years ago with the first version, is that the property speculation has kicked in. The building owners are not renewing any of the leases for any of the PDR arts groups in that district because they expect to be able to develop that property much more intensively. And even if they have to replace the square footage that was PDR arts, of course, the businesses and the arts groups won't be there. This is exactly what happened with Soma Studios in Bryant, which is an SALI and a funky two-story building. Their lease was not renewed last October. They're out. They're gone. And under current zoning, that site could never be developed with anything but Sally. But in your plan, of course, it could be housing or whatever. That's what you have done. Losing Soma Studios was your fault of this department, because you made it clear you intended to upzone it, and there was no protection in place. No protection in place at all for the businesses or the artists that are there now. Nothing. You did nothing. So that's why we have put on the ballot, the coalition, of course, our Save the Best of San Francisco ballot measure, which will set strict replacement requirements for PDR and arts, especially in the UMU where there is none, but also in the South of Market districts at varying proportions. And what that includes, two important things. One, an incentive, a reduction in that requirement for truly affordable space. The other thing you have not delivered and have not said how you will get the affordable space arts and PDR need. And second, a flexibility for our ballot measure, when it passes, to be amended in the future, provided there is a two-thirds support at the City Board of Supervisors, which means you really have to work with us to get something passed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Socorro, and I live in Sonkan, and also I'm part of the Sonkan too. And I would tell you something. The Central Soma plans in the Kuo and looking in several areas, it doesn't adequately take into account the Soma youth and families, especially youth district, it does not present new measures to prevent displacement. It does not provide a fair balance of housing and jobs. It lacks plans for truly public open space. It lacks specific on safety in the street. It prevents in treating Soma as a place to pass through as possible to a neighborhood and part of the 2013 plan report are confusing at a minute. These uses should be incorporated into new proposal for the Central Soma plan moving forward. The Central Soma lacks diversity of jobs. The plan sells for during technology jobs to Soma, yet these jobs are largely inaccessible to exceeding community residents. Soma needs a diversity of jobs types in the neighborhood that are not only accessible to community residents but provides a living wage that can support workers to stay in the neighborhood. This is highlighted especially in the type of jobs provided by production, distribution, and repairs business that provide jobs for working class residents and are jobs that cannot afford to be lost. PDR business also provides essential support to other industries and sectors to should be proximity to those other functions for them to be available and effective. Thank you.
You have that written. Can you hand it over so that we could submit it for the record? Please? Okay, thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Yep, speak. We'll be here all day.
Sue Hester. This is the fourth planning effort and the fifth reality of Central Soma. The first one was Susanna Montani and Paul Lord when they did the South of Market plan after after the downtown plan was adopted. Then we had a 5-year period of chaos on construction of quote-unquote largest live work, which didn't result in any construction of affordable housing. Then we had the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan, and we had the Western Soma Plan, and Paul Lord came back for that. And this is the fifth. Every time we have a serious planning effort, certain issues come through every time. There's an existing community that exists. There's really desperate needs for recreation services for the people who live there, as well as transit that goes basically east-west. They're not east-west street, but there is really no transit. And every time we were promised that would happen. This is a new promise. The promise really is, if you remove the community will get community benefits. That's the bottom line. So, bye-bye, people who live there. Folsom Street should have been created a two-way street with transit on it when the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan was adopted. Where are we? We're 8 years later. We're nowhere near this. You're hearing the same types of complaints all the time from people on Potrero Hill because there was a lot of things promised in Eastern neighborhoods in terms of transit that haven't happened. We got to do a much better job, and you have to do it. You're the Planning Commission. One of the things I didn't hear peep about was the soils condition. The eastern end of this district is all fill. There was land failures in Loma Prieta. There's been front-page articles about the subsidence of the Millennium Project. I wasn't surprised because it's all landfill in this area. And we have a changing transportation pattern. What was done 10 years ago was analyzed different from the current plan, which I don't know how many times a day the FedEx and the UPS come to my neighbors. But the whole delivery to housing is different. You have a much more serious problem in jobs and affordable housing. And if you don't start with that rather than the profits for the developers, you will never get out of it. And the people will never get out of it. Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment on this item? Okay, not seeing any public comment is closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a brilliant concept. I mean, we've spent a lot of money on building a central subway, and this allows us to realize some of the benefits by using an area that is has the ability to provide housing and commercial use, and also use the benefits coming out of this to improve the area with parks, affordable housing, a lot of other things. So it sounds like a win-win proposition. As is always the case, although I won't be sitting, the rest of the commission will be going through a year or two of comments and compromises and listening to all the things that are wanted to be included in the plan, and eventually the plan will be approved. And what's important is once the plan is approved, it has to be honored. Unfortunately, in eastern neighborhoods, the plans were approved, projects come forward, they're not good enough. And the opponents who were part of the whole process of creating the plans still don't like them. So I think what's really important, however this is finally formulated, there are no gatekeepers. I mean, the public of San Francisco has created these plans, and once they are approved and approved by all the agencies, then they should set the laws and the conditions under which development can be made. Obviously, each project has to be evaluated on its own merits, but if it meets what is proposed by the plan, then it should be approved, or it should have, be approved if it's conforming. So, I think that's something that has been a problem that has developed, and we don't want to have a situation where these plans should take precedence over any existing zoning. This zoning should be the zoning of this area, not what used to be there, or some small groups that have individual interests, and those should be honored and considered, but they should not take precedent over the plan. So that's a real important thing. I think you've got $2 billion in benefits, and we're going to provide a lot of affordable housing and some PDR replacement and all the other things that we want to have. And this is good. We're not using up farming land, and in the country we're doing this in lieu of sprawl. And having a Mello-Roos is going to be wonderful because there's going to be something to keep it funded in the future. The community plan exemption should cover all the different uses. We've heard some comments about this use should not be covered under the community plan exemption. I mean, we should have enough foresight to see what's going to be a hotel, is it covered under the plan, and so we won't have to remake the wheel every time we do a project and have arguments about, why the community plan doesn't exist. And part of that could be solved by, hopefully, once this plan is approved, that I think we have projects that are already kind of in the works, and hopefully they can move forward fairly quickly, which has not been the case in eastern neighborhoods. In some conditions, we still have the same resistance even after the plans are finished, and the plans have to be modified 20 times to accommodate the new rules or the new desired changes. Certainly traffic calming is important. I think one of the biggest things that detracts from the desirability of the area, or particularly for pedestrians, is these really busy one-way streets, and wherever we can modify some of the streets and make them more pleasant for retail, for pedestrians, for a lot of other uses. It's not easy because this is the conduit to the bridge and from the bridge, so it's, and 101 runs right through the middle of it, so it's a challenge. And, in terms of popos, I mean, they're privately owned, and, obviously they're supposed to allow the public in, but I believe the private owners have the ability to create the conditions into which the public is allowed to use the space. It's just like a lot of the popos downtown are not there on Saturdays and Sundays, which I would have liked to have seen them, but they're not open on Saturdays and Sundays. So, I mean, they will set the rules. So in terms of keeping the culture alive, obviously we want to be protective and cognizant of existing cultures in the Central Soma, but historically it's been an area that's had many different cultures. So, we have to look at this collectively and make sure we're honoring all the cultures and all San Franciscans, and not just focus on one fairly narrow period of time. We have to look at the whole picture, as we always do. And I think as commissioners, we shouldn't be obliged to pass policies that keep areas perpetually economically depressed. I mean, we have to balance the existing community, existing needs and uses in there with what is being built new. But there is going to be, as this is developed, there is going to be an increase in property values, and that's just what happens when you have development. And the development's coming anyway. You're either going to have people use the existing stock, or you're going to have new housing and commercial built that will take some of the pressures off of what exists. So I think this has a lot of potential. I'm interested in seeing how it evolves, but I'm very much in favor of the idea, and I think it's being worked out very nicely.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Wertheim, and the rest of the staff. Really appreciate all the work that's been done on this so far. With a lot of public comment, I didn't hear a lot of optimism there, so I'm going to enter some optimism here. I think that this is a fantastic move. I mean, we've learned a lot of lessons from the Eastern Neighborhoods plan, and it's still ongoing, and I really feel like a lot of those discussions are starting to inform Central Soma. I make no comment on whether or not because I've read it thus far in this version, about how much of that is codified right now, but I really feel like everyone's in a different mindset than a decade ago, and I think that there's a lot of reason to be optimistic about this, and I should care because I live a block away from the outside of that boundary. And so without getting into too many of the details, I'm excited to be to seeing how this evolves over time. And I just have a few thoughts in terms of things I'd like the staff and the community to think about as we continue to negotiate this. The first one is thank you, Commissioner Antonini, for teeing this up. The person inside of me who's type A really wants to say, I agree with Commissioner Antonini that we should set the rules, and that's what it should be. We should agree on what the plan is and then develop as the plan. Unfortunately, in San Francisco, we are set up so that the Planning Commission, the Board of Supervisors, have broad discretionary powers over land use, which means there's always going to be that space where we can decide differently about different projects. And so what I think we should keep in mind for Central Soma is that we are here to set good guidelines. We are here to make sure that developers know how to achieve the goals, the various goals that are going to be part of this project, and then so that when it comes before us and it's time for the discretionary part of land use approvals, there's as little to talk about as possible, right? So that's what I'm going for when I look at how are we structuring the Central Soma plan. I'm not looking to crystallize it and then go back for the recriminations about how horrible the plan is. I just want to make sure that there's as little to talk about as possible when projects start to come before this and future planning commissions. So in that vein, just a few things that I noticed in public comment and from previous presentations and discussions about Central Soma. The first one is on child care facilities. This came up in public comment a little bit today. We talked about it before. I really feel like this is the one public benefit / amenity where we do not have good guidelines for developers to follow to actually implement child care facilities in their plans. And I can tell you what's going to happen right now if we do not look at our planning code and our building code and really get clear on how it is that developers can actually put these child care facilities legally in their new properties and what sort of what are the guidelines for them to be able to develop those spaces and then be legalized at the state and all of that to be able to be used as child care facilities. If we don't do that, every project is going to come before us. We're going to say, where are the child care facility opportunities? And we're going to get the same statement about how, this reason or that reason why we can't put it in there. We can't have the open space. We don't have enough emergency exits. It's not on the first floor. There's going to be a myriad reasons. And so we need to put those guidelines in the Central Soma plan or we're just not going to see those spaces. And if they're not local, like many other types of amenities, transit being one of them, you can get the fees, but if you can't put it in the area, it's no use. It makes no difference. And I also feel like that actually goes to, people talk about PDR as an economic and job opportunity, and I feel childcare and early childhood education is another one as well. The second one is on POPOS. So lately when we've seen POPOS with properties, and since I've been on the commission and the projects I followed, I'll just wait for that to stop ringing. I'm still waiting. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Lately, when we've seen POPOS and projects that have come before us, at least on my term in the commission and projects that I saw in the commission, prior to my joining, I've seen the commission actually push for more public emphasis on the publicly accessible. So we push for spaces that are accessible off of the street level without having to go into the main property and go up elevators. Even when we have approved spaces that may have gates or otherwise needing to be closed at nights and on weekends, or otherwise when the private owner doesn't want to have to provide for the security or maintenance, they're still accessible during those hours when they are open. It's really, you can come and go as you please, and there's no either no gatekeeper or there's no perception of a gatekeeper. And so if that, I was really affected by the video that I saw there, and clearly that's the case where we've seen other POPOs that have come before us that maybe we didn't pay as much attention to that. And I think we've been up and down on that. So one way to solve that is to make sure in the Central Soma we provide guidelines and design guidelines about POPOs. And again, focusing on that publicly accessible piece. Obviously, it's privately operated, so we can't totally say gates open 24/7 because we are putting requirements on developers to maintain those spots and keep them secure. So we have to allow them that discretion on their part to figure out how they're going to do that. But when they're open, they need to be open. So we need to figure out how that's going to work. I think, to me, pedestrian experience, sort of cycling, transit, and ground floor retail all go into one. I won't get into too much detail on my thoughts on this topic because we've talked about it a lot, particularly as it relates to eastern neighborhoods. And so I think this is something where I kind of want to see how the plan sort of comes together, and especially as we look at some of those development opportunities, Mr. Wertheim, that you and your team didn't have time to look at today. I think we'll start to see it come together, what the vision is on ground floor retail and how that intersects with the pedestrian experience and pedestrian safety and cycling safety and vehicle access. And then it'll be easier to give more comment on where we think the directions to go. But we've had a lot of those discussions here, and I'm optimistic that this plan will go further than other plans in providing a good mix there. I also want to make a quick, on transit, again, we had that joint meeting with SFMTA. I think we should have another one about the Central Soma plan. I like it. I think we should do it because, again, I've requested now some maps as we start looking at area plans and large projects to see what's the 5 and 10 year plan on transit. I'm not going to advocate that don't do anything until these buses are there because it doesn't work that way. It's kind of a cycle. You kind of got to have the people before you can actually implement the vision for what the transit's going to be, and you got to have a vision so you know where the people are going to go. It all goes together, and so I do think we're on good tracks, but we should probably be a little bit more connected than we are. And I'm going to make, to end up, just 2 specific requests from staff other than the child care facilities, looking into that. We talked about that. One is I would love to see a map of small sites opportunities in Central Soma. We have the small sites program. I think if we can identify lots of small sites, it might give us an opportunity to advocate for more funds for the small sites acquisition program at the city level. And at the very minimum, it allows us to engage with community developers on where those small sites are. At minimum, provide them a map and say, here's your opportunity. You now have a 5-year head start. Start looking at some of these sites, maybe. So I'd like, and at a minimum, and also the Planning Commission can sort of see that as well. So I would love to see that map. And then the second one is, I don't know, this is one where it's a percolating thought, and I think we need to see more of the plan to see how necessary it is. We already have some legislation and rules coming up about protecting legacy businesses, but I would also like to see, have staff-specific thoughts in future hearings on this, on preservation of nightlife and entertainment uses. It's not as great as sort of concentration as Polk or say 11th Street. Those sorts of corridors, but there are large venues that are in Central Soma, and some of them may be development opportunities, but the ones that are going to stay, I would love to ensure that we are planning around them being there, because I do feel like having those larger venues is a good part of nightlife, and I don't want, if we don't protect them, they'll go away, and I don't want all of the nightlife to have to concentrate in Mission Bay, because that's where the arena is going to be, and AT&T Ballpark, and then there's nothing else because we've zoned it all away. So thank you to staff, and appreciate all your work thus far.
Commissioner Richards.
I want to thank staff. I'm excited. I guess on the recess I will read the big book. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you to the community for coming out with very cogent and intelligent points. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I don't have a box here.
I got it.
Okay. Interesting, I think Commissioner Johnson mentioned this as well. Nobody spoke against the plan. They actually are speaking about ways to make it better, so that's very encouraging. As for this issue, that being a type A personality as well, but also recognizing nuance, balance, and context, we set rules, we set them, and we set them in a fixed place and time, and we have assumptions about what the future is going to look like. If you go back and look at the history of this city in the last 7 or 8 years, we focused on jobs, we changed our tax structure, we gave a tax break to mid-market. We've had a decade's worth of job growth as a result with cottage to housing shortage. We had Bank Prop M square footage allocation that we unleashed. And we had a building boom. Now we have no allocation left, which added more jobs yet. We had a shift in technology from mobile to social, from mobile and social. We had a reurbanization of the city. All these different things created this kind of tempest, this tsunami of change that we didn't anticipate. I don't think anybody in this room can honestly, with a straight face, say, we knew exactly this was what was going to happen. Otherwise, we'd have prepared differently. We're now reacting to all these changes. So the environment shifts over time, and we have to be able to shift with it. And I get the fact that if we have a set of assumptions and they are based on what we think the future is going to be, and that's how the future is, then everything, the rules stay the same. However, as we saw with even the hub out of Market Octavia, we're now carving other areas, and we're trying to actually try to stem and try to mitigate some of the issues that we didn't assume for. So, one of the things I guess I'm sitting here thinking of is when I was in private industry, we actually had somebody on staff who was a senior VP and made a ton of money because he was a futurist. And he actually kept saying to us from a technology point of view, you think you're operating in today's world. However, this is where the future is going to look like. And he was right a lot of the times, and the company was very successful with what it actually brought out. So I think planning an intersection of futurism somewhere needs to happen because the assumptions have to be valid that we're making. That being said, there's my intro. The first, I'm excited and I'm worried. And why am I excited? We have a plan. It's starting to look good. We're getting some good feedback. I think we can come together and get something. What I'm worried about is, one, the thing that jumped out at me is 45,000 new jobs, 7,800 new housing units. Where's everybody going to live? So are we adding to the deficit of housing that we already have by having more jobs than housing? So I'd love to put this in context and say these 45,000 new jobs are going to be living in the East Bay, 20% in the South Bay, whatever, just so we know that we're not adding to an existing problem. That's a real worry for me. Maybe we don't have enough housing units in this plan. Maybe we need more. I think we should be open to that. I don't want to rewrite the whole plan, but maybe we can figure this all out and make sure that we're not creating a problem. That being said, I have a lot of notes here, so I'll try to go fairly quickly. On the rents, I guess if you could next time number the pages, that would be great. I got them all out of order. Now I'm trying to put them back in. To Commissioner Johnson's point and to a point I made for 5M, I'd love to see a stabilized housing map of this plan area. Overlay it with small sites, overlay it with the major opportunities, overlay it with places where we're targeting 100% affordable. It would really be informative. And that would, I think, put we'd start understanding over time what's happening as we tried to with 5M. Nothing's happened yet. But as we start seeing, sales and things like that, we could actually track it. I think this would be, and it's also in the work plan of the department to try to figure out rent control and map it and all that. So this would be step number 2. 5M was 1. This would be number 2. So I think that would be a great idea. And I take to Commissioner Johnson's point, I think that's fantastic to add the small sites in there. I'm concerned about the housing types as well. I'm also concerned about you have accommodate demand. What is demand actually going to be? So are we sure we're learning from what we did in the past to make sure that we know we're accommodating the demand and we're going to land somewhere close to the tree rather than have the apple roll down the hill? So I'd love to understand what we have in there. It might be in here somewhere. It might be in the data groups, purview somewhere. But I really understand what demand is and how we're accommodating demand. I don't want to get that one wrong. The BMR rental housing somebody brought up, I think that's an issue as well. If they're not required to put it on site and they pay a fee and it goes somewhere else, well, are we creating a problem in this area of displacement or having jobs where people need to come in from other areas? So that's a question. Somebody said, can we do something with BMR in the Pilipinas Cultural District or in the plan area? I don't know. I know we've been talking about dedicated off-site affordable housing within 1.25 miles or 1 mile. So what can we do there? And I know we have a neighborhood preferences. So how does this all fit together? For me, I'm not sure yet. what have we learned from Eastern neighborhoods in terms of what worked really well and we're trying to multiply in this plan, what didn't work so well and that we want to kind of step away from? That would really be something I'd love to see. And I think the folks in the Eastern neighborhoods in the Central Soma plan would actually say, wow, that's great. You're actually trying to learn from what something you did rather than just create something new and kind of wing it. I'm not saying we're winging it, but we need to make sure we have credibility. Implementation matrix and CAC. Somebody brought up CAC. I sat on a CAC. CACs are a great idea until all the people that were originally around when the plan was created are gone. And you have all these new people who don't really know anything about anything. They don't know if they've ever even read the plan. So we need to keep institutional memory not only for any type of surviving CAC, and that's tough, and we need to have a plan for that, but also for the department. You know, people are going to move on, people turn over, and all of a sudden you have this plan that was created 5-10 years ago, and people aren't aware of it or understand it. I think we need to be able to institutionalize the memory in the department over time as these new planners come on, well after I'm off the commission, that they can actually understand what we were trying to do and translate it into action. I think preserving jobs, one of the ones around jobs, I haven't read the policy or the strategies, but I go back to Eastern neighborhoods. I know we knew how much PDR space was going to be lost. We knew how much housing was going to be added. Where do we end up on the job scene? So jobs are a key component here, and it's going to be support the ecosystem. I'm really trying to understand. I'm excited about reading how we're going to actually preserve these jobs and keep them local. And I like the idea of a training for the local population to actually be able to work in the area, as we talked about, to keep the greenhouse gas emission down and create a kind of a whole neighborhood. The delta in community benefits from Market Octavia, which I'm familiar with, to what was needed was roughly 60%. Maybe we got 40% of what the needs were, and we had 60% comes from somewhere else. This is great, 66 to 75. Thumbs up on that. I think you hit that sweet spot, hopefully. I guess the question is, the other 25, what's the plan to create that other 25? Where do we get the money? And I know if there's no CAC deciding it, who decides what comes first and second and third? So that whole, I think, I'd love to see a plan around that. At least what we've learned in the past, did we fill the gaps on other plan areas, and where did the money come from? General fund, grants, whatever, and I'd love to see something on that. So that, again, we can make sure that we have credibility with the community, that we're actually creating something that needs to be mitigated, and it will be mitigated as a plan. And I think the 66 to 75 is a very large down payment on that. I do sympathize with the senior population that was mentioned, open spaces, wider sidewalks. I'm not sure the Popos thing actually works, to be honest with you. And the reason why I'm saying it is, if you really want to have a public open space, the hours and the accessibility should be like a park anywhere else in the city, and there should be accommodations for it. And perhaps that's an idea for future legislation by a member of the Board of Supervisors. We actually try to get parity there. And that's it. Good job. There's a lot there.
Okay, Commissioner Moore, thank you for waiting.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't aware that Commissioner Richards does not have a push button on his own today. First thing, Director Ray and Mr. Woolsheim, please anchor me on that. The definition of Popos falls within the C3 district and was created for high-rise buildings in C3 in the early 70s. A well-executed plan by the planning department at that time, and it dealt with the definition of private public open space in lieu of the fact that tall buildings did not have any room in that particular dense and smaller scaled environment to provide for larger open spaces. The Popo legislation and the Popos as they were defined at that time, I do not believe are being proposed in the same vein here in Central Soma. Mr. Woolsheim, could you briefly comment on that?
Thank you, Commissioner Moore. Steve Wertheim, Planning Department staff. So the Popos that are being required in Central Soma, the same ratio amount of space is required in the downtown plan, 1 square feet for every 50 square feet of office space. The difference is we're requiring it at the ground floor to be open to the sky, to be open evenings, to be open weekends, to read like parks. We're giving incentives to amenitize them,
to put in dog runs, to put in playgrounds, to basically, right now the plan area has 1 acre of open space, South Park. That's it. We have 4 acres of popos in addition to new park, new recreation center, et cetera. It's really, that's why it's meant to be transformative and abundant in this area. And the popos are really part of that because it doesn't matter who you are. It's really hard to get into the downtown popos. I'm totally empathetic to that case. And we don't want to recreate that. One of the lessons learned, say, from the downtown plan is how the nature of the popos work, and we want them to be different.
Thank you for clarifying that. The Commission has not seen the plan. The Commission has not seen any breakdown on any of the specific moves. It is a good idea. The question of sunrise protection on those spaces becomes a very important one, but that is a part of future discussions when we get more into the details of the plan. I want to just briefly talk about future plans. Future plans are an exhilarating opportunity for all of us, and I'm putting the emphasis on all of us into looking into the future, yet not separating ourselves from the present. Future plans are not skydiving or bungee jumping without safety net. And I have to say that the basic question of starting with where we are, where do we want to go, and how do we get there is a discussion on the part of all involved and all affected community near, community nearby, and the rest of the city's residents. I believe that the way of what we heard today, which was basically more plan structure and implementation strategy, pointed towards a very good and solid way of how to do it. As always, the devil will be in the detail, and the resiliency of the plan will be in its ability to embrace all questions that were asked today. I found the questions today, none of them was opposing the plan, but those were technically solid questions, and they came from different angles of what technical means here. I believe all questions I heard and wrote down as best as I could were valid questions, and in some form or another, the Commission will be, given the role we play in the dialogue of this plan, ask these kinds of questions. If this plan can do more than what the Eastern Neighborhood Plan now shows in its weakness, this is the time to do it right and get into a level of detail that addresses subtleties as we understand them at the moment, but leave enough room that we can indeed revisit these subtleties in the future when we today may have overlooked things which in 10, 15 years we may have never thought about. And then the planning department will live with the future of administering this plan, yet finding weakness or omissions in the plan. We know very well that the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan, for example, created an amount of resilience and detail in the plan which is not matched in any form or shape in the Eastern Neighborhoods. The Eastern Neighborhoods was a broad policy for changes in land use. Here we have the opportunity to avoid some of the pitfalls that we ultimately now encountering and where the Eastern Neighborhood Plan does not give us all the tools. That having been said, I am interested to see how we as a commission work between now and December, if I heard Mr. Wertheim, to have more detailed presentations on parts of the plan and be more engaged also hearing how you deal with some of the questions which we may also ask you and come to a point where we don't spend years and years just rehashing and restructuring, etc., but that we constructively work forward, ask the question at the right time, try to formulate an answer, and kind of constructively move forward rather than going back and forth and back and forth. I remember in the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan, which is a very complex issue, we spent nights and weeks going through these hearings, and I hope that we have learned a little bit from that to be more efficient in how we use all of our time. But thank you, and I look forward to the next iteration of the plan.
Commissioner Hillis.
I appreciate the discussion and the presentation and all the work that's gone into this far, as well as the kind of continued engagement. Just a couple of points I wanted to bring up. One, I share Commissioner Richards' kind of interest in this balance of, why that much office potential versus housing and looking at that holistically too, and I'm sure you've done this, but getting more information on kind of what's still in the potential pipeline in Trans Bay and the Giants parking lot in Candlestick, and why we're kind of picking that balance between potential new office and housing. And then second, kind of the issue of lot sizes and mergers of lots and how we're controlling or not controlling that in the future. I mean, part of the interesting thing about SOMA is kind of diversity in lot size. So we heard Midtown Terrace before that, which I believe there's absolutely no diversity in lot size. So it's somewhat easier to plan there than here. And obviously, some of these large lots are ripe for new development and density, but how are we protecting are we encouraging then that aggregation of lots beyond that? It'd be just good to hear how we're doing that, because I think that's part of if you want to talk about it now, or we can certainly hear about it as the plan develops. But I think that's one of the interesting things about SOMA in this area is kind of that diversity in lot sizes, and it adds to the kind of making the pedestrian realm more a pedestrian scale, which I know you're doing a lot in the plan to try to fix. And then just the final point is this question about PDR. Certainly there's areas in South of Market where we've historically had affordable rates in PDR space and art space. And will that replacement PDR be as affordable? Probably not, unless there are ways to control that in kind of things like CAST and other organizations coming in and perhaps as part of the public benefits that are being created to be able to keep those rates, where they are, or some, we've got this in affordable housing where we've got BMRs. We don't have it in commercial spaces, but how can we preserve some of that affordable PDR and art space? So thank you.
Thank you. Director Ram.
Thanks. Just first want to have special thanks to Steve Wertheim. This has been a labor of love, and maybe not all love over the last 3 years, but this is a major milestone to get to this point in the plan. So I just wanted to give a special thanks to Steve for all the work on this. Just a couple of thoughts. I mean, I really do appreciate all the comments today from both the public and the commissioners. This is a good time to hear it all and to see what we need to do moving forward. A couple of thoughts that were based on comments from the commissioners. The jobs housing balance issue is one that we've been looking at, very careful look at, and the reason that this plan has a jobs emphasis is because all of the other recent plans, except for Trans Bay, were almost entirely focused on housing. So Rincon Hill and the southern part of Trans Bay along the redevelopment area, most of eastern neighborhoods, Market Octavia, they have almost no emphasis on jobs. And what we've realized is that the balance was tipping too far in that direction, and we needed capacity to grow jobs in the city. So that's why there is such an imbalance. Remember, this is only 4 blocks wide, this plan area. So we tend to think of solving all of our problems within the plan areas. That's really not the way to look at this. It's more looking at it citywide, or at least within walking distance. And with Rincon and Folsom Street and all the housing OCII is building and all the other housing in South of Market, the balance is actually better off, if you will, if we have a little bit more emphasis on jobs in this part of town. The other thing is, we have a tendency in San Francisco to write these incredibly detailed planning code provisions and guidelines, and then still review every project and negotiate every project separately. So to Commissioner Johnson's point, I'm hoping that we can strike a little better balance there in the context of the code requirements in this plan, which are not yet drafted. So it's we will be bringing to you proposals for what projects the commission will review with what criteria. But as in eastern neighborhoods, we also think that projects that are small projects should be approved administratively, just like they are in eastern neighborhoods and other parts of the city. So that's the balance that we'd like to hear from you on over the next year, as well as we write the code for this and think about the specifics of how we review projects, how the commission reviews projects. And so on. And finally, if there are ways for us to be more nimble to respond to the future needs, it'd be very, very good to hear them. The challenge we have, of course, is that changing legislation requires time, often requires CEQA. I wish we could be more nimble in how we respond to changing demands. But if there are ways to do that we're not thinking of, I would love to hear about it and hear about how we could do that moving forward. But I really do appreciate all your comments today.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Moore.
Director, I very much appreciate what you just said, because that raises the bar higher in terms of how we all constructively come towards something which is implementable, but which cannot be continuously be challenged through exemptions and exactions, as we often have. And another comment to Mr. Wertheim, it would be very interesting for you, if you wouldn't mind going there for a second. Mr. Wertheim, you. Yeah, to that thing there, so I can talk to you. It would be very helpful to me if you sometimes, in an informal presentation, would also look of how you have looked over your shoulder to all of the adjoining districts and planning efforts that we have been kind of standing by with Transbay and everything else. If you wouldn't mind doing that at some point, I think we would see your work more in the context that I'm sure you have been thinking about. But it would be very helpful to also to the public to see that's indeed a comprehensive effort. Thanks.
Commissioner Richards.
A couple additional points. First, I like what the Director Ram said about getting the balance right between what we need to see and what can be approved administratively. If I use the parking question I had a couple of weeks ago, 0 to 10 projects were 3% of the parking spaces, and 10 to 24 were another roughly 10. So I'm assuming small projects are roughly 15 to 20%. If you want to take that to 25 or to 30, show us what that looks like and what the time we're going to see, because as we saw from last week's hearing, we don't have a lot of time unless we start adding days to the week to keep reviewing these things. And if there's been pitfalls in these small projects, I haven't been hearing about them. So I think we might be actually too low on the bar. We maybe need to have more administratively approved. Two more things. One speaker talked about this 823C paragraph 8 with recreation facilities. I don't know what that's all about, but if we could get some type of a comment on it or take a look at what that would look like in this. Yes, please.
I believe that's referencing the Western Soma Special Use District, which requires replacement of any recreational facilities within the area, I believe.
Okay. As we saw from the Flower Mart compromise, we're not going to have tennis courts on the roof, but we still have tennis courts, which was be a great part of the project. So there's no need they were not going to fight about that. So I think that's something that we could look at, or at least understand what the impact would be. Should we consider it? And I also, Ms. Imperial spoke about the Filipinas Cultural District and dual language signs. I think that would be a great thing to consider.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, one final thing on this district, which I think will be helpful as the zoning goes forward. If we can establish really definite areas where PDR is only allowed, and other areas where PDR might be allowed, and areas where there's absolutely no PDR, and we won't go site by site as we're doing with the eastern neighborhoods. The rules are there, and if it's an area where no PDR is allowed, then we shouldn't even be discussing it. And, the same thing, and if there is a relocation, then it would be within these sites or perhaps in sites in other parts of the city. They don't necessarily have to be all in central Soma. So I think as much definition as we can get to that question, not that there won't be problems, but at least it will help. And also, hopefully, we can pass things that become large project authorizations and remain as such, rather than having them changed to CUs as the process goes by. Once again, we have to refight the battle on each project because it now is a CU, not an LPA, which the plan originally called for. So I think these are some ways to avoid problems with approvals once the plan is finished.
Okay, Commissioners, if nothing further, that concludes this item, and thank you to staff and to the public. The Commission is going to take a short break.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
San Francisco's cable car system is the last permanently operational, manually operated cable car system in the world. What's remarkable about these cable cars is that very little has changed since the Victorian era. How did these cable cars glide up and down San Francisco's steep hills bearing no sign of propulsion? What you'll find remarkable is how simple it is, and what's even more interesting is very little has changed since the 1800s. Come on, let's take a ride.
2 bells is okay, let's go. Hold on.
So these cable cars are 27 feet long, 8 feet wide, and 15.5 tons. They run along a track system that is set above a channel, and in the middle of the channel there's a slot for the grips to grab the cable, which is inside the channel and constantly running.
The bell is primarily used for communication between me and the conductor. Like right now, we'll give each other bells to let me know when it's clear to back up. So it has different functions. Your gripman does all the work. Gripman, I'm the captain of the ship. Conductor, he collects all the fares, makes everything safer in the back. Okay, young lady, you can stand down here.
So the Powell and Mason lines only have one set of levers and grip. Therefore, this necessitates that the cable cars have to let go, coast on into a turnstile, turn around, and then go right back up Powell Street. This is only done by manpower. Up until the 1970s, people waiting in line used to hop out and help the grep man turn the cable cars around. And therefore, they would get better seats on the cable car for their ride up the steep, steep hill. Now, people just have to wait in line.
Take it to the walls. Okay, you can put it on both sides.
So there are 3 types of pulleys. You've got carrier pulleys that hold the rope and keep the cable car moving along the track. There are crown pulleys at the crest of each hill, which are just like carrier pulleys, but they are larger in diameter to bear the extra tension at the crest of a hill. And then there are depression pulleys that are at the bottom of each hill, and they keep the pulleys down low. Otherwise, the pulleys, the cable would come out of the slots at the bottom of each hill. Woo! There you have it, cable cars in San Francisco. Pretty fascinating. Thanks for watching, guys.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
The San Francisco Fire Department's Airport Bureau is a group with a lot of responsibility. They're in charge of airport rescue, medical response, incident command, and training. But there's one more thing that maybe you don't know that they do. They help to celebrate special events by creating one of the most unique spectacles you'll ever see at an airport. We'll find out what that is in this episode. I'm Doug Yakel.
I'm Battalion Chief Ed Dia.
And this is Inside SFO. It's called a water salute, and if you've ever seen one, it's quite a sight.
We take 2 aircraft rescue firefighting vehicles. We get a nice arc of water. Basically, it's going to go over the aircraft, and we do that as a salute to usually a pilot who is retiring from the airlines or an inaugural flight landing here at SFO.
So to do a water salute, you need a few things. You need an occasion worthy of such an honor, a team of well-trained firefighters, and this. This is the Oshkosh Striker. In the world of airport firefighting, this is the ultimate tool. It has 8 wheels, a 950 horsepower engine, and it can hold over 18 tons of water in its belly. It can even puncture the skin of an aircraft to fill the cabin with fire-retarding foam.
And this thing is a behemoth. It handles a lot differently. It gives a lot of get up and go, but it doesn't stop on a dime either. You got to have a lot of patience in developing the skill sets to drive one of these ARFs and a lot of practice to maintain your skill levels.
In addition to being a skilled operator, performing a water salute requires careful coordination with air traffic control and airfield operations.
We'll pick out an area that gives us enough room to set up our 2 ARFs where we could do the water cannon salute.
Performing a water salute has an important benefit beyond the spectacle that it creates.
It gives us a chance for our firefighters to practice their skill sets.
So we've already shown you what a water salute looks like on the outside. But what does it look like if you're a passenger? Now, we didn't have a spare aircraft available to show you what a water salute looks like from the inside, so instead, we'll be using this. We've put our production assistant, Ken, inside this car with a camera to find out. The truck puts out an unbelievable amount of water. So no matter how you look at it, a water salute is an amazing sight, worthy of commemorating the most special moments at SFO. That's a wrap for this episode. Thanks very much for watching, and we look forward to seeing you again on the next edition of Inside SFO.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
All right, on 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we weren't short.
Renovation was going on to the surround of the green itself for well over 2 years.
The lawn bowling green went through extensive renovations to the concrete pathway and the gutter surrounding the existing green. New metal fences and gates were also installed around the perimeter. The project is funded through Community Opportunity Fund, a neighborhood park capital improvement program from the 2008 Clean and Safe Neighborhood Parks Bond. The program allows residents, neighborhood groups, and park advocates like San Francisco Lawn Bowling Club to initiate capital improvements by matching public funds with philanthropic donations and volunteer contributions.
And we're finished, and we're finally able to come back and bowl on our home green, if you will, our number 1 green. That's the celebration.
On October 7, 1901, a Scottish fraternal organization from the St. Andrew's Society in San Francisco formed a lawn bowling club. John McLaren, then superintendent of Golden Gate Park, laid out the first lawn bowling green in the eastern corner of the park, near Sharon Meadow. A permanent green, now called Green Number 1, was built and opened in 1902. During the 1906 earthquake, which destroyed much of the city, the grounds heaved and the greens were left with an uneven surface. It was not fully restored until April 1907. The sport attracted many players, and the Women's Golden Gate Lawn Bowling Club was formed in 1912. So the Parks Commission laid down another play area. Green Number 2 opened on July 19, 1913. The San Francisco Lawn Bowling Club is the first municipal lawn bowling green opened in the United States, and it's the oldest on the West Coast. The clubhouse and greens are now registered as San Francisco City Landmark number 181. It's not all fierce competition here. Food and good old friendships are what drive a great club. Members leisurely exchange memorable stories of their previous games. Some may be true, some not. Memories of past winners are preserved on the Wall of Champions.
Make sure you get the picture in the corner. That's me. On week 3.
No, this isn't bingo or a Scrabble game. It's the pairing of your day's competition.
1, 2, 3, go. Ring 2, Doreen, Christine, and Ginger.
against Bob Remedios, Tess, and Rob Polak.
Eyeing your opponents and giving them the classic stare down is a pregame strategy in any game, even in lawn bowling.
Play ball! Heads! Yes! Even though it's heads!
My jack high?
The white ball, the size of the tennis ball, is rolled out first. That's the object of the game. You want to get you want your bowls to control the jack, not the opponent's bowls. So when the end of play is over, when all the players on both sides have bowled all their bowls, that's a completed end. Then you do the scoring, and the scoring is that you will get 1 point for each bowl you have close to the jack than the opponent's first bowl. The jack can be moved, it can be picked up and carried away from where it is to some other point on the green. You can move the jack to where you have a bowl behind the jack somewhere. There's a lot of elements to the game.
You were about a yard long.
I'm a right-handed player. I'm going to play my forehand. You always have the weighted side on the inside. If the bowl loses momentum, the weighted side is going to make the bowl arc in. So I'm right-handed. I play my forehand. Bowl arcs to my left. If I want it to arc to my right, I have to turn the bowl over in my hand. And now as it loses momentum, it's going to arc to my right on the backhand. So you have to be able to play both hands. You can't be a one-handed player at this game.
Come on, backhand! Who lost?
Nice ball there, George.
All right.
I've been lawn bowling for about 10 years. After I retired, I needed something to do. So I picked up paper. In this paper, I see in there lawn bowling in San Francisco, Golden Gate Park. Ever since then, I've been trying to learn how to bowl, and I really enjoy bowling.
Good try, Tom. Good try.
It's a very good sport, good exercise. Most of all, lovely people's here. And you can have lots of fun when you join San Francisco lawn bowling.
Ooh, bowler. Good try. Number one.
The San Francisco Lawn Bowling Club is located in Golden Gate Park, near Sharon Meadow and the Carousel. For more information about the club, including free lessons, log on to their website at sflbc.org.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
The airport. It brings to mind visions of travel, romance, excitement, and gourmet cuisine. On this episode of Quick Bites, we're at San Francisco International Airport to discover the award-winning concession program that is inspiring imitators around the world. SFO serves more than 40 million travelers a year, and lots of them are hungry. There are more than 69 restaurants at SFO to choose from, and nearly all of them are branches of local restaurants, bars, and cafes. That's right, even this foodie town's airport is a dining destination. So tell me a little bit about the food program here at SFO and what makes it so special.
Well, we have a wonderful food and beverage program here at SFO. We strive for sustainable, local, organic produce. Our objective is also to be a zero waste terminal and also bring in the best food of San Francisco to our passengers.
I like the sushi joint down there called Wakaboo. It's my sushi is my favorite food. I just beg my parents every day to go to sushi.
I think the eating options here are fabulous. Definitely better than Los Angeles Airport. 1,000 times better than Dugway.
I had a double cheeseburger with bacon, a fat burger.
I always get the udon. I really like the udon.
My wife is gonna kill me because I'm supposed to be on a diet, but hopefully she won't get to see this video. So.
It totally is a San Francisco experience because there's so many different people and different nationalities in this town. So to come to the airport, everyone can have what they want. Everyone.
Is San Francisco's program modeled after other airports, or are we sort of pioneering some of these concepts that you're talking about?
We are definitely pioneers in airport concession world, at least nationally, if not internationally. And we have many other airports coming in here asking us about our concession program and our process and how we select our great operators.
The food options in San Francisco Airport are phenomenal because that's just it. You have options. A lot of the airports, you just don't have that choice.
Some airports is just all fast food, you know, and this is not that.
I actually love this particular airport. The dining options are amazing, especially at the Virgin Terminal. Cat Claw is one of my favorites. Sometimes I come here an hour before my flight or 2 hours before my flight just to have some lunch.
We definitely try and use as many locally sourced ingredients as we possibly can. We use a lot of great local dairy products, Laura Chanel's goat cheese, we use Point Reyes Blue, and we also use local vendors. We use Osprey Seafood, we use Greenleaf Produce, and Greenleaf's awesome, by the way. They summarize the percentage of locally sourced products on each invoice, and my last one had 97% on it.
Wow. Have you picked up anything unique or special or odd for family or friends on the food scene here at SFO?
I've picked up a good couple of unique things from Napa Valley. They have a lot of different chocolates. I love chocolate, so they've got a lot of different types of chocolates, really unique snacks, caramel corns and things like that that are really good.
Now that's a guilty pleasure right there. So I'm curious about the customer experience and how people are responding to this collection of goodies that you've put together to really give them a taste not only of San Francisco food in San Francisco, but food across the Bay Area and Napa.
This type of market with the local flavors, the high-end products, this is the first of its kind.
I think the one thing is they can't believe they're in an airport. They're like, I'm in an airport right now. I really enjoy just watching them pick up things for their friends and family that they were like, oh wait, I don't have to go shopping now. We want it to be almost an oasis. When they come in, they feel like they've been taken care of at our location.
So how long has the Buena Vista Cafe been operating in San Francisco?
Oh, since the 1800s, 1893 or such time. We serve more Irish whiskey than any one place in the world, and Irish coffee is it.
We get many repeat customers, and we get international customers that know of the original Buena Vista that come here for, if they can't go to the city, they'll come here for the Irish coffee.
So let's talk sandwiches. Can you tell me how you came about naming your sandwiches?
We were on Potrero Hill for 27 years. We brought our neighborhood deli to the airport, and I thought, okay, neighborhoods.
How do you keep it fresh? You can answer that any way you want.
Yeah. I mean, that's really important to us. Our brand is based on making things from scratch and making sure we don't use any preservatives or stabilizers. We don't use a lot of packaged goods. We actually pasteurize our own milk and take the time to incubate our yogurts from scratch, so they're very pure. I think they really appreciate our effort of being here.
So do you feel like you've captured that neighborhood experience here at the airport?
At first, I thought that wouldn't be possible at an airport, but it turns out that this is its own little city. So we get a lot of regulars with the airline crews and with the bag handlers and people in administration, and then with the frequent travelers. And it's great to, sort of establish relationships. So it's just nice. It feels good.
When I get lunch or when I come to eat the foods, I feel like I'm just in the city, even though I'm in a big building.
I was kind of on the assumption that you kind of one and done with your guests. You know, they'll come in one time, and you know, people don't travel that often. That is so untrue.
At our shop outside in San Francisco, we have a lot of regulars. We're a regulars place, and we didn't think that we'd find that here at the airport.
And we've found here that we have people coming in at least once a week to come for the food, the service, the drinks, and just the atmosphere.
The food here definitely reflects the vibe of San Francisco. The Blue Bottle coffee, and then of course Equator. I'm a big Equator fan. I actually ship boxes of Equator home every couple of weeks. So to have it here, I just bought a couple of bags to bring home. Save myself some shipping costs.
I'm impressed. It's good stuff. I might just come here like on my own, you know, without a trip. You know, we got the kids, we could get a babysitter, and maybe, you know, we could just have a candlelit dinner right here at the airport.
Here, it's an experience, so, you know, it's something that we have a little bit of taste for everybody. So if you're coming and you only have a few minutes, there's plenty of restaurants where you can grab something and go. Otherwise, if you want to sit down, we have a lot of places where you can sit and actually enjoy the experience of the foods. And they're all unique local foods.
So tell me a little about the future of food at SFO.
We're hoping to bring more newer concepts that are out in San Francisco and what our passengers want.
Well, I'll look forward to see what you're cooking up. Today we've showed you the only neighborhood restaurants in San Francisco where you need a boarding pass to see the menu. From the new and eclectic to those comforting old standbys, you no longer need to travel hungry when you've got these tasty options at your disposal. SFO is changing the concept of what it's like to eat at an airport. Hungry for more? Check out our blog at sfquickbites.tumblr.com. So until next time, I'm Halili Knox. Bon voyage.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Transit Hub in San Francisco. That's a regional hub. And I want to say good morning to everybody. Our San Francisco City and County conducted a study and a recommendation that was part of our local and regional transit report, Viewing 2030, what we all had to do to help our residents, our regional workforces, our businesses all succeed using the great notion of increasing and improving our entire public transportation system. And one of their very specific recommendations that I've had the privilege of focusing on with Supervisor Scott Wiener's leadership has been our nighttime, nightlife, late night, and early morning public transportation system. You know, we have a great economy going on in San Francisco, and a great part of that is the 50,000 people that need to use public transit that are part of a $50 million revenue stream for all of our nightlife operations. That includes hotels, the bars, the hospitals, and all the workforces there. Everything that's open 24/7, where we understand and know that the workforce is not just limited to people who live in San Francisco. In fact, because of the increasing expensiveness there is for housing in our city, and by the way, this is going to be a site of 100% affordable housing in the near future when we move over to the Transbay Transit Center. But while we're doing that, while we're trying to build as much affordable housing in our city, we need to know where people are already living and where they need and how they need to get to work. And also, by the way, in this 2030 transit study that we had made, we knew that this workforce that we have regionally probably going to be people that are working second jobs and sometimes even third jobs. And we can't simply force them to use their cars to help or force them to buy vehicles to get to transportation. This is a workforce that needs our support and our recognition to make sure they can get to work or have visitors or do all the other kinds of things that this 50,000 person industry and $50 million worth of revenue stream needs our support on. I am especially thankful to the regional transit agencies that we've had the privilege of working with. AC Transit, BART, Samtrans, Golden Gate Transit System, along with our own San Francisco Municipal Transit Agency, all working together under the umbrella, working with our partners at our MTC, our Metropolitan Transit Commission, finding funds to extend the services like our OWL service that I think our drivers are going to be proud of, and I know we'll talk about in a minute. That's what we're doing locally, but all the agencies working together have found funding to be able to reach where workers live and where people live. And these extended hours of operation, locating routes throughout the entire Bay Area, particularly in the East Bay, with our partnerships, has been incredible, a part of this effort to service and support the late night shifts and the early morning shifts of our working folks. I get to announce this effort because part of our 2030 vision plan for San Francisco was to make sure that we give attention to the programs that we're creating, and that the reasons why we are creating this is because we need to sustain this workforce and recognize that they're working all hours of the evening and support their efforts through public transportation. Public transportation through all the modes that I've identified is one of the greatest.
Midtown Terrace.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the San Francisco Planning Commission regular hearing for Thursday, August 11th, 2016. I'd like to remind members of the public to please silence your mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. Commissioners, we left off under your regular calendar, but first I'd just simply like to remind members of the public I did receive a speaker card for 2441 Mission Street. That matter has been continued to November. Okay, so the gentleman who was interested in that item, number 14 at 2441 Mission Street, that matter has been continued. Commissioners, item 12 for case number 2014.0503 ENX at 2600 Harrison Street. This is a large project authorization.
Good afternoon, President Fong and members of the Commission. Commissioner Antonini, your enthusiasm will be greatly missed. Esmeralda Jardines, Planning Department staff. The item before you is a request for a large project authorization pursuant to Planning Code Sections 134, 140, 145, and 329 to demolish an existing vacant warehouse and allow construction of a new 4-story mixed-use multifamily building as well as a 1,220 square foot ground floor PDR unit located at 2600 Harrison Street. The proposed project includes the demolition of the warehouse and new construction, measuring approximately 26,845 square feet, with 19 dwelling units and 1 PDR unit, 15 off-street parking spaces, 20 Class 1 bicycle parking spaces, and 3 Class 2 bicycle parking spaces. The project includes a dwelling unit mix consisting of 16 two-bedroom units and 3 one-bedroom units. Regarding the mission interim controls, Planning Commission Resolution number 19548 requires that any residential or mixed-use project that is a medium project between 25,000 and 75,000 gross square feet of non-residential use or between 25 and 75 dwelling units shall require a large project authorization under Planning Code Section 329 and provide additional information that shall be considered by the Planning Commission in its deliberation of the application. 2600 Harrison Street is a mixed-use project proposing 19 dwelling units and 1 PDR unit with a total of 26,845 square feet. Because the project is proposing less than 25,000 square feet of non-residential uses and less than 25 dwelling units, the project is not considered a medium project per the aforementioned threshold. Consequently, the project is not subject to the Mission 2016 interim zoning controls. However, is located within the Mission Action Plan 2020 area. MAP 2020 is a collaboration initiated by the community between community organizations and the City of San Francisco to create and preserve affordable housing and bring economic stability to the mission. The goal is to retain and attract low to moderate income residents and community-serving businesses, artists, and nonprofits in order to strengthen and preserve the socioeconomic and cultural diversity of the mission neighborhood. Community advocates would like more scrutiny and examination of what these potential effects are, and for market rate projects to contribute to the solutions to neighborhood stabilization and to minimize any potential displacement. In an effort to contribute to said solutions, stabilize the neighborhood, and minimize potential displacement of PDR, 2600 Harrison Street has agreed to make the following changes to the project. Commissioners, in consultation with the project sponsor and the community, the following changes have been made. The department would like to include one condition of approval to the draft motion, which reads as follows. Affordable housing fee and small site acquisition program. If the Board of Supervisors has enacted the city's small site acquisition program, which is currently pending approval from the Board of Supervisors, file number 150911, prior to issuance of the project's first construction document, the affordable housing fee shall be paid to the Small Site Program Fund. If the Small Site Acquisition Program has not been enacted prior to issuance of the project's first construction document, the affordable housing fee shall be paid to the citywide Affordable Housing Fund. The conditions set forth below are additional conditions required in connection with the project. If these conditions overlap with any other requirement imposed on the project, the more restrictive or protective condition or requirement, as determined by the zoning administrator, shall apply. This condition is contingent on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors enacting the Small Site Acquisition Program by ordinance. Commissioners, the following is an edit to the project description. In response to community input, the project sponsor has agreed to, number one, commission a local artist to create a tile mosaic mural of approximately 6 feet and 9 feet by 9 feet on the side of the ground floor PDR entrance. Number two, notify all tenants or buyers of Carnival San Francisco with the intent that tenants be made aware of the activities associated with Carnival that occur each year in May along Harrison Street. Number three, notify the Calle 24 Latino Cultural District whenever there is a vacancy in the project's PDR space, including upon completion of the building, so that it can direct potential tenants to this project sponsor for consideration. And number four, advise the Calle 24 Latino Cultural District of any other potential PDR space tenants to receive feedback from it on the appropriateness of the tenant and for the district and the space. To date, the department has received numerous public correspondences regarding the proposed project. Much of this public correspondence has expressed opposition to the proposed project. However, the department has received a few letters of support, all of which have been included in your packets. The department recommends approval as the project is consistent with the general plan and the planning code. In evaluating the pros and cons of this project, the department found that this project, which includes replacement PDR, as well as new market rate and funds for below market rate housing via in lieu affordable housing fees, on balance complies with the objectives and policies of the general plan. In consideration of the housing element, the proposed project maximizes the allowable building height and provides 19 dwelling units, including 16 two-bedrooms and 3 one-bedrooms, to the city's housing stock. The project provides for a range of housing needs, including family-size housing. An affordable housing fee would be paid, which provides much-needed revenue for affordable housing in the city. In consideration of the Mission Area Plan, the current warehouse is vacant, as the previous plywood wholesaler and distributor, Western Plywood, has vacated the premises. Although the project will displace an existing PDR, the new building will incorporate new PDR at the ground floor. The project is located in the Umu zoning district, where residential and PDR uses are principally permitted. The project is consistent with and respects the existing neighborhood character and provides an appropriate massing and scale for the block. The project provides at and below grade off-street parking, which is within the principally permitted amount. The project complies with the First Source hiring program, and the project will fully utilize the Eastern Neighborhood Area Plan controls and will pay the appropriate development impact fees. This concludes staff's presentation, and I am happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you.
Commissioners, if I may add a couple of words on this before we open it for public comment. As we talked last week, I had agreed and offered, and the Commission supported the idea that I would convene some meetings on these projects that are located within the Latino Cultural District. And I did so this week with both the projects that are on your agenda today in that district. First, I just want to thank John O'Connor, the project sponsor, and Eric Arguello from Latino Cultural District and other members of the community and the project team and staff for attending. The meeting was, I thought, very constructive. There was a very good dialogue. There was a lot of respectful discussion at the table, and I appreciated that very much. I do, and some of the changes that Esmeralda read into the record were the result of that discussion. The one I just wanted to talk about a little bit more was the notion of where the in lieu fees are directed. If you recall, there was a very large piece of legislation that you considered a few months ago to make a number of changes to the BMR program. And one of those changes was focused on in lieu fees for small projects being directed to existing small site acquisition programs. Because that larger piece of legislation has still not gone through the board, that piece of it is still not gone through the board. And the discussion we had yesterday was that we would look at asking the board to sever that piece from that larger package of legislation. So that piece of it, the small site program, which there seems to be generally very large support for, could move forward. And so the condition that Esmeralda read into the record was such that if that does happen, the in lieu fees for this project would go into that small site fund and would go into hopefully something in the immediate vicinity of the project. That's where that's coming from, and I have committed, and I will do so, which is to contact board members in the mayor's office about severing that piece of the legislation from the larger package. So with that, thank you for listening, and I'm sure you want to open to public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Project sponsor.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Steve Vettel, Ferler, Brown, and Martell on behalf of John O'Connor, the project sponsor. First of all, let me thank Commissioner Antonini for your 14 years of service to the Commission and the city. You'll be very much missed. Can I get the overhead, Jonas, on the PowerPoint? 2600 Harrison is a small project on a very small triangular lot. It's surrounded on all sides by other small, mainly residential buildings. The site is on 22nd and Harrison, half a block from the park Ninos Unidos on 23rd Street and 2 blocks from shopping on 24th Street. There's a real need in the mission for affordable housing development. However, at 19 units, this project is too small to accommodate an affordable housing project. Mo requires sites to support at least 40 units before it is feasible to develop 100% affordable housing. Instead, John will pay over $1.1 million to the city's Affordable Housing Fund. As Esmeralda and the director mentioned in a meeting yesterday at the department with Calle 24 Latino Cultural District, we did agree to provide the small site acquisition, the money to the small site acquisition program, provided it's in place by the time our fee is due when the first construction document is issued. We'll also commit to hopefully use that money to direct that money into the cultural district itself for a small site acquisition. The project site currently contains a 7,200 square foot warehouse formerly occupied by Western Plywood. Western Plywood went out of business in 2014 and the building is currently vacant. At the request of the community and the department, the project incorporates a PDR space in place of a 2-bedroom unit that was originally proposed. As Esmeralda described, John has agreed that he'll notify Calle 24 when the PDR space is completed and whenever there's a vacancy in the future so that they can direct potential tenants to John for consideration. He'll also notify them of any potential tenants to receive feedback on the appropriateness of that tenant for the space. With less than 25 units, no displacement of any rent-controlled units, and no displacement of any active businesses, arts, or community use, the project is not subject to the mission interim controls. The project is also exempt from Supervisor Kim's PDR replacement initiative on the November ballot. The initiative exempts pipeline projects that do not displace more than 15,000 square feet of PDR space. The supervisor recognizes that small projects such as this one should proceed under the current rules. project site is zoned UMU and is located in a 40X height and bulk district. This small area of UMU zoning is located along an abandoned railroad right-of-way and is surrounded by RH2 residential zoning. The park is zone P, is half a block away. With all of these attributes, the area is entirely appropriate for a small mixed-use infill residential development aimed at addressing the city's and the mission's housing needs. This hearing was originally scheduled for July 7th and was continued to today. Yesterday, the planning director hosted a very productive meeting with the community, and besides the two agreements I discussed above, John has also agreed to commission a local artist to create a tile mosaic mural on the side of the ground floor of the project adjacent to the PDR entrance. He's also agreed to notify tenants of Carnival with the intent that the tenants be aware of the activities associated with Carnival and not be taken by surprise. The project is code compliant, is fully consistent with the mission area plan, and exempt from the mission interim controls. It respects the 40-foot height limit and the scale of surrounding land uses. It complies with the city's inclusionary housing requirements, and we have reached agreement with Calle 24 on all outstanding issues. For all of these reasons, we are asking you to approve the LPA today, as recommended by the department. Let me now introduce Oren Goldsby from Kerman Morris Architects, who will walk you through the project plans and design. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Is this on?
It's on now.
Good afternoon, Commission. So just want to start with a little bit about the adjacent surrounding. You can see across the street on the west side, it's a lot of smaller buildings, residential, smaller lots. On the same side, it's still residential, mixed use, but slightly larger lots. Again, it's a 19-unit building, 16 two-bedrooms, 3 one-bedrooms, 15 car parking spaces, 20 Class 1 bicycle parking spaces, and just over 1,200 square foot of PDR. So this is the ground floor. You can see the kind of pinkish color there. That's the PDR space. The yellow to the right is the residential. The green in front of the residential is their entry courtyard. The main residential entry is not showing very well on that image. My apologies. But it's tucked in between those two, and the garage is nestled to the rear of the site. The upper floors, you can see the yellow is, those are all two-bedroom units. The blue is the one-bedroom unit. This is a typical floor 2 through 4. The rear yard is the green and back there, and that's at the second level. The roof deck is a combination of public and private open space. So aesthetically, we've broken the building into 3 masses, punctuated by deep recesses announcing the PDR and residential entries. These are framed with cementitious panels and interspersed with the regular rhythm of stacking sliding glass doors, metal balconies, and traditional painted wood horizontal V-groove siding. The aesthetic that we're trying to match in the neighborhood is the industrial warehouse. You can see we've got the plinth of board form concrete, adding texture at the ground level with these other masses on top of that. At the public way, the street, the entrance to the PDR is accentuated with paving, tall columnar trees, I believe similar to poplar, layered landscaping strips, benches, lots of street amenity. There's 3 Class 2 bicycle parking spaces out front of the building as well. And the parking entrance is tucked away and it's kind of hidden from view. So here's that same residential entry view. You can see the mural that was discussed previously. And we thank you very much for your time, and hope that you approve this.
Okay, thank you. Opening it up to public comment, have some speaker cards. Phil Lesser, Eric Aguayo, Craig Weber, and Scott Feeney.
Whoever has that mobile device that's sort of buzzing or sounding off with somebody speaking. Can you turn that off, please?
Philip Lesser, Mission Merchants Association. I'd like to join the chorus of people thanking Dr. Antonini for his many, many years of service to the city of my birth. And we're going to have a much better city as a result of all the decisions you've been making over the years. Thank you. We have the future. When I was a boy growing up in the Mission District, still had trains coming down that track. We had all kinds of industrial activity. We also had an industrial port, you may recall, before containerization. Commissioner Richards talking about the future. Who would have thought in the 50s and 60s, no more port with industrial activity in San Francisco, no need for train tracks, and now we have the opportunity to put people between about a $2 billion investment. I'm talking about Zuckerberg General Hospital and CMPC. What if we have people that can actually live in this place, that work in those institutions? What if we have a man-made disaster or a natural disaster? We have personnel living right there. We're a transit-first city. Everything we do, all of your planning, all your decisions, the very first thing is planning, should be transit, putting the people by transit. There's only one district in the entire Bay Area that has 2 BART stations. There's properties between the 2 of them. It has my complete support. Thank you ever so much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Eric Arguello, Calle 24, Latino Cultural District. I first want to thank John Ram and John O'Connor for meeting with us several times over the last couple of months, actually, and we've been talking with John O'Connor, even going further back, about this property. I think the most important piece for us about this project and the agreement that we came to is the small sites acquisition. What we've been seeing a lot in the past is when developers do not build on site, that they provide these in lieu of fees, go into the Affordable Housing Fund, but we never see those projects come to fruition within that neighborhood where they're building the market rate to be able to offset some of its impacts. So I think this is going to be very beneficial to the Latino Cultural District, long term in the future, and it's going to create, and preserve housing in the Latino Cultural District down the line. So we think that's the most important piece. We also, of course, are working with him to make sure that we have tenants in the PDR space, things that really work well with the Latino Cultural District down the line, and it's going to be long-term also. And, of course, the lease that the tenants will sign acknowledging that there is Carnival happening on Harrison Street. In the past, there's been tenants who were complaining about events in the area that they're not aware of, so this will make them aware of it so that they at least, understand that what's happening in the neighborhood. So we are in support of this project. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Craig Weber, and this is an opportunity, my first time opportunity to speak before this commission. I just want to introduce myself. I will be speaking in support of the Lennar project later, but I do want to explain that I am a born and raised Mission resident. My parents came here in the early 30s, and I reside on Shotwell Street between 25th and 26th Streets. I'm in favor of inclusionary housing, and this project, I think, will provide that new housing for new residents that are coming into the Mission. I welcome these people with open hands. I welcome tech workers. I welcome professionals. I welcome all ethnic, sexual orientation individuals to the Mission. I, again, support total inclusionary housing. And I'll talk more later about the affordable housing proposal in the Lennar project. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Scott Feeney. I am a resident of the Mission.
I work in the tech industry, but I'm speaking today as an individual. I just wanted to add to the chorus of people who are supporting this project. I think new housing in general is a good thing, and especially in this case, I think it's a clear win since it's not displacing any community or art space either. I think in general, I just support this project. I wanted to say that. Thank you.
Any additional speakers?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Peter Papadopoulos, Cultural Action Network. I want to echo a few comments, and I really want to particularly stress one thing about this project, which is that we think that this is the kind of process that we would like to see that went into this, and we thank the Planning Department and Director Ram and others who participated in it. This is what we like to see happen, which is sit down early with the staff and developers and really talk about what the needs and most of all what the concerns are on a project like this. This is a smaller project, but there still are concerns, and I do hope that you understand that. There are a lot of fears about what's going in, especially things being put into the cultural district itself. So to be able to have enough time to talk through what those concerns are and find creative solutions, and I think that, we understand that this is not a 100% guaranteed path forward with the legislation, but it seems to be a doable process. There seems to be a will to do it, and I think it would be a great support to the young Latino cultural district to get it really starting to beef up what it can really do for the community. So in that way, we think of this as we would like to see this as something of a template about how we try to work through some of these projects, especially in the very sensitive areas like this cultural district. There are a lot of additional things, smaller things. I mean, right down to the developer helping out in small ways in the community during this process that we would like to continue to encourage developers to do for the neighborhood. And things like the Carnival notification, it may seem like a small thing, but it is, again, about what's going on there. I mean, we joke about, people complaining about the Mission Mariachi problem, right? There is a little bit of a clash of cultures going on. I don't know what this Mission Mariachi problem is, but it certainly would apply to Carnival. So, making sure that people understand, where this housing is and what the community expects of a project like this and of a housing development. The aspect of Calle 24 having some influence over who these PDR tenants we also think is critical. All PDR tenants are not the same, right? And I realize these are, it's a small space, but it's therefore important what's going to happen there. So on all those fronts, we'd like to continue to see this be a real template for how we continue to work on these projects. And thanks again to the department.
Hi, my name's Marie Sorensen. I would like to thank the director, John, for putting together these meetings. They were very helpful, yes, and I also agree with Peter. This is a great template to have in terms of large projects. I would like to ask, too, that we've seen a lot of projects, buildings go up and the neighbors complain. I would like to ask that you make sure you either double or triple pane all the exterior windows and make sure that they insulate the hell out of everything. Because, for example, La Vida, they're complaining all the time about the noise on Mission Street and what did they expect. But, nonetheless, I'd like to make sure that when you let these projects in, that they're not, that they can be built essentially like the Fort Knox of noise. So thank you very much.
Rick Hall here. I just want to take a minute to
again, sort of reinforce what Peter said about the process, because it's really refreshing and I thank the project sponsor for working with Eric on the KIA 24 issues, even before this week's meetings, and the meeting that John created for us to go over this project and to interact with the developer really did educate us and bring out some things that otherwise would not have happened, that are very positive for the KIA 24 cultural zone, and the city process forward. So I thank you, John, and I thank the project sponsor. I'm happy to support this project.
Good afternoon, Sean Keegren, RBA, and as you can guess, I too am here to support the project and ask that suggest that it's time to move this forward. I was part of that meeting yesterday, which led to the letter of understanding, and the only thing I'll say about it is that letter doesn't happen overnight unless there was years and years and years of trust and working relationships between project sponsor and community leaders. And I think that's what you're seeing here play out here today. But what I am more enthused about and what I am more excited about is the fact that there seems to be, or at least I'm pretty confident there is, this desire to attack two real problems that we have. And these problems are big. And no disrespect, but they're bigger than this commission. They're bigger than that department. They're bigger than my organization and their organizations. But cumulatively, all together, we have some hope of tackling it. And there's two pieces of low-hanging fruit that we have to get across the finish line. One is the small site acquisition program. It's sitting in land use. It's very popular. It will be a great tool to preserve the existing fabric of the community. It's hard to invite anyone into a conversation if they're super anxious about getting thrown out in the streets. We have to calm that. The second thing we have to do is address new legislation to address the TIC evictions, or evictions motivated by TIC evictions. We have some creative ideas, and I believe we have a commitment, and I think we're going to roll on this too. And we are dedicated, and I'm going to hold the department accountable. And I hope they are dedicated. And I feel that they are dedicated to rolling up our sleeves together and getting real solutions that are going to lead to tangible, permanent soothing of the anxiety that exists right now, all because of displacement. Thank you.
Any additional public comment? Okay, Commissioner Antonini.
Thank you. And to begin my comments, I kind of tee off what Sean Keegren had said. I visited the site about 3 weeks ago. It was a very nice sunny afternoon, and I visited both this site and the site of the project that's coming forward. And I noticed the large number of for sale signs on a number of the homes in the area, and the renovations that were going on a lot of them. And, you know, it struck me that, first of all, this was a site that's more appropriate for residential because almost everything around it was residential, and a few PDR uses here and there. I think there's a repair shop across the street, but other than that, most of it is residential. And the other thing that struck me, and Sean had alluded to this, is that, you know, the demand is going to be there regardless, and the demand is being personified in the purchasing of homes in the area and having new owners there. And of course, the prices are much higher. Some are TIC, some are probably more individual ownership. But whatever the situation is, by building new housing, we are starting to meet some of that demand. And unfortunately, we don't have any ability to control the marketplace as far as the acquisition of existing homes or the creation of TICs. There may be some legislation that could help that, but that demand's there anyway. And unfortunately, all of our attention is focused on the new projects, which actually are part of the solution. And this is one, and I think the next project is the same, where we're starting to meet some of that demand in a sensitive way that it answers some of the concerns of the community and provides not only market rate housing, but in this case, a significant amount of money in lieu. And small sites is very important because it keeps the money in the community of where the building is being built. So I think the conditions are great that were agreed upon, particularly the notification of Carnival, because it's much as we passed some years ago when we have new housing uses near entertainment, the builder is obliged to inform the new residents of the entertainment use that predated the new residents. So they have to know when they buy or rent these units that that's what goes on, and it only makes sense that Carnival's been here quite a while, and so they have to be aware of the existing uses that will occur. In addition to those 4 conditions, I did get a lot of letters of support for this, and there is a 26.5-foot Southern Pacific right-of-way that separates this project from the backyards of the homes on Treat, so I don't really see any impact on that. And there's on 22nd Street, there's just that Atlas Stair Company, so it's a commercial use. Once again, shouldn't be any impact. And it reminds me of this lumber yard kind of being out of place. Reminds me of Koenig Hardware, Koenig Lumber, which was on around 20th and Judah when I was in dental school. It didn't last too long. I'd go there and grab a 2x4 once in a while, but it did get a lot of play because it was a small lumber yard in a almost completely residential area, and it just didn't make sense for them to be there, and they moved to a site or went out of business. But the lumber yards ended up being in more commercial areas where they were accessed easier. And all the other things have been mentioned. They're not subject to the interim controls, but they also have put in some PDR on their own. So anyway, and the other thing that makes this an important project, as well as both projects, there's lots of stabilized housing in this district, which is good. Those housing units are not going to be threatened, but it forces more demand on the units that are not stabilized. So this is a good reason that we're creating these units, because we're an outlet for the demand that's going to be there. They're having street improvements, and I think it's a very good project. I'm very much in favor of it.
Commissioner Moore.
Thank you, Director Graham, for helping that this project comes forward in a less controversial way than similar projects are often being fought out here in front of us. And I am particularly appreciative of people commenting of this becoming a template for how to look at situations such as this one. I am supportive of the project. I have a couple of questions, and I want to ask Mr. Keegren if he would come up to the microphone there. Mr. Keegren is a builder and has a large degree of experience in residential design and building. Aside from fully supporting everything you said about TIC and small sites, etc., I wanted to ask in particular with design to this project about ground floor residential unit on the north side of the project. We have many times asked that units like that are elevated 3 feet above the sidewalk in order to create privacy. And directly related to that question is my question about ground floor height relative to appropriate PDR height. Normally that is basically being pegged as 15 feet, and perhaps Mr. Sucre or staff can weigh in on that. I'd like you to answer that question partially because we are pushing other projects back on this particular technicality. And I want to make sure that this commission, irrespective of all the support that I have for your project, can properly answer that, because it has to be apples on apples along all parameters.
Yeah, so as you recall, when we were doing the eastern neighborhoods, there was a big desire to create really good, attractable ground floor space. And for I don't know the exact percentage, but I'm throwing around 85 to 95% of the sites, they got that 8-foot bump. So 40-foot sites became 48, 50 became 58s. Those small percentage of sites that didn't get that bump are now creating a problem when we're going back and asking them to put the ground floor PDR in because we don't have the height. So it creates this strange situation where we end up putting the ground floor PDR back and there just won't be the 15 or 16 feet height that was intended only because many sites got the bump. But the sites that didn't get the bump, we're probably going to have to come up with another little piece of modify the code somehow to address this little problem.
I appreciate that. If I'd like to ask Mr. Sucre, the director, in the time that we don't have that code amendment, I need to have some form of direction that we apply that pushback, which occurs all the time, fairly and equitably to everything else which is in front of us, irrespective of this particular project.
So Mr. Keegan is correct. So typically in eastern neighborhoods, the heights were accommodated for. The ground floor, the increased ground floor height was typically accounted for by increasing the height district of a particular parcel to 48 feet, which would allow for a 17-foot ground floor for a non-residential use. So that's what the code currently requires. The commission is permitted to adjust and grant a modification for the ground floor height for basically for a PDR use in this instance, which is what this project is asking for. In talking with SF Made and others, the ground floor height is definitely a high desirability, but given the range of PDR uses that are out there, it's not a necessity, and so having a kind of variety of spaces that can accommodate this type of use would be desirable. And so given the current proposal, the department was in support of the modification for the ground floor height, given that the other zoning incentive wasn't permitted or wasn't granted as part of eastern neighborhoods.
You are not advocating for an increase in height here, correct?
No. That would require legislation, Commissioner, if I could. I think one of the things we talked about at the meeting yesterday was that perhaps as part of the planning code amendments that we're considering in eastern neighborhoods, we would look at this issue. Because we're creating a kind of bit of a catch-22. We require the extra height for retail or PDR, but then we don't give it at the upper level. So it creates this funny situation. And most of, as Sean pointed out, in most of the district, we bumped up height limits by about 8 feet. So it's not like we're adding multiple floors. It's just 8 feet to accommodate a larger first floor.
Let me circle around. Obviously, we only have one fully rendered out building elevation on the east side of the project, which, given that it's an acute angle, makes it hard, but the building looks a little squished, particularly because the upper residential floors at this moment, at least at the scale that we are seeing it, and I'm sorry to do injustice here to your presentation, makes it look a little bit office-like. The building would benefit from a higher ground floor, for all the reasons that we at this moment don't have that we don't have the tools. But I need to put to record that if we do something like that we do it quickly, because usable PDR space is as important as the idea of retaining PDR space. If we cannot provide the correct height, because that for whatever PDR we have, we're not really meeting the full intent of what we're trying to do here. It's talking but not doing. So I want to put that out as an idea, not a deal breaker, but I want us to look ahead in a very kind of constructive way, and I hope Mr. Keegan agrees with that. Second point I'd like to make is, and it's to Director Reham, this project requires a rear yard open space variance. I am asking, why are we not able to have the idea of an abandoned industrial right-of-way, which in all likelihood will never become a railroad spur anymore now or in the future? Why can that not be attributable to open space? Why can't we start talking about a linear open space as we see in other cities where we have abandoned right-of-ways of this kind? Because a pocket park with respect to the width of this property. A relief on just the calculated open space would be indeed a very forward-looking idea, not just for this project, but for the larger implementation of how we densify and develop the eastern neighborhoods.
Yeah, Commissioner, you're absolutely right. I think the Eastern Neighborhood Plans even called for this to be a linear open space. The challenge we have with this abandoned right-of-way is one of there's very clouded title on this project, on this property. The railroad's abandoned it a while ago, and it's simply it is not clear what current ownership is, and there have been a lot of research into it, and it's really a problem. The city has struggled with this. Adjacent property owners have struggled with it. I mean, I'm happy to talk to the real estate office about delving into it further, but there's a serious question about who actually owns and controls this property.
I would appreciate, and I'm speaking from complete ignorance here of what it takes. This country is not that old that property and titles could be written in stone somewhere in the Bronze Ages. But it would be very helpful as we move into the future and as we have changes of use where indeed higher density residential looks for open space, not to figure out who owns this property and find a reasonable way of settling it. And I'm not talking about condemnation, but I'm talking about settlement.
Commissioner Richards.
I think this is a great project. I never thought I'd hear the folks from this part of town get up and talk about their support of a project, so thank you very much, project sponsor, community, for working together on something that's going to work. I don't know, I guess to Commissioner Moore's point about the additional height on the first floor for PDR, is there something we could put in to indicate that should something change in the future and the building's not built yet, that they're allowed to actually go up the height? Is there something we could do there?
Well, it would require legislation. There's no such thing.
If there's legislation, maybe we could ask for relief for this additional parcel retroactively.
Well, depending on the timing, we could look at that, yeah.
Anyway, it's just an idea. I'm very, very supportive of this project.
Commissioner Hills.
Yeah, I'm also supportive. Just a note on the small sites program, and I think we've been very supportive and encouraged that portion of the BMR legislation to include that. So I'm glad that Director Ram has volunteered to try to push that through and try to even sever it from the legislation, because I think it's important. That actually tackles, we hear a lot about displacement, but that's one tool that we've heard and tried to encourage its use that actually gets at the issue of displacement. And, you know, $1 million to buy a unit, if leveraged with other city funds and in conventional financing, could probably buy a building of equal size to what's being built here and protect tenants that are there. So I encourage us to keep pushing on the board to get that legislation approved. And with that, I'll move to approve the project with the changes read into the record by staff.
Second.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, in terms of, as always, we ask staff to work with project sponsor for refinements on design if there are any as we move forward, and start off and address some of the concerns voiced by Commissioner Moore, although it may not be applicable here, but maybe for future projects we could kind of look at what's possible. And as far as the railroad right-of-way, that would be nice if we could establish the title and figure out how we could use it for not only open space for an individual project, but something like a bike right-of-way, which is one thing we don't have any in San Francisco, and why we have so many issues between motorists and bicycles. They're sharing the same right-of-way. You go to cities like Minneapolis or places that are more spread out, they have these parkways with bike lanes, and so the bikes are sort of in their own realm. And that's another possible use for some of these abandoned right-of-ways.
Commissioners, just one errata that I'd want to call your attention to relative to the motion you passed. On the condition of approval in number 27, we currently have the fee outlined within the affordable housing, and we don't typically like to bake those into the motion since they change based on the annual indexing. So if we could alter that condition to, pursuant to Planning Code Section 417, the project sponsor must pay an affordable housing fee for the net new residential development instead of the standard affordable housing fee. That would be preferable language.
Okay.
Is that amenable to the maker? And the
Fine.
yes.
Thank
you. Commissioners, then there is a motion that has been seconded to approve this matter with conditions as amended by staff and read into the record. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Commissioners, it'll place us on item 13 for case number 2014.1020 CUA at 1515 South Van Ness Avenue, also known as 3251 26th Street. This is a conditional use authorization for a planned unit development.
Good afternoon, President Fong and members of the Commission, Doug Vu, Department staff. The project before you is a request for conditional use authorization of a planned unit development and a large project pursuant to the Mission 2016 interim zoning controls at 1515 South Van Ness Avenue for the demolition of an existing industrial building and the construction of a 5 to 6 story, 180,275 square foot mixed-use building that includes 157 dwelling units, 5,240 square feet of commercial space in the form of one retail storefront at the corner of South Van Ness and 26th Street, and 6 trade shops on 26th Street at the ground floor. Approximately 32,473 square feet dedicated to vehicular parking for 79 automobiles and 150 independently accessible bicycle parking spaces in a partially underground garage are also being proposed. The dwelling units would range in size from 399 to 1,254 square feet and would include 88 studios, 5 one-bedroom units, and 64 two-bedroom units. Private open space would be provided for 10 units, and a total of 15,508 square feet of common open space would be provided through an internal courtyard and roof deck. The project would also include a lot merger of lots 1, 1A, and Lot 8 in Block 6571. Under the provisions for a planned unit development, the Commission may grant modifications from certain planning code requirements for projects that exhibit outstanding overall design and are complementary to the design and values of the surrounding area. The proposed project requests modifications from rear yard, dwelling unit exposure, ground floor street frontage, and off-street loading requirements pursuant to Planning Code Sections 134, 150, 145.1, and 152, respectively. Department staff is generally in agreement with these proposed modifications given the overall project and its design. Per Planning Code Section 415, the project would ordinarily satisfy the inclusionary housing requirement by providing 19 permanently affordable on-site units at a ratio of 12% of the total number of units. However, the sponsor is proposing to provide 25% or 39 units of below market rate housing when the trailing legislation is adopted, and if needed, would allow the city to enter into a separate agreement to provide affordable housing at levels that would be different from those set out in Section 415. As part of this project, the sponsor has entered into a Costa-Hawkins agreement with the city. Relative to the Mission interim zoning controls, the sponsor provided a summary of compliance with the applicable controls. Staff has reviewed the sponsor's submittal and spot checked to confirm that the selected facts originate from an independent qualified professional. As required by these controls, the most relevant topics for the Commission's consideration as it relates to this project are the removal of PDR uses, potential demographic changes, indirect residential displacement, and the new construction of market rate housing. In their submission, the sponsor addresses the displacement of PDR and residential uses or tenants, and whether relocation assistance is provided. The site did not include any residential uses and was previously occupied by the McMillan Electric Company, which also owned the properties. When the project site was sold to the sponsor in 2015, the owners of the McMillan Electric Company used a portion of the proceeds to relocate its business to 1950 Cesar Chavez Street, which is approximately a mile south from the project site. The department acknowledges the demolition of PDR use could result in the loss of an important community service. However, the PDR use has already been relocated, and the new development will provide a substantial amount of new housing, including at least 19 and perhaps more BMR units, which is the goal for the city and the county of San Francisco. Although an existing study does state that new market rate housing tends to cater to upper income households, which may result in demographic changes, the sponsor's analysis concludes the project would not impact demographic changes occurring in the Mission primarily because it provides a broad unit type mix of new market rate housing, in addition to the on-site BMR units that would provide for a mix of income levels within the new development. While more analysis is needed and being conducted by outside researchers, the Mission Interim Zoning Controls does not expect that each development project will resolve the question or calculate its specific effect, but rather will provide relevant information for the Commission's consideration, presenting a balance of the project's contributions as well as its direct and potential impacts. Since the packet was published last Thursday, the Department has received a petition signed by 19 merchants in the area that support the project, which is being provided to you today. The Department acknowledges that although only 4 opposition letters were submitted, numerous meetings were organized and facilitated by residents and neighborhood stakeholder groups, but does not have a record of their dates, locations, and attendances. After analyzing all aspects of the project, the Department staff finds that the project, on balance, is consistent with the Mission Interim Zoning Controls, Mission Area Plan, and the objectives and policies of the General Plan. The project is an infill development that will add 157 new dwelling units to the city's housing stock and 5,240 square feet of commercial space in a transit-accessible area that encourages the development of high-density mid-rise housing and a continuous ground floor commercial space frontage with pedestrian-oriented retail activities. The project is compatible with the existing neighborhood character and provides an appropriate massing and scale for the block. The project's design is of high quality and will complement the rapidly changing nature of its location in this neighborhood. The project would permanently designate a minimum of 19 and up to 39 dwelling units on site as below market rate rental apartments. The project complies with the First Source hiring program. The project will convert a non-conforming industrial use to residential and commercial uses that are compatible with the Mission Street Neighborhood Commercial Transit District and includes significant streetscape upgrades. The project will fully utilize the Eastern Neighborhoods Area Plan controls and pay approximately $2.77 million in development impact fees. Based upon these findings and those described in the draft motion, Department staff recommends approval with conditions of the planned unit development and conditional use authorization with the amended condition that the sponsor will provide additional affordable housing up to 25% or 39 units of the total to be provided on site. This project sponsor intends to offer all 39 affordable units for rent in the same way as the required affordable units and intends to include all of the proposed units within a Costa-Hawkins agreement. So the project sponsor is present and has prepared a presentation to the Commission, but this concludes staff's presentation, and I am available for questions.
Great, thank you.
If I may just jump in quickly,
Please, yes.
Just like the last project, there were a couple of meetings this week that were attended by staff, the project sponsor, and members of the community, led by Eric Arguello at the Latino Cultural District. I was able to facilitate the first of these, and I was not able to attend the second. Like the last project, there were great discussions. There was a great civil dialogue. This is obviously a bigger project, a more complex project than the last one, and you'll hear the results of those discussions today. But I did want to just acknowledge and thank the project sponsors, the members of the community, and staff for attending and having a great discussion the last few days. Thank you.
Okay, project sponsor, please.
President, fellow commissioners, thank you very much for having us this afternoon. Peter Skellinger with Lennar Multifamily Communities, and we are the project sponsor for the 1515 development proposal. Joined here tonight by John Ennis with BDE Architecture, as well as Alexis Pelosi with Pelosi Law Group. I'm going to turn the presentation over to them, but I just wanted to make a couple comments and share our gratitude for letting us present today, as well as our excitement for how much progress, to the director's point, we've been able to make over the last 2 years, and especially just most recently. So with that, I'll be here for comment or questions, and look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the project. Been at work at it for a couple of years. If we could put the overhead slides up. Ian, you can go through the slides. Don't read that very well, but I think everyone knows where the project is if you visited the site. It's right in the heart of the mission. And I think Doug went through all the data, all the unit types and affordability. I can skip that, so we've already done that. So we have a project on 26th in South Van Ness and Shotwell on the right side there. So 3 street sides. This is the underground parking garage. The vehicle access will be on Shotwell around the corner, so not on one of the primary streets, which is great to activate the pedestrian frontages. This is the podium level. It probably appears more clearly in your packet, but we have a landscape courtyard at ground level with units facing into the courtyard. Trade shops all the way along 26th Street. I'll get into those in a little more detail. And then stoops along the frontages on South Van Ness and Shotwell. They all have stoop units, so residential units is up from the sidewalk with stoop entrances. You can see there's down the middle of 26th, there's a line that indicates the zoning changes from 65 to 55 feet. So the typical plan, when you go to the top floor, you can see on the left, you have the 6th floor on the left side along Van Ness, South Van Ness. And on the top floor of the other side, we made an open terrace for open space for the residents. We've had about 7 different design evolutions. This is the first one we came to the community with. We had some meetings. We were asked to break down the building and work a little bit more on the top floor, set it back, so we did that. We added more glass on the corner, increased the height of the retail to 20 feet, and broke down the building into more distinct pieces. We were asked to do an iconic tower-like element on the corner. Maybe we got a little bit too tower-like, so we scaled that back. And through a series of design evolutions, we ended up with where we are. I think we can quickly get to the last one. So the element here, so we have a nice 20-foot retail base, 6 feet over the required 14 feet that you guys were just talking about. Residences on the corner, and then breaking the building down and scaling it down into the neighborhood. I think we had a lot of good feedback from the community and design staff at San Francisco. The materials we're using are a fiber cement, textured fiber cement product, a wood Trespa panel, metal composite siding, and a little bit of stucco with glass railings throughout. So here's the corner of South Van Ness and 26th. It's a nice full-height space, 20 feet. That would be a great opportunity for any kind of retail, commercial, community-based activity. So we went above the minimum there. On the left side, you can see the stoop units. So all the residential units along the street on the first floor are set up from the sidewalk for privacy. And you can see on the right side there, we have a step-back top floor to create a more five-story residential building with a set-back top with some sunshades there. These are the PDR unit, not PDR units, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. These are the trade shops all the way along 26th, so they would be perfect for mission community members, makers, craftsmen, any kind of activity there. You can open a garage door and show your wares, sell your wares. It would be a great way to, we think, to enliven and invigorate the 26th Street frontage and have a great non-residential use at that ground floor to create a great pedestrian environment and link the building into the community. And I think Alexis is going to say a few words now. I'll be here for any questions.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Alexis Pelosi, Pelosi Law Group. I wanted to take this time to provide some additional information on how the project relates to the Latino Cultural District and the PDR initiative on the ballot in November. First, the initiative does not apply to the project. Whatever happens in November will have no impact on the project or its design because the project is in the Mission NCT district and PDR is not permitted. Simply because PDR is not allowed, however, does not mean that Lennar has not attempted to address community concerns regarding the loss of PDR spaces. In September of last year, following outreach to neighbors in the community, Lennar decided to remove 8 dwelling units along 26th Street and replace them with trade shop spaces. These spaces are small, less than 800 square feet each, and are envisioned for local artists and artisans. To ensure these spaces are affordable, Lennar is committing to providing them at below market rents, or $2 per square foot, which is about 50% of market. This commitment will be recorded against the property. Regarding the Latino Cultural District, I want to start by thanking Director Ram and Eric Arguello for actively engaging in discussions with Lennar on this important issue. Since Director Ram's generous offer last week to facilitate discussions between the mission developers and Calle 24, Lennar has met twice with Mr. Arguello and the planning director or planning department staff. Based on those meetings, it is our understanding that there are 3 key components to the district: protecting commercial spaces, providing high-quality jobs, and affordable housing. As previously noted, the project is including 6 new trade shop spaces at below market rents and is committed to working with Calle 24 to fill those spaces with neighborhood-serving uses that fit within the context of the Latino Cultural District. The second component, high-quality jobs, is being met by the project's commitment to using 100% union labor. It is also met because the project indirectly helped create 25 new jobs at McMillan Electric. As Doug explained, and as is shown in a letter in your packet, Lennar's purchase of the site allowed McMillan to relocate to a larger space in the PDR zone 1 mile from the site and also allowed them to expand their business and hire 25 new employees. The last component, affordable housing, is met by Lennar's commitment to provide 25% of the units on site as affordable units. Earlier this week, you should have received a letter from Peter Schellinger outlining a commitment of 20%. And in response to discussions with Mr. Arguello, Lennar has been able to increase that commitment to 25%, as also reflected in a letter submitted earlier today. The commitment provides for 13% more affordable housing than is currently required, and almost 10% more than is required under the trailing legislation. It puts the project at the current requirements under Prop C, which was adopted by the voters in June. This is 39 total BMR units, an increase of 20 units, and combined with the 6 BMR trade shop units, the project has a total affordability percentage of close to 29%. As outlined in our letter to the city earlier today, the concessions or exceptions granted as part of the project for rear yard exposure, off-street loading, and street frontages result in the project being able to build over 36 more units than could be developed under a 100% code-compliant project. The granting of these exceptions allows development of the project, and Lennar agrees to execute a Costa-Hawkins agreement with the city to provide 25% affordable housing on site. At 25%, with the 100% trade shop BMRs and 100% union construction, the project meets the intent, we believe, of the Latino Cultural District. The project under consideration is different. It's not providing the bare minimum. It's listened to the neighbors, responding to their design requests, as you saw from the different changes. It added trade shops where none were required and has increased the number of BMR units. It's a good project that's been in the work for over 2 years, or since July 2014. It already has been delayed or continued 3 times. The first continuance was from April 21st in response to a request from Supervisor Campos to continue it to June. The second was from July 21st, and then again from last week, August 4th. 3 months of continuances have already happened on this project, and they have brought significant changes and allowed the dialogue that's needed to create a solid project that is not the bare minimum. I want to thank you for your time and consideration and respectfully request a decision today and support for the project. I want to turn it back over to Peter.
With 40 seconds left. So thank you very much for your time. As I mentioned, we're all here to answer any questions and look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and open up to public comment. Roberto Hernandez, Pat McMillan, Phil Lesser, Michael Terrio, Rafael Solari. And if folks want to line up on that side of the room, it makes it easier. Annie Fryman, Owen O'Donnell, Robert Tolman, and Megan Hertz.
I'm sorry.
Is there organized?
Yeah, I apologize. I completely forgot that
My-
we
my
have organized
apologies.
opposition that should go next.
Okay, so before individual speakers, organized opposition.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Eric Arguello, Calle 24 Latino Cultural District. I just want to provide these letters that were submitted by our representative to Calle 24 regarding this project. And there's a package for each of the commissioners. Also, just a copy of the letter that Supervisor David Campos had sent to the commissioners last week. And also, last week we had submitted a petition with 456 signatures, I believe, regarding the concerns about the Latino Cultural District and making sure that we have the right analysis to be able to move forward with any of these projects and being well informed so we can know what that's going to be. So that was submitted last week also. I do want to start first with who we are, and why the district was established. The district was established to stabilize the displacement of Latino businesses and residents, preserve Calle 24 as the center of Latino culture and commerce, enhance the unique nature of Calle 24 as a special place for San Francisco residents and tourists, and that its contributions will provide cultural visibility, vibrancy, and economic opportunity for Latinos in the city and county of San Francisco. And we are here to ask for a continuance for this project. The project is the largest in the pipeline to be built in the Latino Cultural District. We hope to continue to work with the project sponsors to truly create a project that would be a model for the Latino Cultural District and work for everyone. And I also do want to thank John Ram again and the project sponsors for meeting with us. This is a large project and more complicated and deserves to be thoroughly vetted to make it work, and we believe it can be better, and it can also have full community support. We want to thank the sponsors for hiring 100% union workers and working to create affordable trade shop space on site. I think the trades know that the community has been pushing for these developments to have 100% union jobs. We want to continue to discuss the PDR space configurations and totals, traffic concerns and parking. If you are aware, the MTA is rerouting traffic from Mission and Cesar Chavez onto South Van Ness and 26, so there could be some major impacts there with parking and traffic. Design, one of the goals of the LCD is to create architectural design guidelines for our buildings in the LCD. Macmillan Electrical was and is a big part of Mission and San Francisco history. One of the earlier renditions gave homage to Macmillan and was much better suited for the area in design and fit. The area has always been a mix of blue-collar jobs with its tire shops, auto shops, car detailing, and such, and continues to be making it a unique neighborhood. The design is too bulky and out of scale with the neighborhood, giving it a downtown feel, and I know we can make this much better and unique for the area. Housing affordability is and continues to be the biggest concern for our residents, businesses, nonprofits, youth, and artists. Without affordable places to live, the individuals that create the art, work at our local businesses, union workers, teachers, and blue-collar jobs that all create culture will disappear, thus leaving the Calle 24 Latino Cultural District's mission and vision unattainable. And so we know we can make a better project out of this. And also I want to just provide that letter that we the agreements that we made with the Harrison Street project also. It was a great way for us to negotiate and come to an agreement. And I think we can do the same with this. I think we didn't have enough time. We need to make sure that we go back to the community and make sure that the whole community's in sync behind this project. And I know we can do that. I think we had some great conversations with the project sponsor, and I think we can do this, but we do need the time, so we're asking for the continuance.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. Peter Papadopoulos, Cultural Action Network. I want to just touch upon a few things Eric said and expand upon some of our concerns right now about where we are. I do also want to start by thanking the Planning Department and staff and those who worked to try to facilitate a process here that I think rougher than the one in the prior project we just heard, but has been successful in moving this forward. And I feel like we are not yet at a place where we have that we can come to. We think that we can come to a new place. This, I do want to say that things are still moving in the kind of way that just yesterday in the meeting we were hearing that We left with the understanding that that was it. We can't move on this project. And then 2 hours ago, we have another offer. So things are still moving. And we obviously don't have enough time to turn around and go back to our groups, as Eric said, and say, what do you think about this offer that we just got as we're starting here today? So we would appreciate more time, and we would appreciate more facilitation. Frankly, more help moving forward would be great. Yeah, I think I want to talk a little bit about also things that we just heard from the project sponsor that are what we want to continue to talk about, that there is an issue of this is in the Latino Cultural District. This is a district is being addressed in several ways right now, including in Phase 2 of MAP 2020. And that is still just underway, Phase 2. And we are just looking at issues like this very project right now. That's one of the reasons we would like to see this continued while discussions continue both within MAP 2020 and with the project sponsor and the department. We don't think it's possible to say things like no demographic changes, which you just heard, will take place as a result of this project. Obviously, there's a difference of opinion there, but there is no evidence currently. There are no studies currently, which frankly we've been begging for, that would show what kind of block-by-block displacement will happen. We're also talking to the planning department, we think, within MAP 2020 about some very good possibilities about what happens on a block-by-block level programmatically from a city standpoint, and I think that there's some real opportunity there to move things forward that would help exactly on a project like this in the kind of creative way that we just settled the Harrison project. Right? I mean, to me, that was a very creative kind of way of, we said, here are the community's direct concerns. We don't want to see this money or these units moved away from the Latino Cultural District because that's what creates these pockets of wealth that, frankly, we don't think are appropriate in the district. So a well-facilitated series of meetings suddenly came up with a very creative solution, I think, to that issue. We would like to have more time to find solutions on this standoff as well. Well, it seemed to be at one, but today we have a new offer. So, we're just being honest. We don't know where this is moving right now, and it's moving quicker than the community can respond. It's also not, I mean, I think I heard something that it's on balance in line with the interim controls, what's asked for in the interim controls. The interim controls, I think, are just an advisory set of feedback for you all. So I don't think we can weigh this project and its impacts in any sort of way like that. For all these reasons, we would like to see this conversation continue. This is to us still in the middle of a process that has been getting better and has been making real progress, as evidenced by a new offer 2 hours ago. So thank you, and I would please ask that you continue this to a later hearing and give us more time to work with Director Ram and the project sponsor.
Okay. Opening up to the names, public comment to the names I had called earlier.
Commissioners, Philip Lesser. I'm very well acquainted with this part of the Mission District, having grown up at 1380 South Van Ness, about a block away. We had 3 gas stations and the phone booth bar when I was a child. Phone booth bar is still there, and the 3 gas stations have Soviet-style housing there. So to see this beautiful structure and to think that that's going to be erected where we've had the McMillan Electric Company is just mind-blowing. It's just fantastic. Especially that part of the Mission is not in the center of what was called the Mission Miracle Mile. That's kind of the saddest part of the Mission Miracle Mile. It kind of comes to a nosedive into the Cesar Chavez. That would completely reactivate the area. We need housing of all sorts. I spoke, on behalf of the last one, which was 1/6 the size. I'm 6 times more favorable for this one than I was on the last one, which I was supportive of. I was on the board of Mission Housing Development for 6 years, #1 affordable housing provider in the Mission District. This one project provides more units of affordable housing than we provided in the 6 years that I was on the board. Please support it. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Pat McMillan. I'm the CEO of McMillan Electric. Okay. How's that? That better? Thank you. Apologize, I'm not used to this, so please be patient with me. I'm the CEO of McMillan Electric. We've been in business in San Francisco for 51 years. We started out on Natoma Street, then moved over to Hoff Street, and in '81 we moved to South Van Ness with a big building that was supposed to have enough growth for us. And 35 years later, we outgrew it. We didn't have the parking for our people. We didn't have the office space. When we moved in there, we had 26 people in the office. We currently have 60. In the year that we have been out of the building and over on Cesar Chavez, we've been able to attract. We took the money we made from the sale of the building, spent $2 million on renovations, and have now been able to attract high caliber people, interns now. We've had 100% retention on the interns that come in, and they, after graduating, come back to work for us. So it's been a real blessing. I'm a San Francisco native. I've been in the mission since I was 16 years old, and I've seen the ups and downs and the changes in the mission. And right now, that neighborhood is far better than it's ever been, and I think it's because of the residential influence. That building for us never worked. We would 5 times a day bring in semi-trucks. We couldn't get them into the driveway, so we'd just block South Van Ness and unload them and go across the sidewalk, which created a hazard for the pedestrians. So it was pretty shaky for us. We now have 2 loading docks and ample parking for all our people, and we have 25% growth potential at our new facility. I would like also to say that, in my experience, Lennar has been a really good partner. They had a chance when Proposition I came up, the moratorium, to walk away from this deal. And I had already invested in our new facility, and it would have been a tough thing for me. They didn't walk away from it. They closed before the vote. So I'd say they have a lot of integrity, and I think the city's better off for having them building for us. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Commissioners, Michael Terrio, San Francisco Building and Construction Trades Council. I do want to thank the community for their support for this being a 100% union project, and I know that's not a planning matter, but it's not a thing to be ignored, and it does actually bear on some of the other things you will hear this evening. I came into the Ironworkers Apprenticeship from the Mission District back in the 1980s during an earlier construction boom that was maligned at the time as the Manhattanization of San Francisco. And over the years, I made my living in large part, frankly, supported by Construction for Tech. That living put a wife, a woman of color, through Cal, and she now teaches and has taught for a while for the San Francisco Unified School District biology. It raised 2 sons in San Francisco. It put them through college. One of them became a musician, the other a digital artist. The musician also teaches part-time for the school district in San Francisco, music theory. And so that living very directly, in ways, supported education and arts and the community in San Francisco. And my story is far from atypical. In addition, some of you know that the trades these days in San Francisco are majority minority. So when you are making a guarantee of employment in unions, for union members, it is a guarantee of employment predominantly for members of minorities, and benefits their families and their communities in a way that non-union construction does not. We understand, I know in the trades, that questions of development are complex and that there are folks who lose out in questions of development. And so we absolutely encourage ongoing dialogue between the developer and the community. But the promise of the construction being all union is a partial mitigation, at least, for some of those concerns, we think. And so we ask you to approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me call a few more names, and if I've called your name, you can line up on that side of the room. Fran Taylor, Friss B., Spike Kahn, Thomas Ray, Marie Sorensen, Susan Mars, Lucy Junis, Scott Feeney, Craig Weber, Francisco Herrera, Lou Demetrius, and Adrian Simi.
My name is Fran Taylor. I'm a 40-year resident of the Mission Bernal Heights area. I'm also a retired member of the International Typographical Union Communications Workers of America, so I'm very cognizant of my union brothers and sisters and their need for good jobs. However, there's such a thing as working yourself out of a home. The units that you're going to be building aren't for you. They're not for me. There is senior housing being proposed. Well, it's in the pipeline right down the block on Shotwell and Cesar Chavez. You know about this. 100% affordable senior housing. And this project is going to put its garage entrance steps away from where the old people are going to be walking to 26th Street. That's just one problem with it. The main problem is any influx of luxury housing, and don't call it market rate. In San Francisco, market rate is luxury housing. It's going to change the demographics, and it's going to squeeze out the people who are going to be working, the union brothers and sisters, and they're going to have to be commuting in from Antioch and adding to that traffic. And I just think that you need to rethink luxury housing. We don't need any more of it, and make it 100% affordable so that the families of the seniors who are going to be moving in right next door can see their old folks. And, you know, I'm hoping to move into that place, and I'm not going to have anything in common with the rich people living right down the street.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mary Eliza here. I'm going to answer a question that Commissioner Moore posed earlier regarding what you can do to be more nimble about the situation when it changes and it doesn't meet your expectations and it doesn't end up being the way you anticipated the future will be. This is your opportunity to actually make a difference here. We know that we have more market rate than we have other kinds of production in the neighborhood. So now's a good time for us to continue this. It looks as if you've already had some improvements in the project so far. So I suppose if the community feels like you need to continue it, it would be a good idea to continue it and see if you can get even a better deal out of the situation. And I guess it's a better situation in general if everybody appreciates it a little bit more. So that would be my request, is that we continue this. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Susan Marsh. Yes, first of all, of course, the simple fact that all of the labor on this project will be union is a very partial mitigation of any harms that it might do. Yes, of course, it's important. It's important that every worker receive a good wage, especially in order to live in this area. Yes, of course. Nevertheless, the fact remains that no units pitched to individuals earning 200% of AMI will not be available to any of the people who are building them. They will not fulfill any need or demand for anyone currently in the neighborhood where the current median income is approximately 55% of AMI. They will not directly solve any problem of displacement. In fact, as I have mentioned before over and over and over again, no matter how many times people may say it, there's a UC Berkeley study that indicates that it is highly likely that under certain circumstances and in certain neighborhoods, because, of course, it's complicated, market rate housing will catalyze displacement. And you have plenty of testimony, you've heard it over and over again over the course of all of these hearings, that indeed landlords start threatening their tenants and start moving to evict their tenants and start harassing their tenants as soon as market rate projects are announced. because they get dollar signs in their eyes. And given that, I'm not sure how we can simply say that this. I'm not sure how it is even conceivable that staff claims that this project will cause no demographic change. There's no evidence of that. Such evidence as we have indicates the opposite, or at least it indicates that there's a strong possibility, and this should be studied. And since on top of this, this project will not, as I said, really fulfill a demand or need in the neighborhood, it will be very ineffective in slowing down displacement. Another conclusion of the UC Berkeley study. I would ask that you not only delay this project, but that you slow down and take a second look at the cumulative impacts of the projects that are currently in the pipeline, and indeed of all the market rate in development that has been occurring in the mission since the late 90s, to consider whether indeed it might not be triggering gentrification and a different course might be needed. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Tom Ray. I'm a native San Franciscan. I live in the Mission. I'm opposed to the Lennar development at 1515 South Van Ness. What does it offer to the people living in the Mission? Only 20 affordable units, the 12% minimum, and 164 luxury units. These luxury units are not affordable to first responders, the police, teachers, city workers, construction workers, store clerks, and even many tech workers. 11% of the San Francisco teachers recently quit this summer and are moving out of San Francisco because they have been evicted and or can no longer afford the rising rents in San Francisco. These luxury housing developments increase the perceived value of all the properties and land around them by 200 to 300% in only a few years. With 22 luxury housing developments currently sited in the Mission, real estate landlords and speculators and real estate financial institutions are currently cashing in on this greed virus by raising rents and evicting people from their homes and businesses, and then selling the properties and land at outrageous prices. By the time these units are built, thousands of people in the Mission will be evicted out of their homes at the current rates of eviction in the Mission. Who are these market rate luxury units really for? Checking public property records, 39% of the condo development in San Francisco built since the year 2000 have absentee owners. Many of these condo owners are wealthy Silicon Valley tech people, entrepreneurs, Marin County lawyers and doctors, East Bay executives, and corporations. And some live as far away as New York City, Hawaii, and Hong Kong, using them as temporary hangouts, rentals, or second or third homes. These developments are really just investment properties, not housing. At night, there is no light shining in many of the windows of these luxury units. How is this luxury housing development and others helping to solve the housing and community business crisis in the Mission and San Francisco? I encourage the Planning Commission to take up Supervisor Campos' proposal to do a detailed study of how all this market rate development is affecting the people and business of the Mission, especially the Latino community. I am sure you will be shocked by the research and results. Why don't you help develop a real Mission community plan that includes the Latino community, not just real estate developers and their investors? Here.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon once again, Commissioners. My name is Scott Feeney. I live in the Mission. I am a worker in the tech industry, and I'm speaking as an individual. So I support this development, but there are some points on which I agree with some of the people who've expressed concerns about the project. I agree that we have a severe affordability problem. I agree that we have a severe eviction problem. And I do agree that if we build these new units, the people who are occupying the market rate units are probably going to be pretty wealthy. I think the question if we're going to suggest that we delay or stop this project because of that is where are those wealthy people going to go if they can't get a new apartment? And I think the obvious answer is that if people who are moving to the area anyway can't get a new apartment, they're going to have to look at older housing stock. And by doing that, that drives up the prices of older housing stock, older apartments that were once affordable or relatively affordable to the middle class, so that they become really expensive. So with some of the figures that have been tossed around for potential rent for apartments in this development, like $3,500 to $5,000 is one that I've heard. If you look on Craigslist today, you'll find apartments in very old buildings in the Mission that are renting in that price range as well. So yes, there is a premium for this new development, but we have a problem across the spectrum. And by giving new arrivals a place to live in a new apartment, we're giving them an option that isn't displacing anyone. And so I would ask you to approve this project and not delay it, because if we delay creating this project, we just get more displacement in the meantime. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Megan. I'm here as a resident of the Mission. I share a 400 square foot apartment with my husband in a 109-year-old building. I certainly didn't come to the Mission to live in luxury housing. I'm here to support this project. I think this is an excellent example of a project that's gone above and beyond by adding additional affordable housing, using 100% union workers, by adding blue-collar jobs at McMillan Electric. Especially impressed by the inclusion of the BMR trade shops. I think we can all agree that we have enough fancy restaurants in the Mission District right now. I think we have to ask ourselves, if this isn't a project we can approve, are there any projects we can approve? If we continue to delay projects like this, in 20 years, the Latino Cultural District might have identical physical structures, but I think we all know that demographics are going to have changed substantially. If we're serious about keeping Latinos in the Mission, we need to be approving projects like this. Earlier, a woman said she was concerned about new residents having nothing in common with her. I would like to invite her to come out and talk to me outside, because I think if you talk to people like me, you might realize we have a lot more in common than you think. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Lucy Junus, and I live just a block away from the proposed project, and I 100% support the project because we need housing, and I'm a local business owner also in the Mission. So I just want to let you know that I really support this project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm back. I wanted to continue my narrative on the Lennar project. A couple of points I want to make is I want to give you a narrative of what it's like to be a neighbor in a meeting with Calle 24, with other nonprofit organizations who come to a meeting, a neighborhood meeting, to discuss with the developer and with the architects the merits of the build-out. First of all, it begins with a very loud group of opposition members who do not want to hear what the developer says, what the architects have in the design. They shut down any opposition, any neighbors who want to participate and get some insight about the development. That's how it works in the neighborhoods, okay? As a result, I organized my own neighborhood group on Shotwell Street. I live across the street from the development. Lucy, my neighbor, who you just heard speak, she and I were partners in trying to get people involved, which is a difficult thing in San Francisco. We managed that. We got support from many of our neighbors to move forward with this project. I've lived in the Mission over 60 years. I'm seeing a revival of the mission. I'm seeing development, good development. I'm seeing great people moving into the mission who are bringing money, wealth, and who are rehabilitating properties. This is what I want to see. What I don't want to see is a concentration of affordable housing on that building site. We have Bernal projects on 26 and Folsom. We have subsidized housing across the street from the proposed building site. We have a 9-story proposed 100% affordable building going up at 1296 Shotwell. It's managed by Meta and Chinatown Community Development. We have a very high concentration of affordable housing. We do not want more affordable housing on that site. I want to tell you a little bit about what the tactics are by the opposition. And as a newbie to this whole process, I was very discouraged to have to participate in this way, but this is the way it works. You get opposition leaders who attend the meetings, make noise, disrupt the meeting agenda, shout down anyone who expresses a different opinion. They pretend to represent and speak for all mission residents. They pretend to have political influence and housing expertise. This idea about a Latin cultural district, I lived in the mission all my life. The Irish, the Germans built the mission. Why don't we have an Irish-German cultural district? There's never compromise. There's delay. Wear down the developer.
Your time is up.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Again, please vote to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Well, I am a part of the opposition. Iris Biblowitz. I'm a nurse. I've lived in the mission for 40 years. I'm a senior, and I don't pretend to be anything other than what I am, which is heartbroken over what's been happening in the mission. I've been here before talking to you. You know, I hope that you will reject or at least have a continuance of this project and have a very thorough EIR on how this has affected people on the ground. You know about the eviction and displacement of over 8,000 Latinos, many families, African Americans. When I came here in 1976, it was 14% African Americans. It's down to 3 to 4%. Seniors and people with disabilities. In the pipeline, from what I've heard, 87% is market rate and luxury housing. Homelessness has increased. It's been in the paper a lot, but what isn't in the paper is the connection with all the evictions leading to homelessness. Luis Gongora, who was killed by SFPD about 6 months ago, had been homeless, had been evicted 2 years before, was in a tent encampment. Had he kept his home, he would still be alive today. The other thing as a nurse that I'm very, very concerned about are the illnesses secondary to the displacement and the evictions. Many people have high blood pressure, high blood sugar. They're not sleeping. They're not eating well. People with Parkinson's disease have had increased symptoms. Some people have died of a stroke. A woman on 24th and York died shortly after she was evicted of a stroke. The families in the fires that have lost their homes in the fires, Mission and 22nd Street, Mission and 29th Street more recently, 24th and San Jose, are amongst the few, are still waiting to return to the communities, but they cannot afford to come back. On the other hand, for the people who are worried about where these rich people are going to go, I've been hearing about multiple reports of multiple luxury and market rate apartments who are offering a free month's rent to encourage people, to tempt people to come in. The Civic, just a couple of blocks down, 1010 by 16th Street in Potrero, are offering a free month's rent to people who are already rich so that they can get some, so that they can move in to these luxury apartments. That's the bitter irony, because there are so many of us who can't afford to stay in San Francisco. I myself am waiting for the next eviction. I was lucky to be evicted in the 80s and 90s when I could still afford to stay in San Francisco, but those days are over. Lennar, as a good partner, well, I think there are some people in Bayview, Hunters Point, and all over California who may question that. There was a point. Okay, Sorry, I can't continue.
Thank you. If you want to leave material, you can. Next speaker.
Hi, my name's Marie Sorensen. I get it. He doesn't want his property values to drop. Yes, that 10-story Meta is senior citizens, and they're really scary. I'd like to start out by saying the first meeting I went to with Lennar was a secret meeting. I was invited because I found out about it. Nobody in our community was invited. I found out about it. I emailed them, and being my last name is Sorensen and not Hernandez, I got an invite. So then after that, we didn't hear anything for quite a while. Nothing really happened, and then I got no more feedback from them. And then we had a community meeting. Well, yes, there's a lot of screaming and yelling that goes on in the community meetings. It would be really helpful if somebody from the planning department could come to those meetings. What they witnessed was just sheer frustration. And no, people shouldn't be yelling. They should let them put out their plan, but alas, it didn't happen. So then last Monday, we met with Lennar and John at the planning department, and he rolled out the same old plan that he's been trumpeting forever. We said, no, we really need to talk about this. You're doing the minimum affordable housing. It's a large, large complex. It's going to devastate the neighborhood. And so they said, well, we're not going to make really any money off this, which, of course, is a lot of baloney. But we said, you have to offer us something else. This is ridiculous. We're trying to plan our cultural district, and this is going to be an influx of a lot of rich people so that can afford these big rents, because they are going to rent. And so 2 days later, the morning of yesterday, we had agreed to another meeting. That meeting we went in, and before the meeting they said, well, we'll up our affordable component. But that's all we can do because our backs are against the wall and Lennar can't do the project. And of course, they have their own financing. And so we didn't progress very far. So we asked them if they would delay so we can all keep going on this. They said no, but, we'll go to the hearing and maybe it'll get delayed. We can still work together. So here we are. This morning we get a call. Oh, they're going to increase it more. We say, well, let's continue the conversation. They go, no, we're still going to proceed. So we go, okay, so are we. Please, please delay this project and let us keep working on it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lou Dematez, and I'm with Calle 24, and I also have taken part in a couple of meetings that John helped put together. I'm glad that we're part of the process. I think we could have been a part of the process much earlier, and I think if we had, we wouldn't be where we are today, where a number of us are asking for a continuance. A couple of things. I'm glad things worked out for McMillan, but one thing to understand is that they didn't build new PDR space. They took over and renovated a building that existed. So we are losing all the PDR space in the old McMillan building where the project's going to be built. So that's important to keep in mind. Actually, when we're talking about buildings, I saw I think it was the first design that Lennar had that I thought fit in much better with the neighborhood than with the last design that we've seen, which seems to me more of a downtown look to it. So again, if we had been involved earlier, and we do feel we were somewhat ignored, I think that might have been helpful for everybody. It might actually kept the costs down for them. But I do have to say I've been in meetings with developers where they've been actually not given us anything back. So I have to say that with the meeting, especially when John was there, that there was some good give and take. I personally don't think we've completed it, which is one of the reasons I'm asking for a continuance. I have an interesting thing to think about when you guys should think about when we're talking about demographic change. You know, a lot of demographics is connected with income. And so the Latino community, you know, is a lower, you know, on average is a lower income community than others. So when we're thinking about demographic change, the more affordable housing we can have, it helps to mitigate the amount of demographic change. So I know that we're at 25%. I would like to see if anything else could be done and that we could get something a little higher than that. As I said, I think, and as Marie pointed out, we've had some good conversations this week, but we feel there's still a ways to go. And so I would ask for a continuance, number one, because of that. And number two, I think you've seen that still there's a lot of opposition to the project from the community, regardless what we at Calle 24 think, the Latino Cultural District. So I think a continuance would be well served for everybody. Thanks very much.
Hi there. My name is Annie Fryman. I am here today. I often come to speak in support of housing projects, but I'm excited for today. I'm speaking as a neighbor. Before I came down this afternoon, I counted how many steps from my door to the north facade of this building. It was 12. 2 doors up from the north facade across 26th Street, 12 steps up. I support this project. I do not support a continuance or any delays. When I first heard about this project, I was really excited that I could finally lobby for a project that was literally in my backyard. And I looked up who the developer was. I reached out to them. I said, I want to learn more about this project that's coming up so close to my house. And they were incredibly responsive. We met up for coffee. I learned about whatever iteration of the project there was maybe 6 or 7 months ago. And a lot of our conversation was, you know, you should work to see more affordability in this project. I said you need to get more affordable units. The project wasn't union at that point. We said, you know, if you have union labor in this project, that is another really, really positive thing that we would like to see. And, you know, I come in and I stay tuned to the project, and sure enough, those things had been addressed. We are seeing much more affordability now than we were months ago. We are seeing different and better, in my opinion, design than we were months ago, and we are seeing union labor. In addition, we're seeing the trade stores on the first floor. We're seeing an influx of new housing to the neighborhood. My apartment is one of those that will have my full view of Bernal Hill completely obstructed by this project. My entire street will be in shadow, and I honestly couldn't be more excited, because what fosters community in a neighborhood is having these types of mixed race, mixed income communities that are urban, that are walkable, that are livable, where we can patronize the small businesses close by and the nonprofits that will be on the first floor of that building. We can be so close to nature, yet still live a more sustainable urban lifestyle. And I can't think of a better microcosm of all of those ideals than this site and this area and this part of the neighborhood. I am a bit offended by a lot of the people in opposition who've been saying that there is no support from the community in this project. A lot of the neighbors who I spoke to about this project, when I learned more about it, almost immediately there were, I think, 10 personal letters in support to the planner about this project, just of folks that I had reached out to and folks who wanted to learn more about what was going on in that corner. And so I think that, you know, we heard from one of the other folks earlier that we have a housing crisis, we have a displacement crisis, we have an eviction crisis, and this doesn't do anything to solve it. I completely disagree. Our housing crisis is in many ways a housing shortage. It's also an affordability crisis. This is adding a lot of housing.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
And also much more affordability. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon.
My name's Anthony Urbina with the Sheet Metal Workers Union, Local 104. I'm a union representative here in San Francisco. And we, Local 104, support Lennar's project and want to see this happen at the South Van Ness site. One few things here that a lot of people have been talking about is that this will stimulate and provide good middle-class jobs for the union construction workers and for local residents. Also, the career paths for our state-certified building trades apprentices. That will be it's a good pathway to be on this project, and also military veterans for a lot of our trades. It'll also enhance the neighborhood by replacing this electrical warehouse and the big, vibrant residential project. And another good thing is that it's close to public transit. We need this to happen, and sheet metal workers definitely support this project and do not support the continuance. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Joel Koppel with the Electrical Workers Local 6. Thanks, first of all, to Commissioner Mike Antonini for his years of service. It was an honor to speak with you and address you. I wanted to start off by also saying it was an honor for me personally to share this microphone with Pat McMillan. He is a long-standing, multi-generational legacy of a local business here in the city. I've shown up to his office with my tools and a dispatch, ready to go to work, and he has signed my checks and helped ship me out and build this city. He's an asset to our industry, and our groups wouldn't be the same without people like him. On that note, I wanted to say good-paying union jobs with health care and benefits are anti-displacement tools for people like us, the blue-collar, working-class people. I'd also like to recognize all the workers here today in support of the project wearing safety vests. Us as the building trades are very proud of this project. Specifically, we did knowingly last November support a No on I campaign, knowing that there wasn't a good chance we were going to be working on a lot of these projects. We specifically, the electricians, probably won't be good on Nick Podell's project. We're probably not going to be good with Axis. We're not good on the 2600 Harrison project. We're going to be good on this project. So we didn't reach this deal yesterday. We met with Lennar months ago and signed an agreement for a full union building trades project, which has never happened in the mission. There's not been one private funded, fully agreed on building trades project in the mission ever. This will be the first one. We have valued our community involvement on the past couple projects we've worked with them. We always value their support and their input. We also think we're part of the community here also. I'd really like to urge you guys to act on this project tonight and approve it as currently proposed. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I have a spreadsheet for you for the record. The Eastern Neighborhoods Plan sought to accomplish a balance between two key policy goals: to encourage new housing and make it affordable to low and middle income earners, and secondly, to reserve sufficient space for PDR in order to support a diverse economy and provide good jobs for residents. The plan was a response to 1988 live-work legislation that enabled developers to skirt zoning controls and buy cheap industrial land, resulting in rapid gentrification and displacement. Nowhere was the problem more pronounced than in the mission. Unfortunately, despite a number of laudable goals in the plan, a critical PDR component was stripped out of UMU zoning, and the plan never had the teeth to achieve the desired balance between housing and PDR uses. We ended up with anything-goes zoning, with speculators given a free pass to build for the maximum profit, putting primarily market-rate residential development on cheap land, not unlike the bad old live-work days. The Mission, like other eastern neighborhoods, is bleeding PDR and the jobs that go with it, while the 2025 projections for residential development made in the Plan EIR have been exceeded. The preferred project level set in 2008 for the Mission was for 1,696 residential units, but the community plan exemption studies done for this project indicates that as of February, 2,451 units have been approved or are in the pipeline. That's 755 units over what was approved. With an unanticipated level of residential development and lack of balance between land uses, the cumulative growth assumptions made in the environmental analysis for this project don't adequately account for its impacts on land use, population and housing, recreation, transportation, and other infrastructure. For this reason, a community plan exemption is not appropriate and a focused EIR is required. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Tim Colon, and first things first, on behalf of the Housing Action Coalition, I'd like to express our deep gratitude to Commissioner Antonini for his many years of dedicated service to San Francisco. Commissioner, because of your enormous contributions, the city's a better place. Enjoyed working with you. As to the business at hand, we've reviewed this site extensively, and it's a badly underutilized site in a transit-rich area. The project has gone through many changes, and we commend Lennar for responding to our feedback, among many others, in developing a better proposal. The improvements to the corner of 26th and South Van Ness will be a big benefit to the neighborhood. They put together what is probably to us the most comprehensive ground floor plan we've seen from a project sponsor. These trade shops that you've seen will be significantly discounted and will create a lot of opportunities for small businesses. This, too, will enliven the neighborhood. We commend Lennar for figuring out a way to increase the amount of subsidized housing in their project, including providing homes for a range of incomes. All this was achieved despite enormous amount of uncertainty around new housing in the Mission over the past year. This is an excellent project, but really that's beside the point at this stage, 2 years into the game on trying to get approvals. One of the strange things about our work is having to repeatedly argue in public hearings that increasing housing supply reduces displacement pressures in neighborhoods. This in spite of the overwhelming evidence from all mainstream urban economists, most notably our city's chief economist and 2 landmark reports from the state's Legislative Analyst's Office. As much as some folks might want, it is not possible to address the Mission District's housing affordability and displacement problems by building a wall around it and preventing new housing. The changes that are happening in the Mission District are not occurring because of new housing. Planning Department has extensive, deep evidence in years of their housing inventory reports that show that the Mission is actually one of the lower producing neighborhoods of all the neighborhoods in the city. It produces very little new housing, and yet the prices are exploding. Displacement is getting worse. That's not because of the new housing. That's because of the pressure being put on an inadequate housing stock. You're going to have to get your hands around the idea that the Mission needs lots of new housing if we're ever going to turn the tide on displacement. Displacement's going to be bad this year and the next and probably the year after that, as long as employment pressures are going to continue because of a strong economy. 2 years is enough time to decide what to do on a project. It's been delayed a few times. No civic purpose is achieved by delaying it anymore. You should approve it today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tony Rodriguez, and I'm with Local 483 of Fire Sprinkler Union. I'm also a native resident of San Francisco, raised my family here, and I'm still here. And, I've been in the city my whole life, and the city has constantly been changing. Sometimes I was really furious at some of the changes, but the changes continued. And I guess your job and our city government and the people that we elect is to make sure that that change is done, I guess, with common sense and for the good of the city. Lennar, I've listened to a lot of developers that come before us at the HAC or with our unions and talk about projects that they're going to build. And Lennar has been, up till now anyway, one of the best at listening to what us as unions wanted. And they worked with us with that. I also sit at the HAC, and when the HAC said that they should add shops along the store on the lower levels, and they should change some of the design of the building, they listened. And now from 12%, which maybe they would have had to go to 15 or whatever, but now they're at 25%. So I think they've shown a goodwill to try to do what's right and to lay all the ills of housing and evictions at Lennar's feet really isn't fair. And I think you know that. And I think, like Tim was saying, I think I read somewhere the state of California in the last 25 years has been really bad about housing. And so now we have Governor Brown trying to do this thing where he would bypass the EIRs and stuff if it was certain kinds of projects. And I think sometimes people overreact. It's kind of like the thing with politics where they scare you, and so you say yes or you say no to something. So I just ask you to look at what Lennar has done and use common sense and approve this project. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rick Hall again. I'm asking you to continue this project. The Latino Cultural District is a very special area, and it deserves, a project in that area deserves the appropriate amount of time to make it compatible with the district. I thank John for setting up the meetings that have happened so far, and I think there's been progress made. And so I don't want to sit here and bash the project, because I think with some time to continue, we can actually come up with a project we agree to. So I would like to just counter what I keep hearing about from the build people. Block by block displacement is real. That's starting to show up in some of the studies. And you don't need studies to tell you what you see. I mean, it's just, you can see it. You can see what happens when when the high rent things go up, or the Google buses come in, and the high income folks are induced, and then the businesses start raising their rents. I mean, it's not a secret, and it's not going to be solved by build. It's a problem I don't know how it's going to be solved, but building, unless we do quickly build 200,000 units in this city, it's not going to be helped by build. So, anyway, I just have to say, I do want you to continue it, because I do think we can work together. However, if you approve it today, I need to state for the record, I associate myself with all the statements made by Scott Weaver in his letter of 8-3 that was delivered to you today. I object to this project as presented. It deserves no LPA, CU, or CPE support. The project as presented is neither necessary or desirable to this neighborhood. The EN plan is over-entitled with respect to housing and over-paced with respect to PDR loss. All cases of the PEIR have been exceeded, etc.
Okay.
I still got a minute time. It's incompatible with the mission area plan and the general plan. Thank you.
Calling a couple more names: Magic, Laura Clark, and I think it's Raylene Valle Bernos.
How many more do we have?
Hi, I'm Raylene Vallebrenes, and I actually live on 26th Street. I'm not sure why it's built industrial, because none of it shows the neighborhood. On the side of South Van Ness, there's only one other building, which is a mechanic shop. On the corner, there's a small little cafe. Kitty corner to that is a laundromat where everybody takes their laundry. Saturday morning, Sunday morning, you see carts going up. Right next to it, there's a couple of housing around there. And as far as neighbors, I'm not quite sure if they're still naive believing that this is a progressive city, because it no longer is. And I want to challenge them to see if they know where Galeria La Raza is, La Palma, Mission Cultural Center, if they know who Almacar Perez is, if they know who Alex Nieto is, if they know who Luz Gongora is. Do they know about their neighborhood? Are they civically involved? Do they know what Carnaval is? Do they know where the mural is that depicts the Carnival, which is at 24th and South Van Ness, which was advocated by Galeria La Raza to preserve. As far as there's also day laborers in that vicinity, because there used to be a lumber yard where I've picked up plenty of times someone that will help me for $20 move my stuff. I don't necessarily feel that building luxury housing, because no one can afford it. While we have all these people from the labor union, none of these people will be able to afford it, nor be able to probably vote, because majority probably don't even live in the city. I feel like trying to continue would probably be the best, because the community can have more creative solutions about what this can happen. If possibly we can move the SFMTA red tape over to South Van Ness, then we can possibly have maybe the 14 or the 49 can go through Cesar Chavez and help the senior and the elderly, and as well help this complex. But I don't think we have enough time as of right now to figure out what we want to do as a community. I feel like our neighbors and myself, the only thing we have in common is our zip code. I'm a brown person. I walk differently in this world than they do. I feel great comfort of feeling my other community of going over to 26 and Mission and buying my food, which is plantains, where anywhere else you wouldn't be able to get. I'm not anti-new people, but I feel that we should holistically look at this approach. Thank you.
Hi, Laura Clark, Grow SF, and I promise to be nice today. I think we talk a lot sometimes about the indirect effect of building on communities, but we don't talk about the indirect effect of not building on communities. And the indirect of not building on communities is that more pressure is put on that existing community. I don't know how many of you commissioners have read Kate Downing's she's a good friend of mine, commissioner down in Palo Alto, who has decided that the cost of living for her as an attorney and a software engineer as her husband is too high for them. This is a regional problem, and we have chronically underbuilt for 30 years. And it is frankly, it's your job to turn that corner and to bring more units on board faster to address this shortage. I'm just going to quote from her because I think it applies to every place in the region. Palo Alto is unaffordable even for an attorney and a software engineer. It is clear that if professionals like me cannot raise a family here, then all of our teachers, first responders, and service workers are in dire straits. We already see openings at our police department that we cannot fill, and numerous teacher contracts that we can't renew because the cost of housing is astronomical, not just in Palo Alto, but many miles in each direction. If things keep going as they are, yes, Palo Alto's streets will look just as they did decades ago, but its inhabitants, spirit, and sense of community will be unrecognizable. The impact of not building housing on the existing communities is a terrible tragedy, and it is your job to right that wrong and to build these units as fast as possible to address this crisis. I agree with the previous speaker. This is not going to be addressed by build unless we build 200,000 units immediately. And I ask you to be part of that solution and to build 200,000 units immediately. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Magic. Just to reflect on what the woman just said, you know, this displacement is regional, but what happens locally is block by block, we lose the people that have lived here, that are part of this cultural zone that the Board of Supervisors did create a cultural zone to maintain the Latino community there. And also, we almost had a moratorium on luxury housing. It was a majority, not a supermajority. But there is a will in this government to stop this takeover of our city. I think the mantra needs to become, we cannot afford the luxury. We cannot afford the luxury. This has been declared a zone to protect the culture of the mission. And it will definitely create more displacements, and we cannot afford the luxury. This project will undoubtedly create a domino effect of evictions. The tech boom is on the wane. Twitter may soon be tweeting its last tweet in San Francisco. I am glad to see all the union folks here so they can hear the people's voice. No one here is condemning the men and women from the unions of wanting work, but now you have heard what it does in the long term. When your jobs are over, a community is decimated. We want places for union workers to live. The tired old saw that pits labor against the people who are speaking out to save the soul of the city is so sad. We need to think outside of the boxing match. Everyone in this room, in their heart of hearts, wants a colorful, lively, cultural, funky, fun city that maintains a connection to its roots, its arts, its culture, its people, the working people, even the homeless, need to be thought of today. It's a tragedy what's happening in this city. Everyone in this room can come together as a community. We don't need to be enemies pitted against each other. I think in our heart of hearts we want the same thing. Please let's delay this project and let's see if we can come to an agreement that actually works for this city. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Maria Zamudio. I'm an organizer with Causa Justa Just Cause. I'm here to ask for a continuance to this project so that the community can be able to have a conversation about what equitable development in our neighborhood looks like. Causa Justa is currently fighting multiple evictions. We have a family that was just evicted yesterday. We are trying to make sure that they're able to stay in a home. We have over 25 owner move-in evictions happening. These are families who we are trying to keep in their homes. These are families for whom luxury development does nothing. We build and build and build in San Francisco. Luxury development does nothing for them. So if we want to build housing, which we're saying that we need, it needs to be affordable housing. It needs to be deeply affordable housing. It needs to be at 100% the rates that working class San Franciscans can afford. And this is something that we've been telling this commission for years. This is what we've been trying to get across to this commission for years. When working class people of color are telling you that the housing that is being built does not adequately meet our need and does not meet the demand that we have, it should be listened to. There's a lot of people that are telling you that we need to build anything because that's what's going to bring down the housing costs. And San Francisco has been building housing. The Mission has built more housing than anywhere else in the Bay Area. We've built 1,500 units. 2,000 more units are in the pipeline. That's more than anywhere else in the 9 regions of the 9 counties of the region, and that has not brought down our housing costs. When I have moms, when I have families telling me, what am I supposed to do? Where am I supposed to go? I try to send them to the affordable housing lists. They can't afford those units either. So I agree, we need to build housing. And I would like to see all 2,000 of those units in the pipeline 100% affordable to people making less than $30,000 a year. But that apparently is a non-starter conversation. So yes, let's build housing, but let's build housing at the need that exists. Luxury housing does not make a more equitable city. Most of the units in San Francisco that are luxury units are empty. They are vacant. They are not housing a single person. So let's actually tackle this issue. Let's actually have conversations between community and developers and see what are the opportunities to really house people. What are the opportunities to actually meet the demands that exist in our neighborhoods? Because there is no demand for luxury housing in our neighborhoods. There is no demand for luxury housing in San Francisco. We need housing that actually meets people's needs, and that's housing that is currently not being built at enough of a level. So yes, let's build housing, and let's make sure it's deeply affordable for working class San Franciscans. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Christina Olagi, and I'm a member of the Latino community in San Francisco. That's how I choose to introduce myself today, even though it becomes less and less popular every day to have any concerns about preserving Latino culture in San Francisco. But I just thought that it's definitely a value of mine, and it's something that other people don't value, and we've heard many of those people speak today, and that's okay, because I don't expect that it's possible to change people's minds when it comes to that value. We heard recently someone say that they knew a member of the Palo Alto Planning Commission, and I hope that they find ways of convincing their friend to increase densification in Palo Alto, so maybe they can bear the burden that San Francisco has been forced upon San Francisco too often over the past few years. I'm here reluctantly. I feel the die has been cast, and the project will move forward. Prop C, unfortunately, grandfathered in projects like this in the Mission District, and most of the large projects that would have the greatest impact were grandfathered in, and so we're not protected in Prop C. For me, I think what's sad is that we need workforce housing. We need housing that includes people who work in the restaurants. Maria spoke of families that she's working with. Many of them are being displaced. They have no place to go. People who are being burned out. Many of the units in the Mission are Latino residents. They can't afford anything now that's being built in the Mission District, so they're being forced out of the city, many into the Richmond. Many of them work in the Mission District in restaurants. Many of them work in different service capacities. Their children attend public schools in San Francisco, and so they're losing their entire communities. But you've heard all this before, but I thought I'll just come out and show solidarity with Eric Arguello and others that are here today who are concerned about the devastation of the Latino community in the Mission District. So I do hope that you continue this. I hope it gives Lennar and the community additional time to speak about a project that we need, that really is fits the needs of most people that work and live in the community. Before I leave, I did want to mention Michael Antonini, and although we never agreed, I think we agreed once. We can count the times. We always managed to maintain a civil dialogue, and we went out and had coffee a couple times and dinner and stuff. So good luck to you. And it's hard work. A lot of people don't realize how much work goes into being on the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Commissioners. Adrian Simi, Carpenters Local 22, lead organizer in San Francisco. We fully support this project. We support Lennar and their commitment with the carpenters and all the rest of the building trades to do a 100% union project. I have to say, though, that I haven't heard one argument why there should be any sort of continuance tonight. It's the same old swan song, the same old story. You know, we heard about deep affordable housing. It's all about deep pockets and what we can get out of Lennar. That's what it is. Lennar has gone over and above what they needed to do, what they have to do. They've made the commitment. You know, there's only one way we're going to get more housing. And Commissioner Antonini said it in the first 5 minutes of the meeting today, is build more housing. That's what we need to do. Now, you can sit up there and we can talk this to death, just like we do at every other meeting, or you can look back at the carpenters behind me and look them in the eye and tell them, you know what, it's probably best that you don't go to work on this one. And maybe, you know, if you were going to move into that place, well, too bad, because we're going to leave it a warehouse, right? And the other thing is, somebody please explain to me how you can displace somebody by tearing down a warehouse and putting houses up, right? If you have a wallet and it's empty and I give you $157, did I displace anything in your wallet? No, you have $157. That's exactly what's going to happen with this project. You have nobody that lives at 1515 South Van Ness, and you build 157 units. What do you got? You got room. You got 157 families that are moving in, and 25% of those are going to be below market rate. That's why we support this project. And everybody here understands. I know you understand it, and we hope that you'll support it too. Thank you.
Okay, is there any additional public comment?
Hi, my name's Rafael Solari, and I put my card in earlier but was not in the room, so I'm going to...
Can you speak to the mic?
Oh, sorry. Hi, my name is Rafael Solari. I live in the Mission, and I'm speaking today in support of this project for one reason that I speak in support of many projects, which is that I deeply believe that we need more housing in San Francisco. And I also want to speak to the particulars of this project because I think it's an example of negotiation that the developer and the construction community and the community that lives in the neighborhood went through. It was a long process, and we're now I'm watching this project with interest because this is one of several projects in the neighborhood, and Lennar came to the table and made an offer, and I think a much better offer than many of the other developers in this neighborhood have made. And if we approve this project quickly, as in today, then it sends a signal to the other projects in this neighborhood that they can move forward if they make a deal that gets enough people on board. And it doesn't have to be every last person in the neighborhood, but if we have a bunch of stakeholders who are all very happy with the project, then I think that should be a good reason to approve it and approve it quickly, because the housing crisis is urgent, and projects like these will help. I think we've talked a bit earlier about how projects with very expensive housing might send a signal to landlords in the neighborhood that they can raise their rent. But in this case, I don't think that applies. I think every landlord in the Mission knows that the market rent in the Mission is very, very high. I know that my landlord knows that. So I don't think we have to worry about that particular problem in this instance. The UC Berkeley study that some of the neighbors have noted tonight did mention that adding affordable housing and market rate housing both reduce the amount of displacement that we see in our communities. And affordable housing reduces displacement more, but market rate housing can reduce displacement too. So I hope that you will approve this project tonight. Thank you.
Okay, any additional public comment? Okay, not seeing any public comments closed. Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate all the comment, but one thing I won't miss is hearings like this, because I appreciate everybody's opinions, but oftentimes, you know, as I will point out in some of my comments, they are not necessarily based in facts, and as they can certainly say them, but I think Adrian Simi said it best. what's there not to like about this project? This is a really good project. And I was really happy today we had one different thing. We always have a lot of the same people opposing these projects, but we had a lot of people who came out today who are actual residents in the area in support of the project. And they made the point that while we really appreciate the efforts of the Latino Cultural District and the fact that they represent preservation of an important segment of the community and businesses along 24th Street, they are a segment of the community. They don't represent all the community. And these people made it really clear that, they're the community too, and they were speaking for more diversity, which is what the opposition is always talking about, diversity. This is the diversity. There are actually more people moving into the Mission District and making it a more diverse neighborhood. So that being said, some of the particulars that I was going to talk about, one of the speakers brought this table about all the housing that's been built in the Mission. Nothing's been built. Okay, here's the deal. This table has all the projects that have taken out their initial environmental documents. Anybody can do that. We see tons and tons of projects that pull their environmental papers and they never see the light of day. They don't even make it to the hearings for approval process. So when you really look at this, instead of showing there was 2,400 that have taken out environmental, only 500 have been approved, under construction, or completed. Only 500 housing units within the that's only 500 in those categories, and that represents about 34% of what was analyzed under the most restricted analysis. The preferred project was the 1697. So I've spent a lot of time and energy over the last few weeks with help from planning staff, Pedro Peterson, to get the correct documents so we don't have to hear these misrepresentations, but they still come. And in terms of what's actually been completed, there are only 227 units in the Mission since Eastern Neighborhoods was approved, and 34% of those are affordable. So, and more than that, because we just approved another big project of affordable 2 weeks ago that nobody was here complaining about, so, or even commenting on. So, the fact of the matter is very little's been built. And one of the reasons why we have displacement is there's so little being built. And in terms of PDR being displaced, or less than 1% of the PDR we analyzed in the Eastern Neighborhood plans for the Mission has been approved, under construction, or built. So almost negligible amounts. So again, there's a lot of talking about things that really aren't happening. Some of the details about this project. First of all, it's taking place in an area that doesn't even allow PDR. It's a non-conforming use. So even if people wanted PDR, they can't have PDR there. And they've done the next best thing. They've provided some trade shops, which they didn't have to do, but they're doing. In addition to the support, the few people who came out in support that live in the area, 36 merchants in the area gave their support, as well as a lot of other neighbors who sent in letters to me, and I read those. I mean, the same 15 or 20 people come in opposition, but a lot more people actually take the time to write letters, not form letters, but often letters that actually are written individually to show their feelings on it. But regardless of a popularity contest, I think that you have more displacement without new housing than you do with new housing. I mean, it only makes sense. I mean, people are buying units all over the Mission and paying high amounts for them, and people are either selling them if they own them, doing very well, moving somewhere else, buying a bigger house, or if they don't own them and they're renters, then they're often being displaced, which is unfortunate. But as Adrian Simi said, you build 157 new units, you're not taking anything away. You're adding something to it. So then, I don't think there's any reason to even talk about a continuance on this. What you see is what you get. It's pretty simple. They've been working on it for 2 years. And some of the changes have happened fairly late in the process. But, I mean, there's a good reason for that. And the reason is that you know, the developers have to get approved by the Planning Commission, but then invariably the opponents will appeal it to the Board of Supervisors or appeal the environmental piece or whatever. So oftentimes they'll get squeezed at the board for even more. So a lot of developers don't put all their cards on the table at the Planning Commission because they know they're going to get hit up again for more when they go to Board of Supervisors. But this developer has come out with as much as can be done, and what is something that is, he's grandfathered, but he's not even using the grandfathering. He is choosing to conform to what would have been the case if there had not been grandfathering. So all the people who came up here, many of whom are the same ones that are here in the opposition, said, don't allow grandfathering in the Mission or any other place and make it 25% citywide. And when it is 25% citywide, it isn't good enough. So, you know, there's no good answer because there is, unfortunately, an attitude that we don't want any housing with any market rate units, which is exclusive. It excludes a lot of the population, and I don't support that kind of mentality. So the other part of it is this has gone on for 2 years. As was pointed out, there's a senior affordable, and I think you've got a really, really high percentage of income-restricted housing within the Latino Cultural District that we're hearing about. So that means that, yes, projects and other buildings are in this. I don't have the exact percentage, but it's a lot. So it puts even more pressure on the non-restricted housing and forces prices up higher. So the more market rate, it's not luxury, it's market rate. It's what people are willing to pay. And, you know, so it puts more, if you don't build this, you put even more pressure on the existing housing units. I like the idea of the trade shop units. They're going to be at 50% or going to be at $2 a square foot. We can't ask for much more than that. And also, all of a sudden, the opposition isn't referring anymore to the April 2007 Nexus study, which we've always heard about, but now they're not talking about it because it exactly represents what is permissible. The study was done by the City and County of San Francisco to provide a nexus for the city to establish its affordable housing levels. And, you know, the study actually not only justified the then 15%, but showed that rental units in areas, let's say there were 100 new units. This is what they analyzed. 100 market rate units produced a need for 19.4 affordable units from direct effects. When it was indirect effects, it was a much higher thing. So what you have to do is translate that into inclusionary because it's based on 100 units, inclusionary. So if you had 100 units of total housing, direct effects, you would need 16% of those to be affordable. And if you take into account indirect and direct effects, then that is 25.2%. So it's the particular project presented here with a lot of justification and the right documents because they need a Costa-Hawkins agreement. So they have to get things and they're giving things back. So that is entirely what a Costa-Hawkins agreement has to do. And this study, which nobody's talking about tonight, but it only justifies the fact that there is evidence that has been around for quite a while that shows that there's a demand generated for the 25%. It's, you know, one could make the point that it's not all necessarily demand generated in San Francisco, because if the project is in that part of the Mission District, it's quite possible that some of the demand is generated south of the line in Daly City. People will go down there to go to Costco, or they'll go to Home Depot, or they'll go to Joe's of Westlake for dinner. You know, so, but anyway, this is what staff has prepared, the city has prepared by Kirsten Marston Associates, and it's the basis for this. So I think they're entirely correct, and I think this is a project which we should approve tonight. And, you know, with all due respect for the opposition, I mean, I want to have the district be successful. I want you to preserve as much as you can. I want you to help people stay there, help businesses stay there. But I don't want to see any group be a gatekeeper for a neighborhood. This is decisions that are involving the entire city and all the residents. And so I'm in favor of the project.
Thank you. I'll go second. Actually, I had asked to go second. I'm chairing the meeting. I guess to the director, we had this handed to us, this sheet about the EIR community plan exemptions, and we're over on the number. Can you just comment on where the line is drawn? I know we've done this before, but I just want to cover this ground again.
Yeah, Commissioners, this has been presented to you before. About half of this list is projects that are currently have a published CPE but have not been approved, and the other half of this list, they haven't even been approved as CPEs. Community plan exemptions through the CEQA process. So, and about at least 4 of these projects are 100% affordable. I think perhaps more. So these are only housing projects, and these are projects that have not yet been approved. I think the other thing to remind us all is that the Eastern Neighborhoods EIR look at a multiple uses. And it also considered and anticipated a lot more housing or office development than actually has existed and has been produced in the mission. So when you look at those total impacts of office and housing development, we are not yet reaching those thresholds. These numbers are accurate in the sense that if you think about if everything in the pipeline were to be built, we would be close to those numbers in the mission. But it is highly unlikely that everything that's in the pipeline will be built, and most of this hasn't even been approved yet, let alone built.
Great, thank you. It's interesting, I sit up here every time we have one of these hearings, and there's a supply-demand question where existing demand chases existing supply, which results in displacements if we don't build, or if we do build and increase supply, it generates additional demand, which still causes displacement. So it's this kind of bad chicken and egg dream that I keep experiencing here. And there's I think it's probably some of both. I don't think it's either one. I don't think it's the other. And it's, I think to Commissioner Antonini's point, it's actually what the effect of the market rate housing is on the need to have additional affordable housing, and I think that plays a big role in it. That all being said, I guess this project would, and I'll ask staff this, satisfy Prop C requirements. Is 15%, 55% AMI and below, and then 10% at 100%. Is this a Prop C, Mr. Boo?
So under the trailing legislation, the project would be required to provide 13.5% due to its grandfathering. So it's only 1.5% greater than what is required now.
If it were just existing now and they filed their application under the existing trailing legislation, what would it be required?
Under the existing legislation, if they filed their first entitlement application today, then the number would be, I think it's 25%. And
it would be exactly what we're getting?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I guess I'll cut to the chase. I'm here between a continuance or an approval, and I'm going to ask the organized opposition a few questions if they could come up. So we just heard a project where you were supportive of it, right? And we're hearing a project here now where you're not supportive of it. Can you tell me what your sticking points are?
Well, I think one point to make is that we're not against this project per se. What we're wanting to do is really have more of a conversation with the project sponsor, making this the best project possible.
Okay, and how long is that?
And the things that we're looking at is, we want to continue the conversation with the PDR spacing configurations. One of the spaces on the corner of 26th and South Finesse, part of the plan was to create a coffee shop. There is a coffee shop across the street. So it's going to affect that business across the street. Even though that the owner said that he's okay with the building, we know that he will be affected in the future because a lot of our businesses think that if they have another building that they're going to get more business, and that has been the case with our businesses.
Okay.
So that's one piece of it, and we can use that space for either expanding the PDR or being more creative with that space also in a different way.
Okay.
The traffic concerns are huge. I think they said there's 80 parking spaces, and the MTA is actually directing all traffic from Mission and Cesar Chavez straight down to South Finesse. That's the route they plan to divert all that traffic to go through the Mission and back onto Mission Street. So there's going to be a lot of congestion in that area with more additional cars.
Okay.
And also the parking can be used for more affordable housing. We encourage folks to, to ride the buses, get on bikes. It's transit rich. There's Mission Street not too far away. There's Folsom Street also. The design of it's completely out of scale with the neighborhood. It's bulky. It doesn't really fit with the vision, the mission of the Latino Cultural District. I think it could be designed much better, and it can really give homage to Macmillan. It's historic in the neighborhood, and I think it'll be a better fit. That neighborhood has been a mix of residential and PDR uses. There are a lot of auto shops in that area or car detailing shops in that area. So it's a very unique neighborhood, and we're trying to maintain that unique mix and make it very interesting. And also, we want to continue to talk about the affordability piece. We want to talk to them about maybe trade-offs to increase the affordability piece, because that's when we're talking about the Latino Culture District. In the creation of the district, we always talked about having higher percentages for the Latino Culture District, because that's a place that's been designated by the city as a special place to preserve and to allow people to stay there. So when we're looking at 25%, to us, it's just a minimum with Prop C, but it's not really cover the ideals and the vision for the Latino Culture District about creating more affordable housing in that area. So we want to be able to talk to them about that, looking at trade-offs, and looking how we can use the space much better.
Okay. So it looks like there's a lot on the plate there. You want to have a conversation, and it needs to include the PDR configuration, the retail component, the traffic concerns, parking, trade-offs between affordable housing, PDR, the design, and then the affordability percents. So it's a big plate.
Yes.
So the question I have is, as a commissioner here, we get stuck sometimes, and we try to get the project perfect here, only to have it appealed to the Board of Supervisors. And then it goes through a whole other wash and rinse cycle, and the developer gets soaked a little bit more. And, if we granted you a continuance and you got 50% or 60% or 70%, you might appeal anyways, and where are we? This is stuff that we just kick to the can to the board. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I think there is no need to appeal if we come to an agreement that everybody's comfortable with. It's making sure that the community is all on the same. We're on the same page.
Okay.
And then I think we move forward.
How much time do you need?
Well, we need at least a couple of weeks minimum. I know we looked at the calendar and there was things out till September, October. We just want to make sure that we get everybody on board. We can discuss and hash this out. I know it's not going to be perfect for nobody, but we want to be sure that we're all comfortable with it and we can move forward with it.
Sure. Another question then on well comfortable, I think it's a good word you used. How do you know when you're done? How do you know? You might not get everything you want. Where do you draw the line?
Right. We are taking into consideration what they're able to do, but we're also looking at what the needs of the community are. So we have to be able to balance that out as best as possible.
Sure. So I'm a cynic and I'm the developer, and I say, hey, you looked at Nick Podell's books in this room over here somewhere. You saw what the profit margin was, what he can and can't do, and he still was appealed. Where do we end up with that? I'm really trying to understand why we want to vote for continuance based on what you're telling me you're going to do.
Yeah, can I comment on that one?
Sure.
I was in those negotiations, and it was made very clear at the conclusion of those negotiations was that this isn't over. And the city people in the room said that, and we expect you to appeal this, at which point this will be concluded. So we don't feel like that was on the city, that was even on the community, that it ended up going to appeal.
Okay. And
the city was fully involved in the process, we feel, of acknowledging we haven't come to any kind of conclusion, and it was actually spoken in the room. We'll see what happens at the supervisors now.
Thank you. Project sponsor, thank you very much.
Sure, thank you.
Project sponsor, you just heard what the community said. Can you give me your thoughts on a continuance? They're saying they need 30 days. They're saying they won't appeal. That you heard what the list is. What are your thoughts?
Sure. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to address this. We've gone through a moratorium. We've gone through interim controls. We've gone through trailing legislation. We've weathered all of those debates, and quite frankly, we have been a developer that has not been pounding our fist on the table saying, hey, we don't believe in this process. This is wrong. We let the process take its place, and now to honor where the city came to with the trailing legislation, we stepped up today to do 25%. So to answer your question, I have reservations about continuing the conversation because I have concerns, just like I think others, that we are going to get appealed. I feel very strongly that there's a high probability that we're going to get appealed because in some of our meetings, they even acknowledged that if we couldn't get to their affordability level, they were going to appeal us. Okay. We cannot get to their affordability level, and to address their concerns about us continuing to negotiate, we came out of yesterday's meeting and we had conversations with commissioners, we had conversations with staff, we had conversations with other members, supervisors, the mayor's office. We stepped up because that is the direction that we got from a broad section of this community, a broad section, not just a small group. And I'm not suggesting that the Latino Cultural District represents a small group. But when you look at the total population of San Francisco, we've heard loud and clear through a moratorium, through the vote on Prop C, 25% to Commissioner Antonini's point, supported by rational research and great data, is the number. So what we did today is we went back. We worked with our capital markets group. I was not being disingenuous when I met with them, with Director Ram, and then following a subsequent meeting with the city staff, that we were at a brink. Thankfully, I have very smart people who are able to help us get to a level that, quite frankly, I didn't think that we could get to. So we are there.
Okay.
And I just don't think that, unfortunately, we can give them what they want. I will say that I was really, just like the opposition group, I was very pleased with the progress we made in the last week, because when we first started this, no one wanted to sit down with us and talk to us except a very small group of neighbors who had real concerns about development issues, and talk to us about the trade shops, talk to us about the design, because the majority of the opposition did not want to engage in that conversation until we came up to 100%. So I just don't think there's a strong probability of us resolving it with them, unfortunately, until we get in front of the board, which I hope doesn't happen, but to your point, it often does.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to thank all the public comment, the organized opposition, especially sort of the neighbor voices that came out that are a little bit different than what we usually hear for our projects like this. And I would just want to say, for those of you who were hissing when some people were talking, I heard that. It's totally inappropriate. I think it's a little bit undemocratic, and in my head, I was like, I hear any more of it, and I might be asking for the sheriff to come. So, it's not okay. Everyone's voice deserves to be heard here. And so I just want to start off with this project, and I do think on the merits, I think the project is great. I did look at a lot of the actual, I like some of the design changes. I know I'll get to some of the organized opposition issues with some of the design in a second, but I think that the design evolution has been good for the number of units and the site that we have here and sort of where it is along Mission Street going up to that South Van Ness, which is sort of a really broad boulevard, 4 lanes, lots of buses. I think it works. And I appreciate the evolution there. And I looked at, where the parking goes in and all of that other stuff. I do think it's 0.5 on the parking, which I think I'm okay with. I'll ask about car share in a second, because I don't remember seeing that, but I will. But we'll get to that in a second. More importantly for this project, I'm open always, as always. I'm open up until it's time to vote. I like to keep an open mind, but at this point, I don't know that I can support a continuance. I'd like to thank former Commissioner Olage, who came out, actually former supervisor as well. The die has not been cast. That's not at least how I operate. I don't see how other commissioners operate that way, but I haven't heard enough to really support the decision for a continuance. I have I got this huge packet, got this sort of thrown up at us, or not thrown, given to us during public comment. I did take an opportunity to read the report on the community planning process for the Calle 24 group. And after last week's hearing, I knew that this was something that was going to come up again, so I really took an opportunity to read it. And I'm sorry, but I don't see where, in our last hearing and in previous hearings before last week, this commission and myself in particular have been very clear that we wanted to make sure that if there were going to be continuances or further discussions on project, it has to be around specific areas. I personally am not in favor of supporting just open conversation. I think that there has to be guidelines to what the commission is telling a project that has been on the agenda and come before us for discussion. There has to be specific guidelines if we're going to continue a project on what it is that we expect when we see it in the future. And my reading on the report on the community planning process, my hearing of the organized opposition today, and again with the organized opposition coming up and responding to Commissioner Richards' queries, I haven't heard what about this project would change. I understand that more affordable housing is one of the elements that that group is looking for, but it sounds like there's not going to be much movement on that front. And in any rate, we've gotten to 25% today, which I do believe that there will probably be some movement through some sort of special use district where the affordability requirements will be higher in this and potentially other areas of the city. But that's not where we are today. And the biggest policy proclamation that we have thus far is a ballot proposition that passed, Prop C, that created a requirement of 25% for new development. Now, this one would have been grandfathered, but they have chosen at this point to go up to that higher level. And so I believe that we're at a level that's substantiated by policy proclamations that have been agreed upon by the voters of San Francisco. And then beyond that, again, I'm listening for it. I really am trying to hear it, but I don't hear or see, again, in this document that was given to us in weeks past, what exactly about this project would change with the development of the Latino Cultural District. I'm having open ears. I haven't heard it. I'd like to invite organized opposition to come up again and sort of, address this. But at this point, I can't support a continuance on one item where it seems like there's not going to be much movement, and I'm not sure that I agree that the other ones provide a substantial material change to this project.
So you want to know what specifically that we are looking for to move on?
What is it that you want to be changed about this project?
The main one is the affordability piece because of the Latino Cultural District, right? So we see that there's ability to be able to trade off, and I think we're not looking at 50%. With the Latino Cultural District, originally when it was created, the vision was to see 100% affordable in all development that was coming to Latino Cultural District. As time moved on, we went down to 50%, and as time is moving on now, we're moving down to 35%. So we're looking for something that's going to be able to sustain the Latino Cultural District, and the reason for why we are preserving the Latino Cultural District. So if that's a number that you're wanting to hear, that is a number that we are looking at and to work towards and compromising, because we originally started with 100 and kept moving down for the last year. Now, I'm not too sure what document you're looking at. I think the document that you're looking at is the community report that was done in December of 14?
Yep.
Or is that a letter?
Nope, it's the whole report, the community planning process.
Right, so that basically tells you what the process was to get to the Latino Cultural District and getting the community's input as what it would like to see in the Latino Cultural District as far as governance, as far as input and affordability. The support groups were created, the focus groups were created, the stakeholder interviews were done to get input as far as what people wanted to see, how did they want it to be governed, how did they want it to be created, and how did they want it to be preserved. So that was the report that you're looking at. And so once that was done, then we created the council, and the council, based on that report, is looking at ways to be able to move that forward, preservation, looking at the business, how can we preserve the businesses, how can we get more affordable housing, how can we protect the existing housing in the area. So it's a living, breathing document, and it's continually being developed. So this was just the base of the community, how the way we got the information, how we gathered it with the Mayor's Office of Economic Workforce Development.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, so just one last thing on this document, because at this point it has been given to us a couple different times over for different projects.
Sure.
That's not how it's been presented to us. Yes, I understand that it's a community planning process and there's more work to be done, but there are policy goals stated in this document for what the eventual governing group would be doing, what the Latino Cultural District is.
Correct.
And how it would impact projects.
Correct.
So I understand what you're saying, that it was about focus groups, but this is supposed to be a summary of the policy goals of a Latino Cultural District, and it's used, you have handed this to us to use in support of what you think should be different about projects, and what I'm saying is I haven't seen it.
Correct. What that is it's telling you that this is the community process that we went through, and what the community is expecting us to go forward with.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Let me add a few thoughts, and I am sympathetic of and understand the community's frustration. The city is changing, and the mission is changing, and every part of the city, born and raised here, and see and feel that change. But it's happening, and it's going to probably continue to happen. I do think on the surface this is a very good project. 170 units, parking spaces, the trade shops, I think, is a very good middle ground. It's going to create some activation on the street as well as retail on the corner. And it's just kind of frustrating to have moving goalposts in all these different projects. And I think this particular project has been very patient and moved and tried to accommodate. 25%, I think, is a very healthy amount. Looking at the performa from a developer's hat on, it's a very healthy amount. I'm not sure how much more people can push until you push them to the point where there's no project. There's no project right now, and there's vacancy. I was out there yesterday, parked my car in front of 2 tents, tried to have a discussion on the corner. There's some activity going on. So we know that the current situation is not the best situation for the neighborhood, and I'm going to be supportive of the project and not supportive of a continuance. Want to hear what other fellow commissioners have to say, but this is a good location. It's close to freeway access. It's good for workers, and most importantly, or not most importantly, very importantly, it's rental and not for condos. So I don't think the idea of this being luxury housing is not the case. Commissioner Hillis.
Yeah, again, thank you for all that continue to come out to talk about the complicated issues of gentrification and displacement and how we grow our city responsibly in affordability. Many of you are familiar faces because you're here week after week talking about these issues and helping us in the Board of Supervisors and the Planning Department shape policy on how we can tackle some of these issues. And I think everybody knows the solutions are complex. And I particularly want to thank John Ram and the department for continuing to kind of go beyond the issues that typical planning departments look at to address some of these issues. I think it's been extremely valuable. And we've tackled issues, everything from ADUs to short-term rentals to how we finance affordable housing to building more 100% affordable housing projects, even to the interim controls we have in the mission that allow us to try to get better projects than kind of baseline projects. And I want to thank the developer here because it should, we should note that this project has the highest level of affordable housing on site that we have seen to date. Without city subsidy or a zoning increase, it's actually a level that we've heard from many other developers couldn't be done when we passed Prop C. So, and I think many of us, the neighbors, the board, the mayor's office, the planning department, are pushing the envelope, and this is what we've received. But it's a huge step in the right direction, and I appreciate you showing us how this can be done. And again, it's more than we've seen on any project anywhere in the mission or elsewhere in the city. So I'm very supportive of it. I also appreciate the trade shop spaces. I work for a nonprofit whose job is to provide space for artists and other nonprofits at low rates. We can't provide them at $2 a square foot, so I appreciate that also. On balance, I think this is a great project. I think it's a better project than the one we just saw, where a lot of people were supportive. That one had no inclusionary housing on site. It had a fee that we hope goes to a small site acquisition project, but we weren't guaranteed of that. This has 25%, 1 in 4 of the units that are going to be built on site here in the district as affordable. Again, I think that goes beyond what we expected. It's double or nearly double what you're required to do in the code, and I think it's a huge step in the right direction, and I'm supportive.
Commissioner Moore.
I just want to have a couple of questions to Director William. Director William, you were in negotiations with the other project, same group of people, the Latino Cultural District. What is the major difference here? I mean, I know what it's like when you become the referee, and there must have been something in the way you held a position that in the end created a consensus where people felt supported and heard, although not everybody ever gets all and everything they want. What is missing here? Is it the timing that this offer, which sounds like a reasonable offer, came in at the 12th hour? What is your shared experience that you could communicate to this commission?
Well, I mean, Commissioner, I think the biggest difference is the size of the projects. I mean, I think the way I would characterize it on the other project is that a loss of 2 market rate units is 10% of the project because the project is only 19 units. But I mean, I do think, and there has been, and I'll be frank, I think at the meeting on Monday, I scolded both sides for not coming to the table sooner and having those serious discussions. And I think I would argue that both sides are at fault for not having, I know there were meetings, I know there were community meetings, but I don't think there were productive discussions until very late in the process. And I think that is true. And I think both sides might agree with that. That's part of the issue. And I think part of it is I think the biggest issue is the scale difference of the 2 projects. I do think there were, this project is clearly much larger. It's the community considers this to be a more sensitive location because it's very close to the heart of the district. And I think that there had been a longstanding relationship between members of the community and the previous developer, as was talked about earlier. On the first of the meetings on Monday, there was not a certainty over what the affordability would be. The developer came back as promised on Tuesday and made one offer, and then made it another offer, as you heard today. Other than that, it's hard to fully answer your question. Other than the fact that there was a longer-standing relationship, I think, with the previous developer, and the fact that some of the recent kind of specifics about how the project was to perform happened this week. I will also say that if the Commission chooses to act on this project today, there are things that were requested that I would be happy to be part of an ongoing discussion to further shape the project if you so choose. And we could do that whether you continue it or not, and I'm happy to do that. Obviously, if you approve it today, it would have to be within the parameters of what you approve, but I'd be happy to have continued discussions either way.
I appreciate you saying that as an opening for a position that leaves either continuance or an open-ended decision regarding particular aspects of the project open. Let me say one thing, and that is something which comes to me easier. I believe that the architecture of the project leaves a number of things to be desired relative to its size and its appropriateness to where it is. That is one thing. I think I would like to see the project to take a further approach to sensitizing relative to scale and the different facades and conditions it meets when you walk around the site from all directions. Number 2, I would agree that looking at the trade shops as a last-minute offering, while I like the idea, I would like that to be investigated more thoroughly relative to height as well as size and numbers of shops. At this moment, it's, I think, 500 or 800, whatever it is. I like to see certain technical justification of how that implements itself. If, for example, somebody would want a slightly larger space, can we do that? Because there might be just that right trade shop which wants 1,600 feet rather than a subdivision which can't be changed. The building is predicated on residential design, so the ability to really address the proper architectural response to a varying size rather than simply a number of trade shops is, for me, equally important as saying there are 6 or 8 spaces. I think there are 8 or whatever. The thing which is always difficult, and I'm not making a judgment, I'm talking about the psychology of negotiations. If I have an agreement with somebody and we can basically stand there in the moment and say we got it and we're on the same page, that is great. If somebody makes a concession to me which I did not have any time to think about, that is much harder to swallow. And that is what I sense is happening here, as Director William explained. That leaves us the ability to either consider continuance in order to bridge that rift or take the definite acknowledgement of excellent process in another project as an invitation to see the director help further lead the discussion on where there are still some differences. I do not believe that given what we know and how we are seeing Prop C and the variations of that this project will become a 100% affordable project. That is very hard to believe. I also don't believe that we are in any position, I'm looking with question marks in my eye to the city attorney, to voice any opinions about the percentages of affordability other than what they currently are legislated by the things that affect of what we are allowed to do. We can have opinions about it, but those are not things we can put into conditions for approval or disapproval of the project. That doesn't mean that we can continue to develop policy for those issues, but we can ourselves not create or push for a percentage for which we do not have any tools other than what is currently available. Am I saying the right things, Ms. Stacy?
Commissioners, Kate Stacy in the City Attorney's Office. Commissioner Moore, you understand the basics that the Board of Supervisors has adopted this comprehensive framework within which the city operates. There may be extraordinary circumstances in which that is different. What I think the sponsor has articulated here is a voluntary change to the project so that this additional affordability is really part of the project and it's not the same kind of requirement as the code required amounts of affordable housing, but they would be included as part of the project. And the project sponsor has also requested that these additional units be part of the Costa-Hawkins agreement and be treated like the other affordable units because of the benefits that the additional modifications that are part of this conditional use permit have allowed the project to be larger than it would otherwise be.
And so, I appreciate your instructing and clarifying that for us. That in itself is something which speaks to a concession which we on our own would not have any influence over other than the developer stepping up and proposing this. That being said, I could go either way. I do support an ongoing dialogue under the direction of Director Ram. I do support an ongoing refinement of architectural design and particular uses on the ground floor facing 26th Street and variation in residential scale. That's more in the scale and the general direction of the cultural district. And that's where I want to leave it right now.
Okay, Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of the trade shops, that has been part of the arrangement all along. I believe 5,000 square feet, and it's at $2 a square foot. So that's always been. It hasn't been changed. What was changed most recently was the increase in affordability. And the other thing that's unique about this project in terms of the Mission interim controls is it satisfies all of it. There's no housing loss, so that doesn't apply. And the other part is help with the relocation of existing PDR, and the purchase of the land from McMillan allowed McMillan to go and build a bigger and better project a mile away, still within the mission, still within the Latino Cultural District, employing 75 new employees, some on site, some on the job. But in any case, that's exactly what we've asked them to do. So, the other thing that is important about this and makes it a better project is the affordable is 15% lower income, which is the amount that is required. And the additional amount of 10% is middle income, which is something everybody has asked for, housing for middle income groups, which there should be. The nurses and others who say, you know, we can't afford to be here, and other groups that come up. Well, this is a kind of income group that would be able to qualify, that they wouldn't qualify for the affordable at the lower level. So I'm going to make a motion to approve with the project sponsor continuing to work with staff on design and working with the director on any modifications that could be made within the parameters of our approval. As an example, you can increase or decrease the number of housing units a certain percentage. I'm not saying you would do that, but there are certain things that can be done after our approval, while our approval is still in effect, but the director and project sponsor and interested parties could make some adjustments, particularly design is what I think I heard from Commissioner Moore. So that's my motion.
Second.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess one question for the director. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were having a sidebar. I guess question for you: given the list of the punch list items that the community has, based on your meeting with both developers and the community groups, do you feel that this is something you can get over the goal line, or are we just too far apart?
Thank you. I was thinking about that very thing. I mean, I think it's a combination. I'm not sure what we. There's two things that I think would be the most challenging to do. I think we could address issues that Mr. Arguello raised around some of the PDR space and the I should say trade shop space and the specific location of the one shop at the corner that he mentioned. Clearly, we can work on the design issues. The two issues that are be more challenging, if you choose to approve it, would be how we address the traffic. I mean, we could look at perhaps issues of where the entry is and if there are tweaks there. But if you approve a project with 80 parking spaces, the traffic impacts are what they are in general. And then, of course, the affordability and whether if you approve a project with 25% affordable, I don't think we'd be in a position to be able to increase that through negotiations, because that's sort of the parameter of what you're approving. That's my sense of it. I was actually having a conversation with the city attorney about that very question.
You can keep going. I'll cover for you while you finish. Mr. Vu?
Commissioner Richards, if I could just ask for a point of clarification. I know that you addressed the issue about the PDR use, and John mentioned that we would do some ongoing work regarding the design, but it's the department's understanding that the community was also requesting that the area of the PDR space be increased. And so perhaps it would be good for the neighborhood groups to confirm whether or not that's still something that they want.
Well, one last time, organized opposition. One last time. We're down to maybe three things that we don't think we can solve at 1660 Mission, and it looks like we're going to have to solve them at 1 Carlton Godlet Place, right here on floor 2. Traffic, the PDR, and affordability. Are any of these? Any comments on any of these? Because we can't do anything about the affordability. I think the developer says they're right there. Are you there? Are you?
Well, I think we're getting there. With them. That's why we want to continue that conversation.
I'm no expert on this. What I'm hearing, though, I mean, that there are, again, other possibilities that we haven't even discussed yet, that there are tax credit opportunities that would expand the number that we haven't even discussed yet. Those are the kind of things, to be honest, we would like to talk about and get the right people in the room, the creative finance people.
Okay. Anything else on those three items?
Well, I mean, the PDR space, we were looking to...
Parking or PDR? Parking
trade shop.
PDR, right.
It's
PDR
not the
with
same
it's
thing.
PDR with a retail component.
Right.
No, it's not the same thing
Okay.
because there's no PDR in NCT.
Got it.
So there we go.
The trade shop or the parking?
Thank you. I mean, the discussions we were having was to expand that, but we're also looking to reconfigure it to make it more appealing for those folks that are doing that kind of work because they were kind of small. There were 6 areas. I think we were 800 square feet each, I believe it was. So we were trying to make sure that was the right size to be able to get somebody to do it. They have to make something. So, but we're also looking at, doing a trade-off, maybe reducing some PDR for some for affordable. We were trying to be creative of how we can help them do that.
Thank you. Anything else? Good.
Parking was a big issue
Parking
for
ratio.
us. We were also looking at reducing parking, actually, to be able to do more affordable also.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So project sponsor one last time. Then looks like we're going to have a motion. We have a motion and a vote, or another motion and a.
Yeah. Thank you.
Based on
Thank
what
you very
thought,
much for the opportunity.
Are you close enough? What the three? The punch list looks like there's three big issues: parking, the traffic issues, which are related, and then the affordability percent. One of the organized opposition speakers mentioned tax credit financing for increasing affordability. What are your thoughts on the three remaining items?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to address those concerns or suggestions, rather, right? Let's talk about tax credit financing. About 2 years ago, we hired someone previously employed at Bridge Housing to help us figure that solution out, a tax credit expert. At Lennar, we're not able to figure out the capital stack because we are not a nonprofit tax credit specialist. Additionally, we are not a for-profit tax credit specialist. So we are a publicly traded company that has shares. You can't layer on those different levels of financing. So that, unfortunately, removed because ideally we would do an 80-20 deal and we make better returns. As it relates to the PDR, we have grade issues that anyone that walked the site can see it along Shotwell, along South Van Ness, excuse me. We worked very diligently with staff to try to figure out that stoop issue, and that was difficult enough. There's no way that we could take direct access to PDR off of those 2 streets. So the only place to do it is off of 26th. And as I mentioned in our meeting, there's one other space that we can look at. One of the members of the LCD had suggested that maybe it's a gallery. I said it right in front of staff. I'm happy to have those conversations. We have to look at it with staff and our architect who specializes in building codes and figure out what we can do. That's 786 square feet. I'm happy to have that conversation with them. I don't think, as I told them, if they could guarantee, to your point earlier, if they can guarantee that someone would not appeal us, then we could figure that out in a couple meetings with staff and we would move on. Chances are we're going to get appealed and we're going to have a couple months to figure it out, which if I don't have the right team that can figure it out in 2 months, I shouldn't be in this business. So the answer is, to John's point, or to Director's point, excuse me, John, we can definitely step up and continue to work with them. We can work with staff on the design. I feel like we can accomplish those 2 goals as it relates to, the expansion of affordability outside, or excuse me, of the trade shop outside of that area. I don't think it's possible.
Okay, thank you. I think what we're looking at this point is some items that can work with the director's office in trying to knock off the list. I doubt that anybody could say they guarantee that there'd be no appeal. I think I'd be crazy sitting up here asking somebody for that because there's just too many people that probably have different interests. So I think to speed this thing along, I agree with the motion. Continue the conversation on the items that can be continued, the ones where there's a big gap where we really don't have any purview, or we have no legal power to sit down, and we can't guarantee that it's not going to be appealed, that is another conversation for another day in another place.
Okay, Commissioner Hillis.
I just want to echo. I'm very supportive of the motion that's before us. But just I want to echo Commissioner Moore's comments about the design. It does feel a little bulky, and I think you've done some things to kind of accentuate the height that may not be necessary on the corners. I know this has gone through several iterations of design, and as more people talk about it, you get more iterations. But I just want to encourage you all to work in good faith to kind of make it more contextual, but feel like a modern building on that site. Thanks.
Commissioner Moore.
As part of a motion, are we including the idea of the potential gallery space into this motion? Because I think it would be an interesting thing to investigate. I understand the response on grades regarding access to trade shops. But if there is a gallery space that indeed helps with cultural identity and local arts, that may be indeed an important thing to consider, as it also has an expression relative to the building itself.
So for example, commissioners, the project does include like a small corner retail, and for our purposes, a gallery would be considered retail. In this zoning district, so it would be up to the sponsor to.
Well, we heard somebody, for whatever it's worth, talk about a coffee shop, and there's another one across the street. Coffee shops are becoming kind of like a little bit too stretched for me. If there would be indeed a pursuit of something which is more like a gallery, I think that would be definitely more to add variety and cultural relevance to the area.
Commissioner Moore, Doug Wood, Department staff. I think during the process of working on this project, the project sponsor may have mentioned the idea of having a cafe or coffee shop there, but that, to my knowledge, isn't something that is definite and part of this proposal. And so, also, I mean, any use that inhabits that space in the future would have to be consistent with, the Mission Street NCT. So even if you have a gallery or other space that's larger than the principally permitted, area, a project like that would have to go through the conditional use authorization process.
If it was formula retail, yeah, no, I think the point that I'm hearing, and that I think there is agreement on, is that we should work to maximize the trade shop space and maximize uses in that space that are consistent with the district, the Latino Cultural District. And I think that's the direction I'm hearing from the commission. That's the commitment I heard from the developer and the request from the community, to get as much as we can out of that space that's consistent with the district, which may include a gallery if we can put it in there.
Which would be in support of the policy statement, the more genuinely relevant to the district things we can find, the better.
And I think my motion would have enough flexibility in it that that sort of thing, if there were an increase in trade shop space, it could be done up to the limits of what we're approving, because I think you can do some sort of a trade-off to make that consistent with the motion.
Would you want that as a condition or
yeah,
as a condition of approval?
I think we should put that a condition, allow staff to work with project sponsor and other interested parties in regards to perhaps maximizing trade shop space.
Or uses
or gallery, yeah.
Uses consistent with the
right.
Latino Cultural District.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
And design.
Commissioner Moore.
Mr. Sucre, that somewhat flies a little bit in the face of you saying that because of grade differences, as the applicant stated himself, we have limitations of how much. But what I did hear is that the variation in size of trade shop unit is indeed what is flexible. So we are limited by grade for X amount total. However, the subdivision of that does not have to be expressed in the smaller increment that at this moment might not be exactly what is best here for this street and for this area.
Correct.
Commissioner Richards.
Just one last thing I want to make sure the community realizes, and I think one of the members, former Commissioner Loggy, mentioned about kind of this was fully baked before we came in here. I came in here with a very open mind, asking good questions, I think, of the community, trying to get the developer back to the table to see if we can narrow what I would have hoped would have been a smaller gap. But I think the gap is a little too big, a little too beyond our purview, and a little bit too vague. So I think it's having the director work with the community on the items he can, and then have another conversation in another venue to try to figure out where this all goes is the appropriate venue. And I'm going to vote yes on this motion.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, there's a motion that has been...
Oh, sorry, 1 second.
I'm done.
No. Okay.
This thing doesn't work.
Thank you, Jess. Go ahead.
There's a motion that has been seconded to approve this project with conditions and to continue to work with the department on the design, PDR, and uses consistent with the Latino Cultural District. On that motion, Commissioner Antonini?
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously, 6-0.
You guys want a 5-minute break? Oh, no?
5 minutes.
Okay.
Only 5 minutes.
Commissioners, actually, before you break, and for anyone who might be here, I did want to announce that under your discretionary review calendar, item 17 has been withdrawn by the DR requester.
What's that?
What is 17?
9th Avenue DR.
Yeah.
Okay, so how about truly a 5-minute break?
5 minutes, yeah, that's good. So 9th Avenue's gone. All right. That's good.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
Good evening and welcome back to the San Francisco Planning Commission regular hearing for Thursday, August 11th, 2016. Commissioners, we left off under your regular calendar on item 15 as item 14 has been continued for case number 2014-002834CU8 1452 through 1458 Broadway. This is a conditional use authorization.
Good evening, President Fong and members of the Planning Commission, Nick Foster, Department staff. And if I may, I'd like to congratulate Commissioner Antonini. Thank you so much for your years of public service to this commission and to the city at large.
Thank you.
So this item before you is a request for conditional use authorization to allow a 4-story vertical addition to an existing 2-story non-residential building to exceed 50 feet in height within the RM zoning district. The approximately 5,000 square foot project site is located on the block bounded by Broadway to the south, Polk Street to the west, Vallejo Street to the north, Larkin Street to the east, and is located within the RM2 residential mixed moderate density zoning district and a 65A height and bulk district. Subject lot has approximately 36.5 feet of frontage on Broadway at a depth of 137.5 feet. The site was previously occupied by a 2-story building that contained parking on the ground floor and limited commercial uses on the second floor. The proposed project would provide 6 2-bedroom units and 1 3-bedroom 1 units for a total of 7 dwelling units. The new 18,580 gross square foot building at 5 stories over garage would retain 7 ground floor parking spaces, add 7 Class 1 bicycle parking spaces, and provide open space for each of the dwelling units. The new vertical addition would have a varied front setback with no setback at floors 1 through 4, 24 feet 7 inches at the 5th floor, and 42 feet 6 inches at the 6th floor. Additionally, the project will have a varied rear yard setback of 9 feet 8 inches at floors 1 through 2. This actually represents the building's existing conditions. 34 feet 4 inches at the 3rd floor, and finally 44 feet and 4 inches at floors 4 through 6. With the rear yard setbacks, the new vertical addition is set within the buildable area, and as such, rear yard variance is not required for this project. The significant front setbacks on the upper floors were introduced since the project first was submitted to the Planning Department in 2014, as to eliminate any shadows onto Helen Wills Park, which is a Rec and Park property located directly across from the subject property. The project requires conditional use authorization pursuant to Planning Code sections 253 and 303 to allow a structure to exceed 50 feet in the RM zoning district. So even though the underlying bulk and height district would allow for a taller structure, up to 65 feet in height in the case of the subject property, the code requires approval from the Planning Commission nonetheless. To date, the department has received 2 letters in opposition to the proposed project. Both of those letters were received after the packet publication deadline, and as such, those letters have been distributed this evening. The letters speak to the proposed height of the building as being extreme and generally incompatible with the neighborhood context. On balance, the department finds that the project is necessary and or desirable for and compatible with the neighborhood or the community, as the project will add 7 dwelling units to the city's housing stock, create new residential units within an existing transit-rich area, reinforce the prevailing street wall along the north side of Broadway with a vertical addition that will not cast a shadow onto a Rec and Park property, and include streetscape improvements along Broadway with a reduced curb cut, as well as installation of 2 new street trees. The department has recommended the standard conditions of approval to ensure the building does not adversely impact existing residential character of the neighborhood. Based on these findings and those in the case report, the department recommends approval of the project with conditions, as the proposed project complies with the applicable requirements of the planning code and is consistent with the general plan. That concludes my presentation, and of course I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Project sponsor, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Yaku Askew with YA Studio, and Commissioner Antonini, thank you for your years of service. It's been a pleasure having you as part of our lively discussions over the years.
Welcome.
The project before you is at 1452 Broadway Street is a great example of an urban infill adaptive reuse of an underutilized site along a major transit corridor adjacent to a thriving neighborhood commercial district. A historic resource evaluation was prepared by Architecture and History in 2014, and the existing building was found to not have any significance. Having been built as a one-story workshop in 1907, the building was subsequently used as a blacksmith shop, a machine shop, and a painter shop until its present use as a ground floor parking and second floor offices. The current building can best be described as a nondescript two-story stucco structure with no ornamentation. The proposal before you is to add 4 stories and convert the building to residential use, which is more consistent with the neighborhood. And the ground floor parking would be retained, and the residential units would occupy floors 2 through 6. Originally, the design called for an 8-unit building with a 10-foot setback at the front. However, a shadow study prepared by Provision Design determined that the proposal would reduce the would produce approximately 24 minutes of shadow after 7 o'clock onto the corner of the basketball court at Helen Willis Park across the street to the southeast, and increased to 0.01% shadow on the sport court from May to July. Per the direction of our client, we redesigned the upper floors to incorporate 24-foot and 51-foot setbacks at the upper floor to avoid new shadows on the park, and this reduced the proposal by about 4,000 square feet and facilitated the removal of the 8th unit. The revised proposal before you allows the design to read like a 4-story structure from Broadway Street, completely masking the upper floors, and doesn't require any parking exemption for the 8th unit. Having a street frontage of 36 feet along Broadway, the building is unusual in its width, so the design is intended to emphasize a more traditional San Francisco proportion and rhythm. We have a vertical element to the west of recessed balconies and a main body to the east that is also finely articulated with recesses and material changes. This provides multiple benefits given the elevation and compositional depth, providing solar protection to the south-facing windows and providing open space to several of the units. The building lobby is designed and located to maximize visibility on the ground floor and clustered with the second means of egress to activate the pedestrian experience. In addition to the required outreach meetings, we've had several follow-up face-to-face meetings, email correspondence, and phone calls with the adjacent neighbors. During this process, we've modified the designs to mitigate privacy concerns raised primarily by the neighbors to the west. These modifications include providing frosted glass to the light wells, frosted glass privacy screens above the guardrails to the west side of the property, and setting back the roof decks from the property line at the upper floors. The proposal before you improves the use of an underdeveloped site along a major corridor and neighborhood commercial district, provides 7 additionally needed residential units to the city supply, provides 1 bicycle parking space for each one of the proposed units, contributes positively to the neighborhood character and is respectful to its neighbors, will improve the streetscape along Broadway by reducing the width of the curb cut and planting new street trees. And this proposal is completely code compliant, asking for no variances or exceptions and meeting all the requirements of the planning code. Recently, it has come to our attention that some of the community would prefer that we maintain the 8th unit from the previous original proposal. If this is also the consensus of the commission and a parking exemption can be granted as part of this approval process, we can work with staff to maintain the exterior envelope as proposed in the current design and work to get the 8th unit back into the interior design. However, as we had to remove the primary stair accessing from the 6th floor to avoid casting shadow on the Helen Willis Park, it will require some finessing at the lower floors and require some consultation with fire and DBI. I prefer that the integration of the 8th unit be handled at a staff level after the granting of the conditional use, if that's the desire of the commission staff. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Okay. Opening it up to public comment.
Good evening, Commissioners. First wanted to thank Commissioner Antonini for his 12 years of service on this commission. I've tuned in at, 10 o'clock at night when I've gotten back home and unwind, and sure enough, you're still digging in and asking those tough questions. So thank you for your
Actually,
service.
14 years, but that's, I appreciate it anyway.
Sorry. So on this project, broadly supportive of adding housing at this location. However, we think there's some changes that could be made. One, it was just mentioned by department staff and the sponsor, this is a transit-rich area. So why are we having 7 parking spaces? Yes, if you follow the plain language of the code, it's required. However, the zoning administrator does have the ability to grant an exemption from parking, so we'd ask for as little parking as possible. You can't say it's transit-rich and then say we need one-to-one parking. So that's on parking. We also think that this site can have more than 8 units, if that's possible. If that's a bit of a stretch, then we really insist on 8 units at this site. The unit sizes are quite large. My understanding is that this is going to be a for sale project. Just to give you some sense, new condos are selling in our neighborhood for about $1,200 a square foot. So that's $1.2 million for 1,000 square feet. You have to start thinking about affordability, and one way that we could tackle affordability is building smaller units that can come to the market and be more marketable to a wider range of folks. And that would be our comment here. We'd like the sponsors to perhaps have another trip back to the department, work with the department to try to get more units and less parking out of this project. And we think it's possible. We think that they've done a lot of great work. They've done outreach to us and talking with us. I mean, I just don't want to get a phone call in a couple of years that says, unfortunately, there's been a bad traffic accident because somebody's coming out of the Broadway tunnel and you have cars coming out of this site. And I just think that that's a bad location to have 7 cars coming in and out. City's investing a massive amount of money into BRT along Van Ness, so the great transit of our neighborhood is going to get even better. So let's try to be creative with this one. Let's try to make some easy changes to increase the unit count, reduce the parking, and I think that will be in line with the city's overall transit first policies, and it would also improve affordability. So with those comments, we'd ask for the commission to make some modifications to this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. Mike, thank you for your years of service as well. I'd like to echo all the many, many comments here tonight.
Thank you, Sean.
It's been so long, a lot of good stories and a lot of fun. But anyway, I appreciate the comments from Mo, and Mo and the project sponsor have been working together for the last several months on this. And if I could have the overhead just for a second. This chunk here illustrates sort of the bite that had to come out of this project when it was an 8-unit building to satisfy the requirement of no shadow on the park. The project sponsor would love to have 8 units. We are dedicated and committed to working for that 8th unit. It would be our preference not to have to come back in front of this commission again. And that 8th unit would reduce our parking ratio. We would now be less than 1-to-1. That would take some work on your behalf. But I do want to acknowledge that that front staircase does not access all the floors anymore. And while I'm not a building code expert, I know that each unit has to have a path of travel and get you off that floor 2 staircases. And that creates a little bit of an unusual challenge on that top floor. But with your approval, they would be dedicated to working with staff and working with the community to obtain that 8th unit. And I think that would go a long way towards all the things that Mo spoke to. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Any additional public comment?
My name is Greg Wilson. I'm just a resident.
Go ahead and use the other mic if you don't mind. Thanks.
I live on Vallejo Street, just north of this building site. And the pictures that we've seen, they look good. The focus of this project and the discussion in the packet from the Planning Committee has been on Broadway, right? It's been on the impact on Broadway. The shadow that casts on the Helen Wills Park that was removed. But there's also a large shadow that goes the other direction that's much more significant and it impacts a lot more residents. Immediately to the north of this site is a courtyard that's owned by a large apartment complex, but it's surrounded by a lot of apartment buildings, and that courtyard provides green space and light and sun for a lot of units that surround that courtyard, including mine on Vallejo Street. and that is our primary source of sun and light to those units. Because we get that from the south, as you know. And by allowing this conditional authorization to let this building go as high as 73 feet, the structure, it's going to cause a lot of that sun and a lot of that blue sky that we enjoy to be blocked by that building. It's pretty much directly in line with that. If you look at sort of just south, a little south west of the courtyard. So more afternoon sun and that afternoon light is going to be blocked by this building. And so the focus has been, again, on Broadway, and we look at the pictures, and the building looks great because we don't see the 3 stories on top of that structure because of those setbacks. But those 3 stories will cause this great light blockage and shadow on all of these units that enjoy that in that courtyard. It'll have a really big impact on a lot of units on that side of it. They did have an outreach meeting, as it was mentioned, and there was a fair number of residents that showed up there. And I had emailed the staff planner, Mr. Guy, expressing this same concern back then. And I know others from that outreach meeting also had some concerns. I don't know if they expressed it or not in writing. But in the packet, it said that no public comment had been received. I know that there was a transition on the assigned staff planner from Mr. Guy to the current staff. So maybe those comments were lost, but it's a little concerning that the packet says no public comments were received, and I know I gave comments to him, and I believe other residents also had this same concern, residents that border and surround this courtyard. So I would hope that the extra height would not be granted and allowed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? Okay, not seeing any public comment is closed. Commissioner Moore.
I like to ask a couple of questions which resound questions asked in the context of a project which uses a similar base condition for design, and that is 1469 Pacific Street. There we talked about the issue of double dipping, where under Article 1, use of a non-complying structure was mixed with new construction, which falls under a different set of rules. And in the end, we worked it out with a lot of tuck and pull that indeed there was a variance for the introducing a residential use into a non-compliant structure. I'd like to ask Mr. Whelan how that particular observation and that particular case applies here. On Pacific Street, we had a old manufacturing bakery building, which had been there since the end of the last century, the one before, in a neighborhood which is residential, and through new construction, first through trying to retrofit that building, we realized that it was basically new construction. That we have that here too. We are retaining a non-complying industrial structure, and we're inserting new construction without really examining of where the demising lines are, particularly the request for variance in change of use. I have a problem that this particular building is maximizing envelope driven, and the reduction in shape and size is only basically driven by preventing sunlight on a shadow on the public open space across the street. But because it is a CU, it does not really allow neighbors to weigh in, which you have when somebody could file a DR. And I think there is a number of questions this particular project doesn't answer. I'm concerned about its height. I'm concerned about the amount of parking. I'm concerned about not the average unit size, but the excessive size of unit number 7, which has 3,080 square feet with decks over 1,300 square feet, which somewhat seems a little bit odd given where this project sits. There are some other more detailed issues about light well, matching light well and light well depth on drawing A25, Unit 7 to the west side has to show the light well that is not deep enough. It notches, it starts with a 5-foot 1-inch light well, reduces it to 3 feet in an area where the adjoining building has a bay, which indicates living space, and is basically barely 2 feet off the facade of that particular bay window. It's a privacy issue, the drawing A.2.3. So there are a number of issues by which I believe this building needs to answer a couple of questions and needs to make some modifications in order to fit the circumstance.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I generally like a lot of things about this project. First, in terms of the parking, I mean, these are nice units, are going to be for sale units, and we don't want to get into a situation where we self-select the kind of people who can live in San Francisco, the ones who don't have cars or won't have cars. I mean, you know, if you're going to buy a unit and it's going to be a nice unit, you're going to want to have a place to put your car. And, you know, if you're going shopping or taking your kids somewhere, if you have any, you're probably not going to want to go over to Van Ness and fight the students from Galileo and Sacred Heart for space on the bus when you go down Van Ness. I mean, I often will take Muni in, but I'll walk from Market and Van Ness to my dental office on Franklin Street, which is 2 miles, but it's better than getting onto those crowded buses. They're going to get better when they get the bus rapid transit, but it still isn't done the way it should be done with subways or, you know, light rail. But anyway, that being said, I have no problem with the amount of parking. It's only 1 car per unit. A few things that could be improved. First of all, the exterior. Whatever happened to building walls and putting windows in? What we do is build windows now. We don't have anything but glazing. So I'd like to see staff work with the project architect and try to make it look like it fits in a little better, because to the east, you can see there's a building that you might not particularly like the style of. It's a fairly new building that was likely built in the last 20 or 30 years. And it has some bays, and it has, you know, more of a punched window situation instead of having all glazing, which, you know, I don't really know whether it's cheaper to build it or why we have these solid windows all over the place. The other thing I would see is some of the units are pretty big. The odd-numbered units have this huge master bedroom, which looks like it's 27 by, I think, 16, which is a pretty big room. Could be that way, but it may be possible to redesign those bigger units and end up with three bedroom units, and then of course you have the three two-bedroom units on the front ones, if I'm not mistaken. That would be something I think I'd try to look at, because it might be better to try to design it. It's interior design, which we really don't have to deal that much with, but it would make more family-friendly units where there were more bedrooms in those. The idea of the big unit is pretty large on the top. I understand the access problem, and if there was a way to combine those, or rather separate them and make an additional unit, it's okay, but I don't really feel it's that necessary. It's a big unit, but I don't really know if there's much that can be done. I'd have to defer to Mr. Keegren and see if there's any way that could be done, because it looks like we had to cut it back so far to keep the shadows from Helen Wills Park. Then, you know, might be difficult to make that not a townhouse. As far as the height, I mean, I think it's code compliant, I believe, is it not? So, you know, we've already taken enough height off to block the, not block any light on the tennis courts, and there may be some impact on the places to the north, but there's a fairly good separation from those. So, I mean, you can't always have no shadows anywhere. See what the other commissioners
Commissioner
have to
Moore.
I'd like to have more clarification from the applicant or from staff regarding private access from Unit 7 to the roof deck. So we have a penthouse for private roof deck access, we have an elevator penthouse, and we have a public stair with a penthouse. What exactly do we have here? Last week, I think, we had a project which attempted something like that, and we restricted ourselves to basically anybody who wants to go to the roof deck basically comes up on a common stair, period. And I think that is a pretty healthy thing because this extra penthouse stuff adds additional height and clutter in a neighborhood where it's atypical, and it adds further shadow and impact on neighbors to the east and to the northeast because they are already affected by shadow anyway. Could you explain that, please, as the designer of the project?
Sure. So I'll start by saying that we are not proposing that the elevator go to the roof. So the elevator penthouse is just the overrun for the elevator, so that'll be matching with the height of the parapet, so 4 feet above the roof level. We do have 2 stairs that go up there, which is required. We need to have fire department access from one main public stair going all the way up to the roof, and then we have an interior stair for that residential unit to get access up there.
But that is what we at this moment are debating because we do not believe that a private access stair from the unit below is necessary.
Okay.
That is basically, there is, if anybody goes to the roof, they all can go up the same stair. There is no need for the unit, which already has a very large terrace, to have extra dedicated penthouse access to this roof. I find that really somewhat ironic. The terrace space for this Unit 7 is already 1,305 square feet. That is easily 3 unit sizes of medium-sized studios here in this city.
So one of the issues we run into is previously before the shadow impact analysis, we had 2 stairs going up to the roof, which provided all of our common open space on that roof. When we had to lop off the first 35 to 50 feet of the building, we had to eliminate the main penthouse up to the roof, as well as the elevator penthouse, which meant that it couldn't be used as common open space. We often run into problems with the fire department if we have a common stair going up to a roof deck and it's not intuitively designated as private open space. We end up having to provide locked gates. So it is something that we can potentially look at here if we were to provide a common stair only up to the roof and provide locked gates so that only that tenant has access to it. Is that what you're getting at?
I'm actually getting at that you're providing balconies of 80 square feet on the majority of units except for the one in question, which is 1,305 square feet.
And right. And so another issue is on the 6th floor, because of the shadow impacts, we can't actually have any guardrails in front of the building, and so that is actually just roof and not roof deck access. So off this main living area, we don't have any roof decking on the 6th floor. This is actually just flat roof. And again, that was an issue of shadow. It's my understanding that planning won't even allow guardrails to be stepping into that shadow window.
Well, normally we would not put the guardrails at the edge of the roof anyway. We pull them as far back, nesting with any override of any stair, penthouse, etc. So we're never pushing guardrails at the edge, partially because you can look at the
we can't even push it out 3 feet.
There is still something off. Thank you for your explanation. Mr. Wellen, my question has not been answered, and that is a question on asking for a variance and a non-complying structure. Where are we with that?
Commissioner Moore, there's no variance request. Maybe you could speak to the suggestion this is limited commercial use building. That's the existing use of the building. It's effectively 1 story, pretty much for half the lot. The back half of the lot is ground floor with a mezzanine, which there were offices. So that the fact that the structure encroached into the required rear yard makes that portion non-conforming, but they are not exacerbating the non-conforming. The new vertical addition is set 100% outside of the required rear yard.
We're getting into the very gray area of non-complying structures and the discussion we had on Pacific. It is the same discussion. What would happen if this would be a demolition? If this would basically be a project which grows from the ground up, takes its proper attitudes toward rear yard in concert and in harmony with all surrounding developments, because it is primarily residential, and would indeed then evolve a building which would probably have 8 units, by size and open space more balanced than what we're seeing here. I am very, very uncomfortable. We are basically being thrown again into the same kind of discussion we had in Pacific. We need to come at some point with the planning department to some kind of better understanding where we stand with Article 1 and where we stand with Article 2 when it comes to new construction, which just kind of avoids or mix and matches. And I am not an expert on it by a long shot, but I know that there is something not quite balanced here, and we're making compromises around a building that tries to do all kinds of things, but in the end, it maximizes. It designs a building maximizing an envelope, and that is just not enough because it misses out on being sensitive to what's around it. That is my problem.
Nick, can you just clarify, if this building, if the existing building was demolished, would they have less of a building envelope to build in?
My understanding is that's correct.
They would?
They would be further restricted.
Only on the ground floor.
Only on the ground floor.
Everything, all the residential components of it are within the buildable area. Only the ground floor parking is using part of that non-conforming.
In this zoning district, in other words, the ground floor is bigger than it would be otherwise, but the upper floors above the ground floor are all within the envelope they could have anyway.
Yes.
Well, I think the restrictions or the concerns about parking were very well expressed. Broadway is already basically an extension of Highway 1 going down Van Ness into Lombard. When the BRT on Van Ness is being built, this will be further exacerbated because we will have left turn restrictions off Van Ness going downtown. This will further exacerbate the problem of using Broadway in both directions. The street is actually the moving lanes on Broadway. In front of these buildings is basically 2 lanes, and yet now you have cars entering and exiting out of this particular situation. That is a very difficult thing to envision on top of what's already going on there. I happen to walk down there all the time, so I'm a little bit prejudiced about the difficulties as a pedestrian, as well as dealing with fast-moving cars who already think that they're on the freeway. And I think we are indeed not adding a residential building that kind of harmonizes within those constraints, including the adjoining neighbors, particularly going north-northeast. And I think we would be better off looking at a building which looks at parking at a lower ratio, perhaps even in the basement, deals with the ground floor in a manner that is appropriate to where we are, and does the building which evolves with a number of units that we can do, but do it in a better way.
Commissioner Hillis.
So just a question. I think I like the project. I think it's a well-designed, and I think kind of the biggest impact to the park has been mitigated, which I appreciate. I share some concerns about the top floor deck in trying to minimize the structures and the penthouses that penetrate to the top deck, and I think it's appropriate to reduce the private staircase up to the roof in either replace that with a hatch if you want private access, or use the common area staircase for that. And I also share Mr. Jamil's concern about trying to get 8 units. I mean, that unit on the top is large, and if there is a way that's code compliant to reduce and be able to get 2 units instead of that somewhat large 3,000 square foot unit, I think that would be something I'd be happy directing staff to look at to try to maximize the amount of housing and modest size unit housing that we can get on this site.
Can I address that?
Sure.
So the first issue, we'd be happy doing a roof hatch on there. It does require administrative bulletin, but it should not be an issue in this case. So we're fine putting a roof hatch as part of that private access to the roof. As regards to modifying the top floors to get an additional unit in there, it's going to require further discussions with building and fire in terms of travel distances and whatnot. So that's why we haven't integrated in it at this point. I think that there is a solution in there somehow. We'd have to maintain the top level as being a townhouse connected to the lower level because of the egress stair issue. But I think we can probably get, an 8th unit into this building, continuing to work with staff.
Okay. Thank you. So I'd be comfortable moving the project today with those conditions that the private roof deck be only accessed by a terrace from the upper unit, and that an attempt is made to work with staff to try to get an extra unit on this site. I get the concerns about the ground floor, but I think given the context here is a bit different than what we saw on Pacific. I sympathize with the neighbors on Vallejo. I know there's an impact to this, but if you look at the setbacks as you go up this building, I mean, they start to get 40 feet plus in the rear on the upper floors. So, I think it's an appropriate design and project in this context, and would move to approve with those conditions.
Second. Commissioner Richards.
So I guess, question for staff. Is this a demolition?
No, this is not a demolition. There's no existing residential units, so Planning Code Section 317 does not apply.
Okay.
It's not a residential unit.
It's not a residential
that's
unit.
right. Okay, sorry. So there's no variance needed?
It's a change in use and a non-complying structure.
It's not a non-complying structure, Commissioner. It's not a non-complying structure. It's not a non-complying structure. I think there's some confusion about that.
So it's an RM2.
It's an RM2 district.
And this is allowed?
This is allowed. This is 100% code compliant. And I'm happy to actually go through the light wells as well, in case anyone's curious.
Commissioner Moore, do you still?
I still would like the commission to open drawing 8.2.3. Perhaps the architect could step up where we are notching the living room of Unit 4 on the 3rd floor to basically be 3 feet off the face of the adjoining bay window. You see that?
Yes. So actually, it's fairly light on the drawing, but the hatch is indicating where there's existing building structure. So that's actually where the existing office envelope is, and we're proposing to remove that part of the building structure to provide a light well.
Yes, but you are providing a notch where your dining room table is?
Yes.
And instead of coming straight across from the bathroom going south,
yes,
you're notching, and you are 2 feet off the face of that bay window there.
Yes.
And I believe that is too close for privacy issues across the light well in the existing thing, unless I misunderstand what you're trying to do.
I think you understand it correctly. We worked with the adjacent neighbor, and they're fine with us putting frosted glass along that edge, and so that's what we've done. Those are non-operable windows as well. So
what is the use
it's really just to
behind
bring
that window in the adjoining building?
Hmm?
What is the use in the bay there, in the adjoining building?
I'm not sure, but I believe they have all their kitchens and baths in the middle of the building, and all of their bedrooms and living areas towards the street and rear yard.
Is this a rental building next door?
No, it's condos.
It's condos. I find it very unusual that somebody would want to sit that close off the adjoining building. And in the past, we have not taken private agreements of guiding us on what needs to be done there. So I would basically still stay with that the distance between the face of the bay and your window has to be 5 feet without your notch. As soon as the unit, which is currently being affected from your neighbors, being sold, there will be problems. And so those private agreements, we had them with noise and whatever in other things. They don't really matter to what we need to do here, and that is basically ensure that privacy concerns are properly addressed when they need to be called, and that is right here.
So I think we would be comfortable moving that section back 2 feet to line it up 5 feet all the way across at the 3rd floor.
Yeah. Right here on the bay.
So if I'm understanding correctly,
That's correct. You're drawing it correctly, yes.
So we will remove that section of the building.
Right.
We're fine including that as part of the conditions of the
Right.
previous.
That's fine with me as a seconder if it's okay with the maker.
Sure.
Can I ask a question?
You want to recognize him?
Go ahead. Yeah.
So forgive me. So you said this building is compliant, right? Now, is that because if it was residential right now, would it be compliant? Because there's no rear yard. It's not on Vallejo. We have a rear yard setback requirement. Is that rear yard setback requirement doesn't exist on Broadway, or doesn't exist because it's commercial? What's the answer?
Again, the existing structure encroaches effectively into the entire rear yard. So there's only a 9-foot distance between the actual lot line and the rearmost part of the building. So that existing structure is maintaining. So they're not exacerbating the nonconformity.
But you said it's in compliant currently. That's not accurate. It's not in compliance. It's
grandfathered into
If you want to sit down, thank you.
It exists, obviously, in real life, and it's encroaching into the rear yard. It's existing non-complying structure. Whether or not the project sponsor is exacerbating that non-compliance by, obviously, they couldn't do a vertical addition on that portion in the rear yard. That would not be allowed. The only option there would be to ask for a variance, which they are not doing. So the vertical addition is 100% within the billable envelope. They've notched every single setback accordingly, including the 10-foot notch beginning at 30 feet from the rear property line.
This thing is just it's lost its
we have lost the
engine
ability
here.
to punch the buttons here.
Commissioner Moore.
I want to state one more time the neighborhood surrounding this project in the Pacific Avenue corridor, the projects in the Broadway corridor and on cross streets all have non-compliant buildings in there, which are by default now being turned into residential, where we exacerbate densely developed residential patterns which don't benefit from properly designing residential which fits. This is a great infill site. This infill site could be well developed with tearing down the existing building and creating something which indeed embraces a forward-looking attitude towards residential densification, which this particular project doesn't do. The architect is a good architect. There are no questions about it. However, while this project is entirely designed as maximizing an envelope, including some lingering questions that we, from a policy point, have not clearly formulated with respect to the reuse of these older buildings and what to do, I cannot support this project. I'm really hoping that this commission, sorry, Mr. Commissioner Antonini, that you will not be around to have a discussion which clearly addresses the future of these sites in the context of what our real issues really are. So I cannot support this project, aside from the fact that I appreciate your work and the thoroughness of what you do, but I cannot support it.
Commissioner Hillis.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate those comments, but I want to make sure, Commissioner Moore, you understand that the difference between a code compliant, one that you would build the structure from nothing on the site, as opposed to this, I think is a lot different than what we saw on Pacific. I think what you'd see is the difference being on the first floor, you would now have a rear yard, whereas now you have a structure going to the end of the lot on the first floor. But as you get up beyond the first floor to the second floor, third, and beyond, you've got setbacks that comply and would look exactly like what we would see in a building that would be built from scratch here. And on top of that, you've got a development and a project that's responding to the context. I think that's most important that we respond to, which is the public park across the street and making changes to its facade that respond to that, so it doesn't actually shadow the park. So I get the issue, but I think we've got to look at those nuances and understand. It's not an enormous difference what we're talking about. That is what we're talking about. So I think if you want a project, that does that, you can certainly take the first floor of that building and lop off the back feet that are necessary, and you'd have a compliant project. I mean, we should speak to the developer. But I'm not hearing anything from neighbors in looking at the context of this project where on both sides as well as in the back, in the Walgreens on the side, you're starting to encroach. There's not that kind of mid-block open space that I think we saw in Pacific and see elsewhere that contextually we're not really doing anything detrimental by allowing this to happen, which is a bit different than what happened on Pacific. So I'm okay with the project as is. I don't know if others are with the changes I think that have been made to the top to the notch.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I'm fine too. I mean, I think this is a good use. I don't think we have to do a whole demo and rebuild it because I'm not sure what we're going to gain. We don't need a large number of tiny units. I mean, the unit sizes are good, and if that upper unit, there's a way to make 2 units where the 1 unit is, then you come up with 8 units of reasonable size that I think is a good use for the size of the space there. So, and I don't think the extension of the first floor into the rear really has any impacts on anybody. So I think I'm fine with the project with those changes.
Commissioner Moore.
I'd like to clarify that the open space we are referring to are courts. There are tennis courts and basketball courts. There is not a single element of grass or walking or sitting in this particular area. It's a functional grouping of hard surface play yards, and they need to be protected. They were rebuilt a few years ago with a lot of neighborhood and city support because it's a difficult elevated structure which needed to be completely refurbished. And no shadow on that particular park is important. However, I believe that we would be better off considering a project from scratch than something what we have here. The difficulty is that we have a conditional use which does not really bring it to everybody's attention, and that we had basically letters of concern being given to us, not even sent to us, because people weren't aware of it. Should be an indication of that this project, as far as neighborhood is concerned, is pretty much flying under the radar.
Commissioner Richards.
So there are too many questions for me to say yes today. I support a continuance. I don't want to say no, but I have too many questions. I was looking at the front of the building, not really thinking about the back of the building. So I would love to reassess this, have it go back to staff with some of the Commissioner Moore's concerns, looked at a very brief continuance, and then bring it back to us.
Commissioner Hillis.
I know it's late and sometimes these issues get complicated, but I think through staff and the architect, we've boiled it down to what the change would be from a project that would be built from scratch to this project. And I get, where we have questions, we like to continue them, but that is, in essence, the difference between the project. I appreciate the concerns, but the difference would be that first floor would be set back to allow a rear yard. And if you look at the drawings in context or the overhead, you'll see that to the west is a building that takes up that lot. That would be adjacent to this building on the first floor. And to the east is a small open space that is already kind of boxed in by the existing built environment. So, I mean, I'm okay continuing it and kind of continuing to work on it, but I think, we owe it to people who come here and talk about these projects and put a lot into them to try to get down to the issues and understand what they are, and I think we do in this case. I mean, I'm prepared to vote. There's only 5 of us here, so if we've got to continue, we've got to continue, but I think our knee-jerk reaction is to kind of, when there's a bit of a question, it's not as complicated in this situation as I think we're making it out to be. People obviously have worked with neighbors to make this a project that works. I get there's concern in the back, but we're complying with the rear yard setback on every floor but the first.
Commissioner Richards.
Could we take a look at, I was doing a search here while we're talking, Section 188A, and just make sure that's not covering this building?
Sorry, what? Repeat that, please.
188A, Section 188A, code section.
Could you give a little content to the section, please?
Well, it just talks about a non-complying rear yard building could not be converted to a residential use without seeking and justifying a variance.
Sure, if I could, I think the issue, if you look at drawing A34, this section, I think there's confusion here. The existing building indeed goes back into what the rear yard would be today, right? And the existing building is a one-story building.
Right.
So if you look at that section, if you look at the portion of that section, that's just that one-story part. That you couldn't build on there today. But everything that's the existing building.
But the building's complying or non-complying itself?
The new building?
The existing building.
No, the existing building goes into what would be required rear yard.
Non-compliant.
And the existing building is not complying, but all of the addition is complying.
We're starting.
All of the upper floors are compliant.
I understand. No, I get it.
Yeah.
We're actually removing 15 feet off the back of the building.
Second floor.
15 feet in height. So all this hatched area here?
That hatched area is
all
actually being removed.
Existing structure.
So it's actually increasing the compliance.
Yeah, we're actually lowering the whole back half above the first floor.
If you just take a look at 188A, I'd be happy.
While he's looking that up, if you want to illustrate Director Ram's, what he's trying to point out and which area.
I got that.
Okay.
I got it.
Yeah, so this.
If you can use the mic, that'd be great. Thanks.
This area here is the only area of the existing building that is being used on the ground floor as part of the existing envelope that would not be in compliance if this was a brand new building. All of this hatch indicates area of the existing building that we are proposing to remove. So that 15 feet in the height of the rear yard, we are lopping off. So we're actually reducing the impact on all the rear yards as they currently exist and lowering the back 35 feet or so of the structure, 34'4".
Okay, thank you.
Got it.
While they're looking, Commissioner Warren, let's involve staff.
Yeah. I think it would be interesting to see the pros and cons. Commissioner Richard? I'm kind of like interested, I haven't even thought about continuance, but I think it would be interesting for this commission to see a brief study of what a tear down the existing building and start from scratch would look like.
But that's it.
And
That's
including
take off that first floor.
It can create a completely different building. And also see, I've never seen a shadow study. I'm basically being told it casts shadows, but I've never seen a shadow study. So I'd really like to, particularly as you go up towards the corner where the open space is, the open space itself sits on a platform. And it is easily 6 feet taller than me above the street level. When I walk by there, I see the feet of the people on the court. It's not too great. So I like to see that relationship together with the proposed building as well as with an extruded envelope which would basically demolish the existing building and just show the commission of what the trade-offs are. In terms of units, in terms of unit sizes, et cetera, it can be done very quickly. It's more like a 3D massing study. You know enough about residential design to do that quickly.
Well,
so that's what I would be asking if we have a continuance. I'm in support of a project there. It just has to be done correctly, given that we have other sites in the neighborhood where we're starting not properly address the problems the reuse of those existing bases creates.
Can I address that?
Yes, please.
So if we were to tear down this building and we had an empty site and we started this project and we took into account the impact on the park across the way, the building would be the exact same envelope, less the last 25 feet of the building on the ground floor. So we would have an parking exception for half the units because we would lose several of the parking spaces on the ground floor because we are required to have an accessible spot in there, which takes up a fair amount of space, and that would be the result of that. The only real change here of the building as proposed using the existing envelope at the ground floor is the additional parking.
Well, that is something that has a very big resonance for me with a problem on Pacific. I'm not prepared to design a building based on parking driven and parking space driven. I am in support of accessible parking, handicap parking, I'm in support of a reasonable amount of parking, but in further reduction of what you're proposing. So I think the story you are telling is you could design a building with a 25-foot rear yard, which would be interesting to see of what it does relative to unit design and what you might have to add as balconies or terraces. But I'm interested to pursue that because I think we would get a...
It won't do anything to the unit. It'll just cut off that back 25 feet of the back 15 feet of the first floor.
That's easy.
Won't change the units at all.
That's easy.
I think it will require a unit redesign because you will have to look at the allocation of how you deal with your decks and your balconies. I think it's a different building.
Second floor deck, ground floor.
It'd be the exact same. So the second floor unit would get access to the rear yard.
Hang on, Mike. Commissioner, no, he's okay. Mike, Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I think this is kind of, we have projects presented to us. We are to opine on the projects, not create a new project. If the commission doesn't like this project, they can vote against it. But I don't see where a continuance is going to gain us anything because, I don't think project sponsor wants a project where they're doing a tear down and a rebuild. They want to build on the existing structure, which makes a lot of sense. And as far as the parking ratios and the impact of coming out onto Broadway, cars travel quickly. They travel quickly on Franklin Street. My neighbor who lived to be 103 years old used to get out of his driveway into his 90s or almost 100 by carefully backing out into there and picking his times when he exited. But it's not like we're going to have a vast number of cars. You have one car per unit, maybe in this case, one unit without a parking place. So I'd like to see it passed as presented.
Commissioner Richards.
Mr. Foster.
Sure. And I apologize. I'm reading like 3.5 here.
I appreciate it.
I'll do my absolute best. So this is Section 188, non-complying structures, enlargements, alterations, and reconstruction. This is specifically the subsect A. Within the limitations of Article 1.7 and especially Sections 172 and 180 hereof, a non-complying structure as defined in Section 180 may be enlarged, altered, or relocated or undergo a change or intensification of use in conformity with the use limitations of this code, provided that with respect to such structure, there is no increase in any discrepancy or any new discrepancy at any level of the structure between the existing conditions on the lot and the required standards of new construction set forth in this code, provided the remaining requirements of this code are met. So this is the divorce of the existing portion and the new portion.
Okay.
There's the changes to the non-complying structure are actually reductive in nature.
Right.
They're not additive.
So I'm back to the parking issue. Okay. I've heard what the neighborhood said. If you cut the building off where you have 3 parking spaces and you create a backyard, how are we? How do you feel about that? Project sponsor. We're in a transit-rich neighborhood. We get a backyard.
If I may.
Yeah.
Actually, while they're deliberating, I just wanted to inform the commission. So on the density unit and the dwelling unit mixture, so we're getting 6 2-bedroom units and 1 3-bedroom unit, which is actually far, far greater than what we'd require, for example, in the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association, Market Octavia, et cetera, et cetera. There's a provision in the planning code for RC and RM districts that allows, it's called the 3/4 provision. So if the units were less than 500 square feet, they could be counted as 3/4 of a unit. If you calc that out, you would only get 1 additional unit out of this. So the difference between 9 and 8 is the max number. So I just wanted to put that out in case.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
Commission. Project sponsor want to respond?
There's a lot of moving pieces here. The parking is a tough one. Any other Eastern neighborhoods or any other projects, if this was 8 2-bedroom units, and I believe we're going to end up with 8 2-bedroom units, we're not that far off of where Market Octavia would be, Eastern neighborhoods would be. It will be less than 1-to-1. The problem is some neighbors don't want parking, and other neighbors have been told there is 1-to-1 parking. And this is the classic story of a project sponsor always being stuck in the middle.
If it were in the existing, if it were not sitting in what would have been the rear yard, I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Yeah, the one thing I'll say about the rear yard, it will improve the rear yard.
I understand.
Yeah,
I get it. I'm with you there. But if we can create a rear yard, get rid of 3 spaces, seems like a win for the environment, the neighbors, or we can continue.
Commissioner Moore.
I have avoided for the last number of years to make a counterpoint to Commissioner Antonini's position on parking. In this particular case, as we are now moving into a new era of thinking about TDM, I believe that we need to take a very hard look at reducing parking wherever we can, because we cannot continue to speak out of both ends of our mouths, particularly at a time when the transportation environment and the movement environment around this particular site will be greatly altered in the near future.
Commissioner Antonini.
Yeah, I don't speak out of both sides. I've always advocated parking. I advocate for what I consider to be normal people who have families that need a car to live. And even people who don't have young children generally would want to have a place where they can park their car. And that, you know, that's the way I feel. And we don't want to exclude that type of person, which is the majority of the people in the United States, and we're self-selecting out people who don't have cars, and sometimes those people's views don't agree with mine on a lot of things. You know, I think we have to be broad enough to make a place for people who, you know, do have cars, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's fine to have more transit, but trying to sculpt these projects so there's less than one-to-one parking. These are for sale units, and I don't think they want a backyard. I mean, they have decks. I mean, you're on the third or fourth floor. You're going to run all the way down to go to this backyard when you have your own deck. You're probably not going to even use the backyard. So I don't see the point. Nobody's gaining anything by having that lower level except to add to a little more conformity, which they're already making it more conforming. Project sponsor, how do you feel about the backyard? I don't see what we gain.
I think we're having a challenge with it because we designed the building to be code compliant, and we've used the code as our guide to create it, and that's how they've ran the numbers to make sure this is a viable project.
Right.
And I think there's a struggle for sure right now because we're not sure how that's going to pencil out and whether that makes sense. Because we would lose half the parking spaces, and we'd end up with 3 or 4 for the 7 or 8 units at that point.
No, that doesn't work. And years ago, we acknowledged units with more than one bedroom would have allowance of parking that is higher, one-to-one. On many of the areas that we had approved parking for, we gave less parking for one bedrooms or no parking, but if they have multiple bedrooms, we did the one-to-one as part of the code we put in. So that only kind of makes sense here because I think you're going to end up with, what did you say, probably 8 two-bedrooms? Is that what you're thinking of doing?
So these are family-size units.
Yeah, they're good size.
Multiple.
They're good size. They're only 2 bedrooms, but they're definitely good size. So I think the project as sculpted makes sense to me because nobody's really gaining anything by not having that low extension into the rear yard in the back.
Commissioner Richards.
I think we owe it to the project sponsor to give more time so that you can work with us and figure this out. I know it might be a bit of a surprise. Again, I was focused on the front of the building, so happy to continue it till the first meeting we have in September. Commission Secretary Ionin.
You can continue at any date you
Sure.
like, Commissioner, but the September 8th hearing is, you're going to be coming back strong.
Sure. The thing for me is you're half a block from an NCD. You're not sitting in Midtown Terrace where you absolutely need a car to get anything and everything for your living. You know, that.
Commissioner Hillis.
Well, if you had a final comment, that would be, I noticed you were raising your hand. It's always good to hear. I think you have a valuable opinion on things. I just want to say, though, I mean, you know, we kind of are at cross purposes what we're trying to do and accomplish in solving every problem the city has in one 8-unit project. Sometimes it doesn't work. You know, I think actually the ground floor and the open space is probably better with that first floor going all the way to the end, giving kind of what's there in the context of the Walgreens and the larger scale buildings. I know I have a family with 3 kids. I challenge anybody to kind of get them anywhere they need to go without a car, you know, from soccer practice. So, yeah, I mean, I think we're on a good trend in this city not to have one-to-one parking, but our own rules are inconsistent. There's some half to one, there's some 0.75 to 1, there's 1 to 1. There's a lot of projects being built in this city that we don't see that do have 1 to 1 parking. There are a lot of people and families who do need a car. I'd be all over the city on Uber or Lyft, spending millions to try to get my kids around to soccer and baseball and to school on time. I think I'd have to quit my job in order to figure it out. But it'd be good to hear kind of your thoughts on this.
A couple of responses. One, I think we're making a big assumption that families will live here.
I know. That's true.
Again, $1,200 a square foot. I don't know how much the average square foot is here. My wife and I have made a decision to live in an urban environment in small space, and given the high cost of childcare and everything else, but we're unique. Most of the people in our neighborhood are not families.
If we want to hope that families live there, then certainly if you build smaller units without parking, you're definitely not going to get.
You might have a young family that'll live there for a couple of years and then move somewhere else. But we've offered to the sponsor, and I think it's a good way to get this done today, for them to lop off that last part of the building, put a rear yard there. That's an amenity too. That's a place where you can go down there, kick around a soccer ball, and people will self-select. I mean, people will say, this 2-bedroom condo, I'm going to get a little bit of cheaper price on it, but I'm not going to get a parking space, but it's in my price range. Right. And someone else may say, well, you know what, I absolutely need 2 cars because we commute very far, and they'll go live somewhere else. I think I'm interested in I think that's a fair compromise. We shouldn't let parking design a whole project, and that's exactly what's happening here. And I think, to echo Commissioner Moore's point, it's hours and hours on these meetings on transportation, demand management, and environmental concerns and everything else. And honestly, these units will sell. In our neighborhood, the demand is high. They'll sell. Somebody will buy them, and somebody will live there. And
I get that. And we sometimes, we grapple often with their space. What else could you use it for? You might as well put parking in there. You could have a shot at attracting families. I get that. I don't think this is this neighborhood's got a ton of families, especially utilizing kind of 2 or 3 bedrooms for maximum amounts of families. But I don't quite agree that you'll opt that off. You've got some nice open space there that's going to work. You're probably better off with the second floor deck space on there than you are a first floor. So I get it. We're making, we can make tweaks like that. Are we improving the project? Maybe not. But I get there's, there are bigger policy issues that we're trying to accommodate also. But trying to do them on every project sometimes gets a little challenging.
I'm aware, and I think that having these 8 units, 8 households are going to live there. Some may be families, some of them may not be, but we'd welcome those new 8 households, and I think there's really an urgency to get more units approved, but make sure that they're respectful of the whole context. So I'm hoping the project sponsor would be amenable to that, and we can get this. Hopefully, the commission would support that as well.
Okay, Commissioner Moore and then Commissioner Richards.
Mr. Jamil, could I ask you a question? Do you, by any chance, know, you live around the corner?
Yes,
What is the distribution of car share places on the streets there? I know there are. I see the provision, and I don't pay much attention to it anymore.
Yes.
This particular corridor has literally car share places everywhere on the public right-of-way.
There are several city car share as well as Zipcar outlets within a 5 to 10 minute walk. There's several along Polk, both in private condominium buildings as well as in other commercial outlets. I mean, there's definitely no problem in getting car share. I'll just say I live in a 99-unit building that was constructed in 2014. Oftentimes, several of the parking spaces are empty because people don't have a car. And further, you will see there will be a constant stream of TNC pickups at all times of the day. people's mode of transportation is changing. In our building of 99 units, we have 15 children, most of whom are small. We have many empty nesters, retirees who have grown up, have been in the burbs, raised their family, and they wanted to come back into the city. That buyer could buy here. We have many young professionals with roommates. So I know that we want to bring in families. I'm just, I just take that top unit, for example, 3,000 square feet, that's $3.6 million. I mean, sure, there's a family out there that could drop $3.6 million, but I don't think it's what we're thinking of: mom, dad, 2 kids, and a golden retriever. I mean, so I just wanted to offer that, and sorry if it went on.
Thank you.
Commissioner Moore, just on the point of car share in that area, I think what is all sort of sticking in our mind was one of the first Zipcar locations on the corner, which we approved a building on, and it's no longer there. So I think similar to gas stations, they are diminishing as we are building projects. Commissioner Richards.
I guess, if we saw, based on census tract, the car ownership rate is 0.5 or whatever, and we had from the American Community Survey that 2-bedroom households own 1 car or whatever, I'd be okay with it. Let's just do it. Fine. But we don't have that. So I'm open to continue it. I think we're at a stalemate here today. Let's come back.
Can I address that? The continuance? So if we were to not try and squeeze in the 8th unit and keep it as 7 units, and we took off the back 15 feet of the ground floor, would we be in agreement?
Repeat that one more time, please.
If we kept the unit count as 7.
Yeah.
7 or 8 units.
Yeah.
When we take off the back 15 feet of the proposed structure at the ground floor, would we be in agreement with the commission?
No. That's what you want to do.
And what would that accomplish?
We will likely have to reorganize the garage. We can explore looking at parking stackers. We're going to maybe lose parking. I'm not sure. We're going to have to look at it, but it would give you a larger rear yard, and I guess it would bring it halfway closer to
10 feet into the required
compliance.
rear yard.
Yeah.
Well, you'd have a full rear. You'd have a compliant. Your rear yard.
I'd like to see it first.
It would be closer to it.
Okay. Well, you'd be 5 feet. You'd come in five more feet.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm comfortable with that.
So am I.
I'm okay as this. I think I'm the seconder, right? I'm fine with that motion replacing the one that's before us now. It's a different project. Is that right, Jonas?
Well, it depends on the motion, what it all includes.
Well, same thing with the additional rear yard. The
So
additional building.
a roof hatch
cutback.
for the roof deck open space. Lop off 15 feet from the ground floor as proposed, and we'll work with staff to address interior layouts of the garage and the units.
And the privacy issue of holding back from
Yes,
the
and we
back.
can
Yeah.
include the 3rd floor light well square off.
I'm good with that.
Yeah. Okay. I'm good.
Commissioner Moore, you good?
I'm good with that in principle. I'm not a architecture person. I prefer to see drawings before I approve something. That's just my own nature. Mr. Krieger knows that. I prefer to see drawings, and if they can be shown on the whatever September 5th or so, whatever the date is, 9th, that would be fine by me.
We're passing it today.
I'm sorry, did you say you want us to come back and show it to you?
Yes, I do.
Well, you could draw the line. I mean, you could show us the 15-foot line there on the project, kind of like we did on.
We'll basically eliminate this back 15 feet of the building.
Where the deck is.
Yeah.
The parking is.
Parking's going to be reduced.
Yeah, I'm good.
How are you responding to our challenge about the 3,080 square foot unit on number 7 and the 1,300 square feet of terrace on that unit? That is a challenge for me.
So you would like to see a smaller deck?
Yes, I do.
Okay, we can bring it to
I find the imbalance in the building, given also the cost of what this huge oversized unit does, somewhat unproportional to what we're trying to do here.
Can we set back the deck 5 feet from the back and from the front, or I mean, is that getting to where you'd like to see this?
Yeah, it should be set back. It should be more in balance. 80 square feet versus 1,300 square feet in balcony or deck size is somewhat a message for a unit inequity that I'm having a little bit of a hard time with.
So in addition to the other changes, we will remove the last 5 feet of the deck and set back the guardrail? We will convert this to a roof hatch?
And better.
Is that workable?
Yep. Just call a question, please.
And we'll work with staff to figure all this out?
Okay.
Great. I think we've kind of beat this up here.
We've listened to you, trust me. We have.
Okay, Commissioners, there is a motion that has been seconded to approve this project with conditions as amended to require roof hatches to explore an additional unit, notching the third level of the building and reducing the first floor 15 feet from the rear, and also reducing the roof terrace 5 feet from the rear. Is that
Could you please repeat the sentence about roof hatches?
requiring roof hatches, eliminating the
in
penthouses?
In lieu of
the
penthouses. Yeah.
There still has to be one. I don't think you could have a roof hatch on the
private
on the,
access.
Yeah, the common staircase still has to have a penthouse.
Right.
There's a roof hatch on the private
access.
access.
On that motion, Commissioner Antonini.
Aye.
Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
No.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner Moore voting against. Commissioners, that'll place us under your discretionary review calendar for item 16, case number 2015-015-721, DRM at 1276 Market Street. This is a mandatory discretionary review.
Good evening, President Fong again, and members of the Planning Commission. I'm still Nick Foster of Department Staff. This item before you is an application for a mandatory discretionary review to establish a medical cannabis dispensary, or MCD for short, doing business as Mo Greens, located at 1276 Market Street. The project site is located within the C3G Downtown General Zoning District and an 80X Height and Bulk District. The project site is bounded by Market Street to the south, Hyde Street to the east, Larkin Street to the west, and Grove Street to the north. The proposal is to establish a new MCD replacing a vacant ground floor commercial space previously occupied by retail sales and service use, doing business as the Dollar Store. The subject tenant space has been vacant since November of 2015. The proposal would allow for on-site sales of medical cannabis and/or medical cannabis edibles to persons of 18 years of age or older holding a valid medical cannabis identification card. In addition, the proposal would allow for the medication of medical cannabis, meaning that smoking, vaporizing, and/or consumption of medical cannabis edibles would be permitted on-site, as well as the on-site cultivation, again, meaning that live marijuana plants would be kept on the premises for the purposes of harvesting medical product. The proposal would make tenant improvements to the existing 4,121 square foot ground floor commercial space with no physical expansion of the existing structure. The project sponsor would maintain full-time security, which does include indoor and outdoor video surveillance. In addition, security guards would be employed inside and outside the subject retail space. Proposed hours of operations for the MCD would be from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily. Project sponsor would maintain full-time security, as I mentioned. Per the business plans submitted by the project sponsor, employment levels are anticipated to exceed 30 employees within the first year, which again does include security. Per the Medical Cannabis Act, as approved by the Board of Supervisors and the Mayor in 2005, the Department of Public Health serves as the lead agency for permitting MCDs. The Planning Department's review is generally limited to the location and physical characteristics of MCDs. While principally permitted in the C3G zoning district, MCDs are required to be heard by the Planning Commission, which shall consider whether or not to exercise its discretionary review powers over the building permit application pursuant to Planning Code Sections 202E1. To date, the department has received 19 letters of support. 2 of those letters of support were received after the packet publication deadline, but those were transmitted through the Commission Affairs Office, so you have those letters. Nature of the public comment in support of the proposed MCD has focused on the need for additional safe access to medical cannabis in San Francisco, as well as potential for increased economic activity at the project site, including mid-market area in general. The department recommends the Commission take discretionary review and approve the project for the following reasons. The MCD is a neighborhood-serving use that complies with all standards and requirements of the Planning Code and advances the objectives and policies of the general plan. And secondly, the site area is already incredibly well served by public transit, including Muni and Golden Gate Transit Service, as well as BART. This concludes my presentation. Of course, I'm available for questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you. Project sponsor, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Commissioner Antonini, congratulations and commend you for your service to the city.
Thank you, Brendan.
We're going to split time. My name is Brendan Hallinan. I'm here tonight representing Mr. Nate Haas, FMSF Incorporated, doing business as Mo Green's Medical Cannabis Dispensary at 1276 Market Street. When I was first retained by Mr. Haas to assist him with this project, I did a very comprehensive vetting of the neighborhood to ensure that there were no conflicting uses or potentially conflicting uses within 1,000 feet. And the results were conclusive. There are no youth-serving facilities, recreational facilities, or schools anywhere nearby. This will actually be the only dispensary in this area north of Market Street. It will serve the Hayes Valley Civic Center, Mid-Market Corridor, Larkin Street, and even up Market. The dispensary will help revitalize this corridor and clean up the surrounding area of Market Street that's in much need of attention and economic development. Nate Haas is going to speak about his experience and the work he's done already towards improving this area, working with the community.
Good evening, Commissioners. I started at Barbary Coast as a doorman, and I've worked my way up to the general manager there. Being versed on every job at a dispensary is the key to being an effective general manager. Based on the knowledge, based on my overall knowledge, I'm definitely a security-first guy. The patient security and comfort are paramount to running having a well-run dispensary. Beyond that, I care deeply about this city. I'm a proud third-generation San Franciscan raising my family here. When I signed the lease at 1276 Market, I reached out to Supervisor Kim's office to kind of get advice on the issues that plague the neighborhood. At her suggestion, I walked the property with Allison Burke of SF Safe, as well as Commander Teresa Ewens of the Tenderloin Command, and learned a little more of the specifics about the problems that are on the block. At their recommendation, I secured the best lighting and security cameras. And Helen Sotu of the Central Market Community Benefit District, I had recommended that I use Applied Video Solutions, which currently are being used by public safety by the SFMTA, Union Square, and many others. Also, at the suggestion of Captain Ewens, I formed the Mid-Market Public Safety Group. This group consists of residents of small businesses that are working collectively to affect change down there. In these meetings, we've come up with some tangible solutions to improve the conditions. These include power washing the streets, which I have donated, as well as petitioning the city for more garbage cans along Market Street. I was also instrumental in getting rid of a problem liquor store on our block, and I can happily report that they will now house a not-for-profit, executive offices for a not-for-profit. I currently run a dispensary that has one of the best reputations in San Francisco, a safe, clean, comfortable environment where we have the highest quality meds as well as patient education. I hold myself to the highest standards, and I'm committed to making this dispensary an asset among the community. And it is my ultimate goal that this will serve as an excellent example of a revitalized Market Street. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jesse Henry, and I'm the Executive Director at Barbary Coast here in San Francisco. I'd like to take a moment to speak about Nate Haas. Nate has worked for me over at Barbary Coast for the last 3 years, and he's currently the General Manager. He has proven to be someone who holds himself to the highest standard and works with dedication, honesty, fairness, and integrity. Nate, like myself, was born and raised here in San Francisco, and this community is very important to him, and he has played a big part in Barbary Coast community outreach programs. He will be a very positive presence for the community surrounding 1276 Market Street. One of the things I like most about his project is the plan to allow on-site consumption. My wife, Katanya, fought breast cancer almost 7 years ago, and medical marijuana played a very important part in her battle. Her illness was one of many the patients in our community are fighting every day, and having a designated place that is safe, clean, and comfortable for any patient to be able to consume in without the threat of being harassed, arrested, or being a nuisance to others on our streets is very important and a need for our city. In addition, it offers a place to medicate for people who live in places that don't allow consumption, such as new condos, hotels, guests, or federally funded housing, and offers an alternative to consuming on the street. I'm very excited for Nate and his project, and it's been an honor to work with someone of his character for the last 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes project sponsor. There's open it to public comment. Chris Schulman, Paul Hasbury, and Susan Tibbon.
Good evening, Commissioners. Chris Schulman. First of all, thank you, Commissioner Antonini. It's been a pleasure speaking before you for these years.
Thank you.
We haven't always agreed, but I do want to say you've always been very clear, articulate. It's clear that you've been well-versed on the issues. I am employed in the cannabis industry. I consider Nate Haas a colleague, and I've reviewed this project based on land use, location, security plans, design, layout, and I think it's an exceptional project. I do want to speak briefly on on-site consumption. I work at a dispensary that does not have on-site consumption, and it's actually one of the most frequent questions that I receive is folks asking, where can I medicate? And we really just don't have an answer for folks. They may, and it's a lot of situations why they can't medicate, in a safe space. Maybe their home, work, hotel, street, or otherwise they just don't want to medicate in public. Some live in housing where they may have roommate situations, federal housing restrictions. They may live in SRO, hotels, etc. And I think this will be a space that's safe and secure for them to medicate. That's also a way to socialize. Some folks, they may not consume alcohol, may not want to consume alcohol. It's a safe place, and I hope you will consider allowing them on-site medication. I come here often for my neighborhood advocacy, and I told Nate, I'm also on the CBD board in Lower Polk. I'm not representing them, obviously, here today. And I told Nate that I would only testify after speaking to the Central Market CBD, and I actually spoke to Ms. Sotu, and I called her, and she told me that they were comfortable with this project. And I was very pleased to hear that. She said the safety component, the cameras, the activation of the space, the community outreach was very important to me, and I'm very pleased to hear that Mr. Haas completed so much community outreach, and I am confident that this dispensary will be a beneficial component of the neighborhood. Thank you for your time tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mickey Martin and.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm reminded every day in my life about how uncommon common sense is. I've been here many times before, and I've got to say that even though I don't share your point of view a lot of times, Mr. Antonini, you've brought your own brand of common sense, and it's very refreshing.
Thank you.
I come to support this project. I make medicine for severely ill people, cannabis-based medicine that is non-psychoactive. And I find that there's only a handful of dispensaries that care about that. Nate and Barbary Coast, they care about that. They have things on their shelves that don't fly off the shelves, not the things that are the most popular all the time. And it's not as much, of course, they're in business. They have to make some money and pay the bills, keep the lights on. But they care about the patients, and they take the time and the effort to make sure that they have the medicines that severely ill people need. What they've done on the block with Barbary under Nate's general managership, 2 years ago, you wouldn't want to walk down that street. But the way that they survey and take care of the street, it's cleaned up considerably. I strongly hope that you approve this project because I think it will be a benefit to the city and for the patients throughout the city. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners, and
Commissioner Antonini, as a member of a committee in another branch of city government, I really deeply appreciate your hard work, and thank you.
Thank you.
And congratulations. I'm Susan Tibbin. I grew up and live up the Leavenworth Street Hill, a short walk, kind of a dicey walk sometimes, to the proposed medical cannabis dispensary on Market Street. During a recent oncology consult, there was a discussion of cannabis-based complementary medicine. And my doctor shared with me his preference for medical cannabis complementary medicine and the kinds of places that he directed his patients to. He spoke about dispensaries that were uniquely stocked, as the previous speaker spoke, things that maybe didn't fly off the shelf, but that seriously ill people needed. He spoke about a friendly and a safe and a knowledge-based location. His preference could have been a description of the existing Barbary Coast Dispensary, one which is willing to stock items that, as I say, seriously ill people rely upon regardless of popularity. Over 5 decades of walking down that Leavenworth Street Hill to the 5th and Mission area have revealed a notable change in the cleanliness and safety of the area since the existing Barbary Coast Dispensary opened. The positive change is exemplified by the transformation that Barbary Coast has effected on Mission Street between 5th and 6th, augurs well for a new location on Market between 8th and 9th. Law enforcement statistics indicate that a well-run, security-minded dispensary discourages unlawful activity, promulgates a safer and a cleaner neighborhood. Coupled with a demonstrated commitment to knowledge-based dispensing of cannabis-based medicine, both popular and specialty items, Barbary Coast Dispensary at 1276 Market would be a positive and a very welcome addition to the neighborhood and for patients on the northern side of the city. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Mickey Martin. I'm the author of a book called Medical Marijuana 101. I'm also the director of a nonprofit called Parents for Pot and another nonprofit called Cannabis Response Network. And I'd like to speak on behalf of, I do a lot of work in the community, work with a lot of cities on regulatory commissions and developing regulations, and I'm pretty in tune with all the major players in the medical cannabis industry. And these gentlemen have a stellar reputation in the industry for professionalism and compassion, and I think that should be taken into consideration. But I also want to speak to the need for on-site consumption. One of the groups that I work with is Parents for Pot, and it's a group that focuses on family-related issues. And one of the big issues is that, people who have children can't always medicate in their home and have a place where, they can safely medicate at home. So having a place where they can comfortably medicate and use their cannabis is important to them, as well as low-income people who, may live in Section 8 housing that that don't allow for this type of medical consumption. So I'd strongly consider, to allow for this type of use and give people a safe place. A lot of patients that I deal with also don't have a lot of social activity in their life. They don't get out a lot. So having a place where they can share with other patients and, talk about the different types of conditions that they have and how medical cannabis helps them is very important to their social healing as well. So please take that into consideration, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any additional public comment? Okay, not seeing any public comment is closed. Commissioner Hillis.
So thank you. I think my biggest question was the on-site consumption, and I appreciate the public comments that were made that kind of discussed that. I think we're seeing less MCDs requesting on-site consumption, but there appears to be a need for that. So I appreciate those comments. So with that, I'm supportive. We'll hear what the other commissioners say, or I would move to take DR and approve with the conditions outlined by the department. I think it's fitting that an MCD is the last item that Commissioner Antonini will hear. Although I'll note the building has a strong cornice.
Yeah, I like the design. Well, yeah, no, I've heard a lot of good things about this organization, and I've heard from a couple people who've said they've cleaned up areas where they're located so that the security and those sorts of things I'm very much in favor of. I still have a problem with the on-site consumption because we're still dealing with medical marijuana, not recreational marijuana. And, you know, it's like someone going to a pharmacy and getting some Vicodin and saying, take it right here and then drive home. That's sort of, you know, not what we do. You take your medicine home and you take it as needed for pain or whatever the thing is. I realize there are situations where people are not allowed to smoke, or maybe with children or something like that, but you guys feature edibles too, which I find it hard to believe somebody's in a situation where somebody's going to be watching exactly what they're eating and discovering it turns out to be medical marijuana, which if they have a prescription for it, it's a medicine. You would think in most instances it would be something. So, and the other thing is there's a lot of clustering. There's like 7 of these MCDs, 6, almost 7 within a half a mile. But I think this is a good one, and I think, you know, since it's a DR, I think you're going to have a lot of commissioners in favor of it, so my vote isn't going to make too much difference. But anyway, we'll go from there.
Commissioner Moore.
I have 2 questions. One is the size. 4,000 square feet seems very large, but I am not an expert in size to fit here. Could somebody please speak to the size? We had last week, a few weeks ago, we had one which was 600 square feet, and that was considered to be far too small. Here we're having one which is 4,000 something rather, and so my question is, could somebody speak to the size?
Brendan Hallinan, it is a large size for a dispensary. I would guess that they range from somewhere 600 to 3,000 feet, but the larger size also allows for more services to be offered on site, and that was part of the thinking behind having a safe place for people to go medicate. It's not going to be a recreational lounge or anything like that, but a side room where people could go in before they leave, and it's a transit-oriented kind of walking destination. There's not parking there. We discussed this in depth that we didn't think it was going to be a concern that a lot of people were going to be driving there. So it is a big space, but I mean, it's a growing market, and it allows them to offer more services to their patients in the end. So,
a question to the director: 44 linear feet of this particular facility along Market Street is a lot of frontage, which doesn't have the transparency, participation, enhancing the public realm, correlation between the use and the sidewalk. What are your comments on that?
Commissioner, there is, I know that they can't have totally transparent windows, but there are the actual windows there that will be maintained, as I understand it, and just with film or something over the window. I can't remember the specifics. So it is in the middle of the block. It's not in the corners. That's an advantage. That is not ideal, but I think that in this particular case, given the nature of the intensity of this part of Market Street, I don't think it's going to be a serious detriment to the life of that block of the street.
The only thing I observe, and this is more conversational, is that the north side of Market Street in that area is far less animated than the south side. The south side has Twitter, it has the stores, it has basically a lot of fun things going on in addition to the fact that it has sun, while the north side is in the dark. And that further with the overlay of, I assume you have the security bars as a basic requirement or maintaining it from the dollar store. There is something somewhat amiss to help animate that. The question is, has the department had a discussion of what could be done, and I cannot come up with anything in the moment, to give this a slightly lighter appearance? The second question I like to ask, and my mind was jogged a little bit by Commissioner Olagi standing in front of us this evening. Quite a few years ago, Commissioner Olagi was strongly opposed to an MCD we ultimately approved on Mission Street, and one of the comments she made, representing non-profit organization who is really helping the very disadvantaged. She said, don't put an MCD together with or near SRO. Those were very comments. You may remember that, Mr. Hallinan, because you were, I think, part of that application. And that's how much sticks in my mind, that she considered that to be not a very complementary adjacency. Has staff talked about it? Have you, do you want to address that? Have you had that discussion?
In terms of co-location with SROs?
That's correct.
That is not a standard by which the planning department reviews mandatory discretionary review for MCDs. DPH serves as lead agency.
I know
Okay.
it's not regulated. We had it as a discussion, and a few years ago, that was definitely a voice we strongly heard from the neighborhood. I know this MCD has support. I don't want to create a stumbling block. The positive side is that on the north side of Market Street, we have really hardly any MCDs. I think the width of Market Street and the difficulty to cross it makes this location okay. I just felt I need to raise the other issues because they are issues, and that is the animation on the north side. Is there anything we can ask from how the windows are being treated with certain graphics or with whatever? I don't know. What is it we can do that this becomes, with its 44 feet, a more contributory positive appearance?
Commissioner, I just would point out drawing, I guess the very back of the packet has the plan. And I think the intent, correct me if I'm wrong, Nick, the intent is that the windows remain transparent and the waiting area be put in the front. And then you'll see a screen wall inside of that, so that the waiting area will be visible from the street.
That's
Is that correct?
That is correct. We worked extensively with the project sponsor to maintain active street frontage per Planning Code Section 145 for active street frontages. I made a strong suggestion to project sponsor they borrow the great idea that they have at their existing dispensary at Barbary Coast of installing blinds behind the window. We cannot regulate blinds, obviously, under the Planning Code. That would maintain transparency per 145. The wall that Director Ram mentioned is actually a pony wall, so it provides some level of privacy for the patients, but does not immediately block off view from the street. So it's sort of achieving both goals.
Okay. As long as I hear you having thought about that, I think that's very helpful that you're explaining that. Thank you.
Commissioner Richards.
Just one quick question for the project sponsor. Can you go in brief detail, brief points, what your standard of conduct is for your members?
Standard of conduct?
Yes.
Standard of conduct is obviously you're a patient, conduct yourself in a civil way.
Mm-hmm.
We don't allow for anyone to consume out on the street. Our security makes sure that if anyone's caught smoking anywhere near outside the street, we 86 them from the club.
Sure.
In terms of best practices, obviously we want to make sure that our patients are safe in there.
So when you have your cameras monitoring the front, are you monitoring the footage?
Of course.
Okay, so if I went in as a patient and came out and handed him whatever I bought and you didn't know who he was?
We know who you are and you're 86 right away.
I support the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Commissioners, there's been a motion, but I did not hear a second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Richards. On that motion then to take DR and approve this project with conditions, Commissioner Antonini?
No.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Vaughn?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner Antonini voting against. Commissioners, that places us on general public comment, for which I have no speaker cards.
Is there any general public comment? Okay, not seeing any. One last and final time, Commissioner Antonini, congratulations to you.
Thanks to everyone. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Good luck. Good luck.
You can watch us every Thursday.
Okay, meeting is adjourned.
Come and watch.